came to fight. We came to take what was meant to be ours. There's no place to hide. Yeah, it's written all over stars. Nothing will stop us against all the odds. But just like we promised, we came to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, we came to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, we came to fight. We'll be remembered for this. They'll tell our stories of battles and glories, the ones that nobody forgets. Yeah, we'll be remembered for this. We came to fight. We came to take what was meant to be ours. There's no place to hide. Yeah, it's written all over stars. Nothing will stop us against all the odds. But just like we promised, we came to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, we came to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, we came to fight.
I was always inclined to make history, but I never really had the time. Spent my life living dangerously, never worried how I'm getting by. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands, doing what I'm good at, just doing what I'm made for, just doing what I'm good at, just doing what I'm made for. Mind on my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Mind on my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Well, I won't be trouble, trouble comes for me. You was always gonna find me out. I'm gonna keep on walking, taking what I need. Ain't nothing gonna touch me now. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Oh, I'm doing what I'm good at, just doing what I'm made for, just doing what I'm good at, just doing what I'm made for. Money, money, money,
Legend has it we could be legends, etched in the stone, forever on thrones. History's made in the moments. Heroes collide, it's all on the line with our backs against the wall. We came to fight. We came to take what was meant to be ours. There's no place to hide. Yeah, it's written all over stars. Nothing will stop us against all the odds, but just like we promised, we came to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, we came to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, we came to fight. Circle of victims like lions. You feel like
Good morning. I am Chris Simpson, the director of the National University Center for Cybersecurity. On behalf of National University and the National Defense Industrial Association San Diego, I would like to welcome you to this year's SoCal Cyber Cup Challenge Finals. We are doing something new this year and are going to have a live broadcast while the teams are competing. The SoCal Cyber Cup is a middle school, high school, and brand new this year community college cyber challenge. During the challenge, team members protect computer systems against red team attacks and solve a variety of different cybersecurity related challenges. Due to COVID, this year's challenge is virtual and team members will be competing from their homes. The SoCal Cyber Cup Challenge has two rounds, a qualifying round and a finals round. The top 8 teams in each division, junior varsity, varsity, and community college, of the qualifiers will be competing in today's finals. The SoCal Cyber Cup wouldn't have happened without the generous support of our sponsors, organizers, and a grant provided by the Department of Defense. As a center of academic excellence in cyber defense education, National University was awarded a Department of Defense capacity building grant to support this year's challenge. The grant provided resources to provide the challenge platform, create content to help prepare students for the challenge, provide a stipend for team mentors, provide support to our community college partners, and to promote the challenge. I would also like to thank our community college partners, Coastline College, Palomar College, Riverside City College, and Saddleback College. During the broadcast, we will highlight our different sponsors and thank them for their support. Here's a rough overview of the schedule today. First, we'll start with a pregame show, and you'll learn a little bit about each of the teams in the challenge, and this will be followed by some interviews with the Cyber Skyline team, the organization that runs the competition engine. We have an industry panel to talk about careers in cybersecurity. We will have live scoring updates and visits from the red team throughout the day. And just to clarify, we'll kick off the competition at noon. We will also have some videos on different topics, including educational projects for K-12 teachers that want to implement cybersecurity into their classrooms. And if you're a coach or a K-12 teacher, I highly encourage you to watch this segment, as there is free curriculum and labs that you can have access to. We'll also have a video on cybersecurity careers with the Department of Homeland Security. The challenge wraps up at 4 p.m., and after that, we're going to have live interviews with some of the competitors, and then at 5 p.m., we will kick off the awards ceremony and announce the top 3 teams in each division. The top teams don't just earn bragging rights, they also win monetary prizes for their schools or organizations. We will announce the prizes during the award ceremony. And before I introduce our host, I do want to give a shout out for all the participants. We know it's been a tough year with COVID, school has been really crazy, but all the participants in both the qualifying round and the finals round have taken time out of their busy school schedules to participate in the SoCal Cyber Cup Challenge. So thanks a lot. We appreciate your support and good luck today. It is my privilege to introduce the host for today's event. First, let me introduce Peter Bartoli, a local San Diego cybersecurity superstar. He is a managing partner of Downtime Associates, where he performs penetration testing, incident response, and provides forensic services. He's worked on a DARPA program, and he's also an adjunct professor at San Diego State University, and he's been there since 2009. And also, he's a big fan of cyber competitions and is the head coach of the San Diego State University cyber team. Along with Peter, please allow me to introduce Drew Schlossberg. Drew is the CEO of Drew Schlossberg and Associates. He is a longtime podcaster here in San Diego and has been hosting podcasts since 2007. My favorite one is the E-City Cyber Talk that he did with Liz Frauman. He also co-hosts a military-related podcast, Mission San Diego Military, with Rear Admiral retired Mark Balmert, who is the president and CEO of the San Diego Military Advisory Council. Drew also hosts Spotlight on the Community, which is a podcast focused on C-level leaders for both profit and nonprofit organizations. I've also had the pleasure of working with Drew on several podcasts and webinars, and when we decided to conduct a live broadcast this year, he was our first choice as a co-host. So Peter and Drew, thanks for helping out today, and I look forward to watching you as the challenge unfolds.
We really appreciate that, Chris, and I know Peter and I are very excited. What do you think, Peter?
I think it's a lovely day for some hacking here in San Diego and Southern California, everybody. We've got 24 teams in 3 divisions that are all warming up their keyboards, getting ready to do some challenges. This competition is kind of unique. Typical competitions are generally either offensive or defensive. This one's kind of a hybrid. Well, the contestants are going to be competing and trying to complete a number of challenges in a number of offensive categories. There's also an automated red team run by Cyber Skyline, the game platform that's underlying the competition, that's going to be trying to break into their system. So they have to defend their own computers while they also complete a bunch of offensive puzzles as well.
You know, I think this is going to be a lot of fun over here, and I know they've been doing this for quite a while. We're excited to see. We're going to have some live scoreboard updates once the competition kicks off at 12. So we'll have some breaking news: who's in first place, who's falling behind, and so forth on it. And we got quite a few teams participating as well.
Yes, we do. In the community college division, we've got Palomar College from San Marcos, Riverside City College from Riverside, California, Grossmont College from right here in East County, San Diego, right by where Drew and I are broadcasting from right now. Saddleback College from Mission Viejo, Miracosta College, they have campuses in Oceanside and Cardiff. Coastline Community College from Garden Grove and Fountain Valley up in Orange County. And San Diego Continuing Education, they have campuses all over San Diego here.
Yeah, we got a high school division as well. We got Del Norte High School in the Poway School District, Northwood High School in Irvine, Canyon Crest Academy, Pacific Highlands Ranch in North San Diego, Troy High School in Fullerton, Scripps Ranch High School in San Diego Unified, the Cambridge School in Mira Mesa area of San Diego, Patrick Henry High by SDSU, and Valencia High School in Placentia. And we got some middle school teams.
Yeah, we got some middle school teams. And I tell you, Drew, this is great. This is one of the biggest challenges we have in cyber, is getting students early, getting them engaged early, getting them interested early. In a lot of other countries, when talent is identified, they pluck them out of all of their other classes and other obligations. They don't have to do PE or literature classes. When they have a cyber talent identified, they get pulled out. So it's great that we're getting to them early on in middle school. In the middle school division, we have Oak Valley Middle School from Rancho Bernardo here in San Diego, Pacific Trails Middle School of Carmel Valley, the Irvine Virtual Academy, of course, of Irvine, Zion 39 campus, they're in the Poway School District, but in the 4S Ranch area of San Diego. We've got Pro Kids, the first tee in San Diego. That's a neat story, and we look forward to an interview with them a little later today about how a golf academy became involved in cyber. The Cambridge School is also represented here in the middle school division for Mira Mesa, the Landmark Middle School from Moreno Valley, and the Bella Vista Middle School from up in Murrieta. But again, like Drew said, we've got an exciting program for you here today. Here in a few minutes, we'll be kicking off the competition. We'll have an interview with Cyber Skyline, the people who plumb the game engine here for the competition. We'll have interviews with the coaches, with the red team. The red team is the team that is breaking into the competitors' systems while they're trying to complete the offensive challenges. We'll have a panel of our sponsors. And after wrapping up the game, we'll do some post-game interviews and conclude with the awards ceremony.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a day over here. And, fortunately, we're going to have Chris on the sidelines, who's going to be our sideline reporter, getting ready to, give us some updates on what is going on in the competition that kicks off at 12 noon on this. And Chris, let me ask you this. Is this about as many teams as we've ever had in this competition?
Yeah, Drew, it is. Actually, we added community colleges this year. So we started out as high schools several years ago only, and then we added middle schools. And then this year, we're adding community college teams to the mix. And so hopefully some of these community colleges, they may start recruiting some of these high school students, and maybe some of the high schools will start recruiting middle school students to get them involved. Maybe they'll find out who the top players are.
Well, and especially as we've chatted about, when they start having this now as a course of study in our K-12 curriculum and moving into, community college and 4-year school, this will be a great pathway. Hey, Chris, let me ask you this, and Peter, if you know the answer, you chime in on this as well. Is there anything like this in other parts of the country? I mean, I know we certainly like to pin a hat on. We know what we're doing when it comes to cyber stuff in Southern California and in our county over here. Are they doing this in other parts of the country, Chris?
Actually, California is kind of a leader in this area. So this competition started as the San Diego Mayor's Cup, and Lillian from NDIA will talk a little more about that soon. But there's a California Cup. So different regions of the state have competitions. There's some great camps that Cal State San Luis Obispo does that brings students on campus and lets them compete. There's a national competition, Cyber Patriot, where schools nationwide participate. And you mentioned the curriculum, and I do want to plug this, the Ring curriculum. So this is an NSF grant they're going to be talking about later. So school teachers are going to get 180 days of 1-hour curriculum to actually teach a course, and they're working with the states so the teachers can get certified and that they can actually put those in their program.
Yeah, it's interesting, and we talked about this, quite a bit. And when it becomes a part, at least in California with our A to G curriculum, and you make it, that has to be college bound, and the Cal State universities and the UC systems, I think that's going to be critical as well. So Peter, you teach a computer science class at San Diego State, correct?
I do.
Right. Have any of your students been in this competition?
Oh, repeatedly. Yeah, with Dan Manson, who we might be lucky to have here today.
Sure.
Is the commissioner for the NCL, and it's been his passion for a number of years to get these competitions out there and turn it into a competitive sport that is watchable, that we can bring to a live home audience. But yeah, this is a great way for students to get exposed to the careers that are out there. It's a great way for our sponsors to meet young talent. This is a lot of them are doing this not on their marketing budgets when they sponsor these competitions. They're doing it with their recruiting budgets because they want to meet the competitors. They're coming with job offers for the competitors. They want to know who's the best on each team.
Yeah, and one of the things we're going to talk about, Peter, as well, and Chris, this, some of our just absolutely stellar coaches, they are getting these kids internships in high school, for God's sake, at these great companies, especially here in our Southern California region. And when you think about that, it really ties beautifully into this whole big movement of linked learning and college and career pathways that is, we should have been doing this when people started walking upright, for God's sake, in my opinion. But now we are at least on that. And Chris, talk about this. This just really, greases the skids for a great career in cyber, does it not?
Yeah, it sure does. So like San Diego State National University has a cyber team, and they compete in the Western Regional Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. And you'll be hearing more about that later today when you interview Brandon from Coastline College. And we've had some of our students have been former Cyber Patriot participants, but it really helps them. And our students that participated in the WRCC-DC, several were reached out to from different companies for potential jobs. And I know I keep an eye on the community colleges we work with, because I'm trying to recruit great students for our team. I won't try to poach too many from you, Peter, from San Diego State, but we may have to see who makes them the better offer.
It's interesting about that. Let me ask you this. So are there scholarships offered? We all know there's athletic scholarships in different sports. We know that. Are there cybersecurity sponsorships, or scholarships offered that you know of, Chris?
None that I know of directly. I've heard rumors that some schools do offer some esports type scholarships, but I'm not sure if they do it specifically for cyber yet. But that's something that I think would be great way to recruit students for schools, give them a great education while boosting your own school cyber team.
I haven't heard of any yet, Drew, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it on the horizon, because in recruiting for my own team at San Diego State, we're starting to do a lot of outreach to local high schools to get students engaged in coming to SDSU as soon as possible. And in the student cyber club that is formed around the competitive team, we have a lot of associate members coming from local high schools to make sure that they're already starting to get trained and get involved and get plugged into the network even before they start their college career.
Right. Well, our good friend, Chris, Liz Frauman, who's done just so much great work in these competitions. You mentioned the Mayor's Cup and all this. And Liz always wanted to make sure that these kids got Letterman jackets just as much as the athletes do. In fact, Liz I would try to dig my Letterman jacket up. She gave me a Letterman's jacket. Of course, I outgrew that in about 5 seconds. But this is exactly what we want to chat about. And if I'm not mistaken, Chris, Liz also had Sports Illustrated to talk about some of the competition. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I know one year we did give out jackets to the participants, and I think that's a great idea. So any coaches listening, I recommend that you talk to your school administration about the process for that, to get some type of jacket for your team members, because in most cases they're putting in just as much work as a track member, a baseball team member, or things like that. They're spending long hours getting ready for these challenges and competitions.
Yeah, no, I think that's terrific on this. So, Peter, how long have you been teaching at San Diego State?
I've been teaching at SDSU since 2009, but I've been teaching since I began my academic career. I was a TA and research assistant for a number of my professors, and it just kind of came natural to me.
Right.
But it's great. All this stuff you're talking about the competitions and outreach to students. What we're doing here during this meet really is a microcosm of what they will be doing in the field when they get out into their jobs. And a lot of these competitions are very much endurance competitions. They're wind sprints of computing. You get out to some of the professional meets and conferences where they have capture the flags, as they call them, and they're holding up for the winter. They bring in supplies, soda, caffeine, food for the whole weekend, because a lot of these competitions, not the one we're doing here today, but a lot of them will go around the clock, 48 hours for an entire weekend. And it really is a grind.
Yeah, well, listen, just like we were talking about, with the athletes, imagine with your students as well in the competition, and you can add to this too, Chris, is, you've got to be mentally tough, just as mentally tough on the field of this type of competition as you have to do in the playing field. Talk about that, Chris. The nerves, these folks will be starting competition in 10 minutes here. Are they nervous right now?
Yeah, that's a great question, Drew. So I imagine some of them are a little bit nervous because one of the new things in the finals round is there's attackers out there, so they have to protect their assigned systems from these attackers, and you'll learn some more about that from Toby later today when his interviews come up. So there is a little bit of nervousness because it is a challenge, and they have to keep services up as part of the in order to earn points. And Franz, when you interview him, he'll give you some specifics on how those points are earned. So yeah, I can imagine a little sweat might be forming on some of their brows as they get ready to compete. But we've got some great competitors here too. And I know many of them, they're just ready to go. They know they're going to keep that red team out, and they're going to keep those services up.
Oh, go ahead, Peter. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It is nerve-wracking when the red team is coming at you, trying to knock over your systems and your services. Sometimes it feels like the house is coming down in flames around you. They do break into a sweat. And you asked about teaching, Drew. A whole huge part of teaching students to prepare for this is a lot of the things that we don't typically do very well in computing. They're so critical to doing a team sport really well that you take for granted. The person-to-person communication, dividing up challenges, the MVPs on teams in this sport aren't just the ones who are really good on the keyboard. They're the ones who are really good at bringing calm to the team when a crisis really sets in, helping the team divide and conquer and get past challenges.
Right. And so again, we'll be chatting with some of those folks that have, developed the challenges and all that, and the cyber sort of gaming, so to speak, and oh my goodness, what is going to be thrown at them. And Chris will ask, Franz this question and some of the others on this. But and we've had some really wonderful organizations that have been involved before. Circadians comes to mind. We've chatted with them on my podcast. How long does it take them? And it'll be a good question for Franz, but maybe we can just get people geeked up about it. How long does it take them to develop these programs for this competition, Chris?
Yeah, great question, Drew. So it takes months to get ready for these challenges. They've got to put everything together. They've got to build the back end technology. Cyber Skyline, they've got a lot of experience hosting the National Cyber League, and we kind of threw a new mix in with them this year, having the teams defend. But our previous supporters, Centec with the Haiku range,
right.
Circadians, and Leidos with their Cyber Nexus, they all put a lot of work into it. And some years they actually had some of our students help them out, build the challenge, and that was a great experience for our students. And I'd like to add, you asked Peter about education. A lot of schools, including National University, we actually have made the National Cyber League part of some of our classes. So students have to compete in the National Cyber League as part of their class. It is part of their grade, but it's a great opportunity to introduce them to challenges and competitions because, like Peter said, it's a great way to learn.
Well, also, let me ask you this, Peter. How much is camaraderie and collaboration part of all those competitions you do in your classes?
Oh, it's huge. It is such a huge part of it. Getting the students to talk to one another, especially the challenge of the last 18 months or so is COVID has had us all separated. The teams aren't even in the same room when they're trying to organize with one another. They're separated from each other by webcam. And when it really hits the fan, so to speak, how do you grab somebody through a webcam and really get their attention? So much of the communication is missing, the body language, the inflection. It's really hard to grab somebody. But I'd like to, if you don't mind, duck back to your last question.
Please.
Drew, it was such a good one and such a a good point. The red teams, we really have a unique situation here with Cyber Skyline automating the red team, and it's going to be really neat to talk to Toby, their founder and CTO, about how he put it together. But typically in a lot of the competitions like CCDC, we have pros from the security staffs of big companies like Raytheon, and Facebook, and Google, who design malware as a hobby in their spare time all year round in order to prepare for unleashing them on students at these competitions. And it's really fun, because back to the question that you asked me, how important is communication? It's crucial, because in a lot of cases with these red teams full of pros, the student competitors are hopelessly outgunned, and they know it. So what Chris said earlier about breaking into a sweat was no exaggeration at all. In CCDC in the background, there was a live feed of a lot of the red teamers, and they were holding back because they didn't want to make the competitors cry, in their own words.
Well, listen, a good competition, and I guess a good cry is there should be in all of these over here. Certainly it's something to look at. We got only 4 minutes until the competition starts, so I know everyone is getting anxious on this. I know I always, when we do these competitions, it gets me on top of my game too. How about you, Peter?
And I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing and hearing this and watching that scoreboard and seeing who comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. So the competition is going to be fast and furious. So let me ask you this, Chris, when it starts in about 3 or 4 minutes right now, do all of the teams start at the same time? Is it, okay, it is go time, it is 12 noon. How does that work?
Yeah, so they all start at the same time. It's go time right at noon. And one interesting thing we're doing this year is any red team attack is going to happen at the same time for all teams. So some competitions it's a bit piecemeal when they get attacked, but this one at the same time. So that's going to really highlight the teams that maybe do a little better keeping the red team out and keeping their services up. And I'm sure Toby will explain some of the specifics of that. But that's going to be really interesting this year.
Yeah, well, we got a couple more minutes over here, and I know the coaches. You were saying, can they give final instructions up till 12 noon, and then when 12 noon hits, they can't have any communication with the teams? Is that correct, Chris?
Yeah, that's correct, Drew. So when the competition starts, there's no communication with any outside people. They can't ask for help. They're allowed to use Google, to do internet searches, and anything that's open source they're allowed to use, but they can't ask their friend. They can't post on Reddit, hey, how do you do this? They can't ask the coach. They can't ask maybe somebody else from their organization that's not on their finals team. So they're on their own. They're isolated, except, if you know a good Google search, that sometimes that can help you solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, well, we got about a minute and a half to go over here. What do you think? You want to tee this up here, Peter, for us?
More on that last point.
Yeah.
This competition or sort of competition is really unique. It's not like a football where the coach on the sideline is telling all the players what the play is, and then they have to go execute the play. Here, if the coaches are able to talk to the students, they're really able to tell them what to do. So I myself as a coach, it's really hard. We have to be on the sidelines, Drew, and wait to find out what really happened. But we here in these competitions, we really want to see what the students can do, not how well the coaches can tell them what to do or choreograph what they type on the keyboards at go play by play.
Well, what's interesting to me, I can't wait to interview some of the coaches. We got a couple of top-notch ones that we're going to be talking to. And we all know in athletics, a coach will go over a game plan, and literally in the first 3 minutes, the players don't execute it, and makes it sound like the coach is an idiot. Really, you weren't planning for this? And you go, we only practiced it every day the whole week, and then on the first play, they did something exactly opposite. It'll be curious to ask if that happens as well over here. And I know we're getting ready for the countdown here. I'm getting palms are a little sweaty over here, Peter. I don't know about you, you know.
I'm excited too, and I'm looking forward to hearing stories just like that because I can tell you, you're spot on, Drew. It does happen. You bring in a game plan, and then the red team sets in, and everybody forgets the game plan in a panic.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. We're gonna get started right now.
You're afraid, I can tell. We're made to be more than just human. Born to defend, yeah, we're right to the end with their backs against the wall.
Very cool. Very cool. There are 24 teams, about 160 competitors, all firing up their keyboards right now, getting ready to complete some challenges and keep the red team out of their systems. I can't wait to meet them.
Exactly, but now you know what? It's my honor to introduce a colleague and a longtime community leader. She's been heavily involved in this competition for many years. She is the past NDIA STEM chair, and that is Lillian Maestas. How you doing there, Lillian?
Well, good afternoon, Drew. I'm doing good. And happy SoCal Cyber Challenge Day.
Right, exactly. Do you know my colleague, Peter Bartoli?
Well, hi, Peter. Yes, I do. And nice to see you today.
Likewise. Cheers. Happy Saturday, Lillian, and thanks for putting together this competition for us.
Well, it's great. So Lillian, you know, listen, you've got, you know, so many things involved, a lot of peeps that you have that's working on this. And I've been honored to interview you many times on our shows on this. How long have you been involved with the SoCal Cyber Cup?
You know, Drew, my involvement goes back to about 2011.
And so, and the competition started when? How long has it been going on?
So the competition started in 2008.
Right.
And, yeah.
So pretty much from the get-go on this and so forth. So you've seen it grow, expand, come to this level right here. What do you remember about 2011? This is the first time you got into it. Did you go, what am I getting myself into?
No, you know, I actually enjoyed it from the very get-go. I mean, this is, I mean, I love it. I mean, I love cybersecurity. I saw what it was doing for our, you know, our students. The education was missing. So, you know, going back to actually how NDIA got involved with it and how this even started from a grassroots effort, you know, back at the turn of century, 1999, 2000, NDIA, you know, is a trade organization with industry and government. And so we were close to the pain points. And, you know, STEM was a pain point. You know, the pipeline of STEM workforce was a pain point. And even more so, as we got into the early 2000s, it was cybersecurity, where cybersecurity wasn't even being taught in any of the schools, not colleges, you know, let alone high school or grade school. So it was recognized as a problem. NDIA reached out to their member company SAIC at the time and later Leidos, and as most grassroots efforts, they just noodled and they said, you know, what can we do? So SAIC developed a cyber range where they could train not only their customers, which were DoD and government, but they said, let's offer this up for the students. Let's, you know, get them started in the range. So we started that. And, you know, the first years we had maybe a handful of teams, and, you know, it was putting the word out to get to the schools and get the kids to get on a team, form a team and come. So every year, yes, it did grow. And then we ended up in the Supercomputer Center at UCSD. Pretty good facility. And each year we saw that space just, you know, becoming smaller and smaller because we were bringing in more and more teams. And then we fast forward to, I think it was like in 2018, 2017, we're at the Supercomputer Center and we're going, we can't have our competition here any longer. We don't have enough space. So we started thinking about where we're going to go. Well, then coronavirus came. And so that's moved us to the virtual world these last 2 years. but we still have that space issue. So that tells you how we've grown over the years. And, that's still one of our key efforts when we start up every year. Where are we going to expand to? How can we expand? Focus on the underserved. Imperial County, is one of the ones we constantly try to, reach out there and get them involved. So, but it's been an awesome challenge event. And one more thing I got to say. So back in, I think it was now maybe 4 years ago now, the state of California got word. They go, wow, those guys in San Diego, they're doing something pretty cool over there. So they came out and watched our Cyber Cup challenge, and they go, these guys really have it together. So they invited us up. Liz was part of us then, and Chris, and they asked us, well, how do you guys do this? And so then they mirrored the state Cyber Cup challenge after what we were doing down here in San Diego. So we've, not only grown the San Diego County, then we expanded into the 5 counties, and we're known statewide and probably beyond. So it keeps growing. Like Chris said earlier, this year we opened it up to the community colleges, started a division with them, and just a lot of fabulous things this year, Drew. I've got to say, the mentor program, wow. Super. And that's another point that we've spoke about over the years, Chris and the team. Boy, we really, what's the key to maybe bringing in more schools and bringing in more students? Well, the mentors, so wow, this year we knocked it out of the park. National University stood up a fabulous mentor learning center. Nancy developed great courses. Some of our volunteers came and they created courses. So it's just fabulous. And all that material is there to be used and reused and updated. And that was a focus this year, and it'll be a focus as we continue. But our hope is that is, and we understand that is, maybe these schools that are a little timid, assign them a mentor, give them that hands-on help. And hopefully they get into the competition and we see them in the finals. So,
I think what's so cool about all this, and you and I have talked about it incessantly. I know, Chris, you have, and Liz and the people, is that when we would be recruiting on some of the shows to get ready for the Mayor's Cup or the SoCal Cyber Cup, you do not need to be a STEM expert. You do not need to be somebody who's going to be building a rocket. You just have to show an interest and a passion. And to your point, you get neighborhood kids. You can get kids at the Y. It doesn't have to necessarily be with a school on that. Obviously, it's paid off. We got a lot of people that are involved in this. As my good friend Peter knows, I barely know how 2 tin cans and a string work, but even I could probably even, get involved in this here. Any questions you have for Lillian, Peter?
Yeah, I'd love you bringing up. Drew and I have been poking each other in the ribs on and off here about his Luddism. And the 2 tin cans and the string, I love it.
Yes.
Lillian, you talked about some of the challenges, COVID, finding and maintaining a space. What challenges do you have in getting outreach to the students?
So it's an interesting issue, and we talk about it every year. So what we do, well, I'll start with NDIA. NDIA has other STEM programs that we support annually. There's about 3 others. So at these other STEM programs, Drew, I met you out at one, the Fleet Week.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, we go out to Fleet Week and we bring the Cyber Cup material, and we our purpose there is to educate again on STEM, but we try to sign up the kids that come through the Fleet Week. We go to this Petco Park. They have the Science Festival annually. So what we're doing out there is we're getting the word out for the SoCal Cyber Cup, trying to bring in, new kids and build it that way. The other way we do it is we try to get right out to the schools. We try to get into the schools and try to speak to the right people in the schools. And I got to say, that's that's been one of our challenges, getting to the right people in the schools. And I think it also has to do, and this is where that mentorship can tie in. I think what it has to do with is the teachers are busy. And some might be a little intimidated with putting a cyber security team together. So again, this mentorship we see it as being able to help with that. But I think that might be part of it. So they're busy, they might be intimidated, to lead a cybersecurity team. Those are some of the feedback that we get when we reach out, and we don't get that participation. So that is, Peter, that is a challenge.
Yeah, well, listen, we're going to be chatting with you later on in the program, Lillian, which I can't wait to do, and so forth. And thank you personally. How much I enjoy having you on the show, and always it's great to see your smiling face. And big shout out to NDIA for all the work they have done. And as you know, Peter, that the competition could not happen at all without some of the generous support of our sponsors.
Indeed, I think we have our first shout out we'd like to say thank you to Cubic Corporation for their generous multi-year support of the program. Unfortunately, John Dill, the Director of Cyber Resilience at Cubic and a longtime sponsor and attendee at the SCCC award ceremonies, couldn't be here today, but he did share this note with us from their CEO and Chairman of the Board, Brad Feldman, that Cubic is a technology-driven market-leading provider of integrated solutions that increase situational understanding for transportation, defense, C4 ISR, and training customers worldwide. To do that mission, they must protect our customer systems and data, and therefore must continue to invest in developing cybersecurity skills in our community. It's all about reaching all of these kids early, getting them into the field.
Without question, we're going to be hearing some more from the sponsors throughout here and so forth. And we asked the teams to submit some videos about their schools and the teams. And here's the first video by a longtime SoCal Cyber Cup participant, the Cambridge School. So Jeremy, if you can tee this up for us, we're going to play the Cambridge School promo video.
Another video from students and staff at Bella Vista Middle School in Temecula cheering on their team. Cue up that reel.
Let's go, Cyberhawks!
Let's go, Bella Vista!
Let's go, Cyberhawks!
Woo!
That's just great. They got everybody out with pom-poms to cheer on their team. But now it's time for another sponsor shout out. Cyber Skyline, the game engine underneath is, of course, also a sponsor and is an infrastructure platform and organizer. Founded in 2014, Cyber Skyline is a leading cloud-based cybersecurity skills evaluation and training platform, helping students and professionals track their skills growth and helping businesses find, identify, and cultivate talent. Cyber Skyline provides the platform environment, challenges, and technical support for the NCL competition here at the SoCal Cyber Cup. So how does a cyber competition work? We have Franz Payer from Cyber Skyline here to meet with us today.
Hey, Franz, how you doing, man? How you doing? Good?
I'm good. How are you all doing today?
Beautiful, beautiful. So I'm going to ask you this question. I forgot to ask this of Lillian, but we'll get to Lillian down the road on this as well. Is how did you get interested in cyber? I mean, were you like, 1-year-old and 2-year-olds and you're playing around in your crib and you decided you wanted to be into the cyber world, or when did you get struck by it, so to speak?
Well, I actually got started back in middle school. I wanted to build a website, and my dad gave me this big C++ book. He's like, here, you can use this. And that didn't go so well. So I started Googling around and just learned bits and pieces here by just searching on guides. And in my journey of trying to build a website, I learned that you can also break websites. And then that's what got me really interested in security, is learning about all these different ways that, there's SQL injections, all these different vulnerabilities of websites. And so that's kind of how I got started. I started doing CTFs and took its way there, went to college for cybersecurity, and then started Cyber Skyline while I was in college.
No, that's great. Now, is your family, is your dad, mom into this space? Your siblings, the cat, the dog, everybody involved?
No, just my dad. My dad is a computer scientist. He does a lot of programming, but he was never actually interested in security. He's like, I don't understand. With coding, you can build things, but security is about breaking things. I'm like, I don't think you fully understand how security helps enable us to build things.
Tell you, Franz, this is uniquely one of those fields where if you know how to break the thing, you know how to build it better to prevent that sort of attack, right?
Right. And I think, we can see this all the time. Sometimes there's just a rush to build things and security is a second thought, and that has catastrophic effects. And so I think it's really important to have that security mindset when you're going to build things, because if you don't have a good foundation, the whole thing's going to collapse.
Yeah, for our audience at home, it's funny how security, like computing, has an intersection with everything in our society today. Security has an intersection with everything in computing, and it's really the quality control of how we do every little thing. But also for our audience at home, Franz, tell us a little bit more about the Cyber Skyline scoring system. How is the competition scored? How do the teams make and lose points?
Yeah, great question. So there are two primary ways that they're getting points. One is we have these things called injects, which are kind of different like IT tasks that we're having them perform. And so, this could be something like, hey, go and do a security audit on this user's password, or, we have an encrypted archive. Can you help us recover the data? Or it's like, hey, Bill lost his data archive here and it's corrupted, and can you do some forensics work on it? So those are the types of different challenges that they're doing, and they'll get points when they complete those different tasks. And then the primary way that they're getting their points is through maintaining computer infrastructure. And so each one of these teams, they're being given 5 different machines that they need to keep running. And we're going to be running different automated attacks throughout the day that are going to test their ability to maintain the availability. So they have to go in and they have to figure out, okay, this is a vulnerability that was introduced, that was created like 2 years ago. We got to remediate it so that the attackers can't get in that way. Or they might discover that the attacker's already in there and they got to get them out. And so their job is to make sure that they kind of fend off these attackers while keeping up these different services. And so they're getting scored every single minute. They have 10 different services that need to keep up, and they'll get a point for each one of those services. And as well, we're giving them 2 additional checks. When the attackers get in, they're going to be leaving behind some different artifacts of their behavior and their actions. And so when the teams are able to delete those things and remediate those, they'll start scoring points for those as well. And so there's no way to lose points. It's all just about gaining the maximum number of points. But if your service is down, you're not getting points. And if the attackers have those different artifacts in your machines, you're not getting points either. And so they've got a pretty big task list cut out for them. They have to do these different things with, different tasks on the servers, stop the red team, the attackers, prevent them from getting in, and then at the same time, making sure the servers are up. So it's a lot of things.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Obviously in football, a touchdown, 6 points and all that business, extra point 1, safety 2, field goal 3. But do they ever, they just solve something huge, they get 5 points, or what's the most you can get it on one aspect? Is only 1 point at a time?
For what? For a question?
Yeah, for anything.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So those different tasks, I think the max is like 60 or 70 points. So that will, that'll help you out a bit if you're falling behind. Those tasks are primarily there to kind of give you a way to catch up if you're falling behind with your services. But the primary way are those services. So it's about 10% of your points are coming from those different tasks, and the other 90% are from keeping the services up.
Yeah, so it's interesting, as you all know, because we've been talking about this earlier with my colleague Peter here. This is very much like an athletic competition. Okay, so we know when you get behind in the 9th inning, you better hit some grand slam home runs. Okay, or you better throw some Hail Marys in the 4th quarter and all that business. So there is some opportunity. Oh my goodness, we're behind. We need to be doing some of this. Correct?
Yeah. Although it's going to be interesting because as the competition goes on, the chances that their servers are going down increases, and the tasks that they have to perform are on those servers. And so if the servers go down, then you can't do that. You might not be able to do those tasks. And so it's actually a huge issue of priority for them. Do I go for those tasks early on and spend less attention taking care of my machines? Or do I wait until the end after I've secured everything? Because if they've missed something in the meantime, that's going to hinder their ability to get those points at the end and catch up. And so there's a lot of things at play here.
Yeah, there's some good strategy on that as well. How'd you get into cyber competitions? I know you've worked with 100,000 students and professionals in the U.S. and Australia and Singapore. Talk about that.
Yeah, so I mean, this is part of what I was getting interested in security. There wasn't, and there still is right now, not as much formal cybersecurity education in the classroom. And so I started doing CTFs. And I kind of just got frustrated with a lot of the ways that they were kind of like opaque in the way that they, like a lot of them like don't give you a lot of good feedback in terms of how you're doing. And we wanted to provide a lot of transparency and feedback to people so that they know these are my strengths, these are my weaknesses, this is how I can improve. And so I took my sophomore year or my freshman year spring break, made a prototype platform, we built it out, and then at that point, the idea was we wanted to just run workshops to help people learn. And it kind of expanded. We're like, well, we can do CTFs too, and we can do them at scale. And another problem with CTFs at the time was that you couldn't do too many people in a single event. A lot of those were very restricted. And so really spent a lot of time figuring out how can we scale it out. And that's how we started getting to those numbers, right? I think there is a huge demand for people to be doing things like CTFs, to get into security, to get that hands-on practice. And it was just a matter of figuring out how can you build the infrastructure to support, instead of like, dozens of people, support thousands of people. And so that's kind of where we kind of took off in college. Is we started running the National Cyber League. At the time, they were doing, less than 2,000 people per year. And then now we've kind of grown it out to now where we see over 10,000 students per year. And I think the biggest limiting factor is like actually having a platform that can handle that many, many concurrent users. That's a pretty big challenge. And so we just really focused on how can we build an infrastructure that will support that. And how can we give people a good experience, and how can we make them feel empowered with the data that we're giving them, and so that's kind of like that journey.
That's terrific, Peter.
Yeah, it's like you were reading our minds here. We were about to ask you how you put together the engine for the National Cyber League. What can you tell us about your involvement with the National Cyber League and how you made that engine for so many students competing all at the same time?
That's great. A great question. So I started out actually as a National Cyber League player myself. So I did the National Cyber League the fall of my freshman year, and then that spring break was when I wanted to like take my swing at building a big experience, because at the time there were issues with the service availability of like the system would kind of be down for a good amount of time for the competition. And so I think kind of what we were doing was just taking a look at like how people were building applications at the time. And those applications are very monolithic. You basically make your entire system work on one server. And the way that you scale is that you get a bigger server. Eventually you run into some limits where it becomes very cost prohibitive to get a bigger and bigger server. And so we kind of, when we're taking a look at building our own platform, we try to build a kind of a distributed, more scalable application. And so the way that our infrastructure actually works is that we have all of these different programs that can run on 2, 3, 4, 10 different computers. And so if we need to scale, we can just get more computers. And that has actually given us a ton of flexibility in actually being able to support all of that. And of course, that was a huge need for the National Cyber League, of being able to support more and more players. I think the NCL probably, it's kind of up there in terms of like one of the largest concurrent like players they have in a single CTF game. And so it's very important to be able to support that. And that's, that's kind of our big focus, is like, how can we just focus on reliability to get it to work?
And with this competition, with the SoCal Cyber Cup, like you talked about earlier, the contestants are doing all kinds of different things. One of the things that I think is really cool about this sport, again, is, unlike the collegiate football or basketball, where maybe 1% goes pro and the other 99% plus, it's the end of their career and a happy memory. It's Bruce Springsteen's glory days later on that they're talking about. Every single one of our competitors are going to go pro. And like you said earlier, Franz, they're really doing things like they will be doing in the field in their jobs. They're doing these injects, solving these puzzles, and they're presenting their solution too, right? Can you tell us a little bit more about the inject process and how they get graded on it? Do they just document what they did, or are they presenting their findings to somebody?
So we actually automated this process. This is part of us trying to figure out how can we scale this out. And so the way that it works is that they are going to be given a series of questions as if their manager asked them. I think we're far enough into the competition where it's no longer a spoiler for the players. But you might have an inject like I might have mentioned. We're like, hey, we have this data, right? It's corrupted, and we need you to analyze it. And so we're going to ask a series of questions like, hey, like is there like a corruption in here? Like, how big of a file size is this? Like, go through that step-by-step process of like identifying the problem, scoping it out. And then it might be like, well, how many different files are in this thing? Can you extract out any relevant information from the data? And so we asked kind of like a series of questions in a sequential manner, and we automatically grade each one. And so we're doing kind of like keyword searching in their answers. And so they can like answer like a natural like language response, like, hey, I found 4 files in the corrupted data, like that, and we'll grade it and we'll automatically move into the next part. And so it's geared as if like a manager was asking you, but the whole thing's automated, so they'll know right away, did I get it right? Did I get it wrong? And they'll also get an opportunity to fix it if they missed it.
That's great. You stole my next question. I was going to ask you how you scaled up the organization of people as well around the competition, but you kind of answered that. So can you tell me what sorts of services are the competitors being scored on keeping up and running against the red team?
Sure. So there are 2 web servers that they have to maintain. There's a Redis server. If you're not familiar with Redis, it's kind of a database storage. There's also a SQL server, another database. And then, I'm blanking on that last one. Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Is it a web application?
Well, they have two web apps, Redis. Why am I blanking on it? All right, I got it. So 2 web applications, 2 databases, and an FTP server. So FTP is file transfer protocol. So that's the service that you'll use if you want to upload a file and let other people download it. It's what we had before Dropbox and Google Drive were a thing.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Franz.
Oh yeah, some great feedback on this, and I know you're very curious to see who's gonna come out on top as well on this one. Thank you so much for your time on this, Franz, and for Cyber Skyline, and for all you're doing with this type of great competition. I'm sure we'll be chatting with you somewhere down the road.
Yeah, it was great chatting today, and thanks for having me on.
Of course, absolutely. And as Franz Payer, he is the CEO of Cyber Skyline. I'm Drew Schlossberg, joined by my colleague Peter Bartoli. We are the co-host of this 2021 SoCal Cyber Cup finals over here, joined by our person who's down on the sidelines, so to speak, Chris Simpson of National University. Chris, how are you enjoying this so far?
I'm having a lot of fun, Drew. I've been watching the scoreboard, and that score is going back and forth. Right now, it looks like, let me just do my cross check here. Looks like Del Norte and Pacific Trails are tied for the lead at 199 points each, but it is really close. Anywhere from 169 to 199. So it's a close competition. So it's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
Right. Well, we don't want to swell Coach Paul's head right now. So and so forth and all this. Lillian, are you enjoying this?
Yes, of course. And, it's no surprise that Del Norte's leading the pack, but I'm always one of those ones who's rooting for the underdog. So I'm looking forward to maybe that changing a bit. What do you think, Paul?
Well, there is some luck to it, but there's also a lot of skill. And I know, my team's been working really, really hard, pretty much year round for these competitions. So I think their hard work will pay off.
No, that sounds good. Well, it's our pleasure now to introduce 2 of the top shelf coaches in this competition. They have for many, many years. We have Coach Paul Johnson, who coaches the Del Norte high school team and Oak Valley Middle School and Design 39. Full disclosure, Paul and I know each other for quite a while over here. And if you don't mind, Paul, I'm going to embarrass you a little bit. Paul and his team was the winner of the 2021 Classroom of the Future Foundation Achieve Award, was it not, Paul?
Yeah, thank you very much. And tell your lovely bride, Jane, hi for me.
I will do that. And with it, we'll be recognizing Paul and the team at SeaWorld on September the 23rd. And so there'll be some, I think, live streaming there too. So congratulations, and joining him is a colleague, Alan Stubblefield, former coach at Troy High. How you doing, Alan?
I'm doing good. Looking for myself to show up on the screen. There we go. You said former. No, I'm the current coach.
Oh, okay, very good. I'm going to have to sit there and dock the person who put together the run and show. Oh, that'd be me. I'm sorry. My apologies for that. How you doing there, Alan? Good?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Very, very good on this. I'm going to turn over to you, Peter. You got some questions for these esteemed coaches?
I sure do. How do you find your students? How do you attract the students from your schools to the sport?
Go ahead, Alan.
No, you go first.
So the Forest Ranch community in San Diego is kind of a tight-knit community, and the word just kind of gets out. In fact, one time I was playing tennis and this guy came out of nowhere and said, "Oh, you're Coach Paul." So, I mean, the community knows about it. The students do very well, and then they put their successes on their college apps, and they get into some of the top colleges, a lot of them with full scholarships, and the word just gets out and the word spreads. And I do track, I advertise in various ways. And what I found is it's just a word of mouth. People find out about it and the value through word of mouth, and it just kind of spreads through the community.
That's very cool, Paul. We were just wondering earlier how many students actually get scholarships for competing in this sort of thing. Do most of your team members go on to compete in college?
Yeah, usually, not always in cybersecurity, but almost always in computer science. And about half of my students have been getting full 4-year scholarships to top universities, UCSB, Brown, MIT, you name it. A lot of them are getting full scholarships to these outstanding universities.
Very, very cool.
And Alan, the same with you, I imagine, correct?
Well, my tax is a little differently. So I'm actually a teacher at Troy High School. And in 2010, the Air Force Association came out with their Cyber Patriot competition. At that point, I was teaching Navy Junior ROTC, and the competition was only open to high school ROTCs. And I knew that we had some kids probably who would be interested, and so we gave it a go. And the kids were very interested. And it grew from there. We started having open teams, and then we started with middle school teams. And at some point we made a decision that if we've got all these kids competing, why aren't we teaching classes for cybersecurity? Because that first group of 5 students that I had, today they work for Tesla, Microsoft, one just left Boeing for cybersecurity, one just left CISA. This was their thing. And so let's try to formalize their thing if this is what their passion is going to be. So we decided, based on just 45 students competing after school, to form a 4-year pathway in high school. And so today, this past year, despite the pandemic, we had 300 who competed from Troy High School, with another 100 middle schoolers. We also offer cyber summer camps. I think we'll be the only camp in the country that's offering camps for students entering kindergarten this year. And we just got a card game from CIAS, Center of They're at the University of Texas at San Antonio, and there's rules for kindergartners, and it's a cybersecurity card game. So, you know, if your child or grandchild can swipe right on your phone, okay, then they can learn a little bit about cybersecurity. So yeah, we've offered camps for elementary school. This will be our third summer, and that lets students have a chance to get a taste for what cybersecurity is and what the competitions are like. And then if they like it after that, then then we support them by supporting teams at their local schools. But word gets around as well. But for me, it gets around to other states. So we supported new cyber teams in Maine, in Michigan, in New Jersey, in Alaska. I've got a call from a team in Australia that wants some help. So I'm really more focused on trying to see more people doing what we're doing because there's such a huge national shortage, and we need to start them early. That's how we try to minimize that lack of females and lack of diversity in the workforce.
No, you're so spot on that. And again, we're chatting with Alan Stubblefield, coach at Troy High School, joined by Coach Paul Johnson, coaches the Del Norte High School, Oak Valley Middle, and Design 39 school. Quite impressive to say the least, Alan. Coach Paul, one of the things that you certainly have hit your hat on, and it's not lost on us folk here in San Diego County, is the internships that you are able to provide to these students at Northrop Grumman. Talk about that.
Yeah, so normally most companies, they want to hire college interns because they feel they can expect more out of college interns. But just to try things out, one of the managers at Northrop Grumman decided to give one of my students a chance, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, and she was very, very impressive, and everybody was very impressed with what she was capable of. And that program's been building, and last summer, Northrop Grumman here in San Diego actually hired 17 of my students as summer interns. So, and the managers always have very, very glowing reviews. So that's worked out really well. I would like to follow up a little bit on what one thing Alan pointed out. So, we do have the middle school teams competing today. And what I find very gratifying, you look at the scores of the middle school teams, they're not that far below the scores of the high school teams. They're doing really, really well. They're keeping right up with the high school team. So I think that's just amazing.
No, that's great. And Chris, I know you got a question for either Coach Paul or Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. So, for both Coach Paul and Alan, so, you're seasoned, experienced coaches now, but a few years ago, you were brand new to this. And what I've noticed is some schools are kind of intimidated to get started coaching a team or working with their team. So could either one or both of you share some advice to teams that, hey, I kind of want to get started, but, what do I do?
Well, first off, anybody can email me. I remember those days when I started, and literally the first 2 years, it was ugly, but we had young students and freshmen, sophomores that started off. So by the time they were seniors, they had some skills. But you need a cyber champion, and what that is, somebody who was willing, an adult. It could be a parent, it could be a teacher, it could be a school administrator, but somebody who's willing to go to bat for the team, to find a place to practice, to get permissions to use school computers, to make the organizers of the cyber competition satisfied that there is adult supervision. And, that comes in all shapes and sizes. So, that cyber champion does not have to be a cybersecurity expert. My experience, I think Paul's got the same thing as our kids teach each other. You just have to get them started and give them permission to learn, and they can do amazing things.
Yeah, I think that's really part of our success is I found through the years that the less I taught, the more we won. And so I really don't teach at all anymore. other than some of the soft skills like teamwork and leadership, things like that. And yeah, so one of the most successful coaches in the country started off as a band director. So it's really best that you do have the students teach the class. I like this expression, when one person teaches, two people learn. So, you never really know how much you understand something until you have to teach it. And so, yeah, it's so, well, I could not possibly handle, teaching everything that gets taught. But, you get 120 students all pulling together, all teaching, all researching, and that's what makes for a really powerful organization.
Coach Paul, I got to ask you, you made a reference to one of the most successful coaches out there starting out as a band director. Are you talking about Jay Geringer?
Absolutely.
And that's just hilarious. The first time I met Dan Manson, when we were just starting to get into hosting and organizing these sorts of competitions and talking with one another about how to broadcast them, I met him at Cal Poly Pomona for one of the playoff rounds of Cyber Patriot, and was blown away to see Jay Geringer, because Jay was the band director, and when I went to high school at North Hollywood High, and to see that North Hollywood was a repeat winner, because that's my alma mater. But very cool. I got to ask though, what do you find, both of you, Paul and Alan, is the best amongst the material here in cybersecurity that helps get students most engaged?
Go ahead, Alan.
We tend to generate our own material. If you want to be a national competitor, you've got to spend time outside of practice just digging into professional websites and forums. When I look at, I've had 3 national championship teams, and they've all been students that went above and beyond whatever was presented during practices. They really tried to become experts in their particular area, whether it was networking with Cisco or Linux or Windows. And they so there's and for a new coach, there's probably too much information that's out there, because everybody's got a little bit and there's no one good spot to go. So it's just kind of one of those things where Cyber Patriot tries to help people learn some stuff. As far as capture the flag, there's a ton of websites to look at, but I don't know that there's any one. I really like National Cyber League's Cyber Gymnasium, because that has good challenges with good solutions, and so kids can learn there. I mean, that pertains to NCL. That doesn't help with Cyber Patriot. So there's a lot of different types of competitions out there. So.
Yeah.
How about you, Coach Paul?
Yeah, I completely agree. When I started off, I thought that, there was some one site that, really that all the top teams went to. I was lucky enough to attend the dinner at the national finals and meet some teams back there my very first year. And what I found out was everybody did things differently. And even my teams do things differently too. And they research different sites. I don't think there's no one site, there's no one tool. I mean, even something as obvious as an antivirus program, some teams like one antivirus program and other teams like a different one. I think it's, what works best for the students, what they find and what they like. And it's, there's no one silver bullet. There's lots of different stuff, and you pick and choose what works best for you.
Peter, if I can go back to your question on internships, I've been able to get internships for my students as well. And one of the success stories we had last summer in the midst of the COVID crisis was CompTIA is putting together a high school academic program for their basic certification, IT fundamentals. And so they wanted some help. And so I talked them into interviewing for 2 of my students, and 7 of my students applied. And they had never, first of all, this company had never had high school interns before. They'd only had college interns. And after the interviews of the 7 students, they asked if they could keep all 7. Because they didn't understand that high school students have knowledge, they have skills, they can communicate, they can make videos, and so and that's a struggle that I have every summer, is trying to convince cybersecurity firms that, hey, take a chance on some high school students. They look at interns as, this is somebody who I might hire next year or in 2 years, and my response is, this is a future employee, but it's going to be a couple of years, and you could have them in the summer for interns for the next several years, and then they'll be that much more valuable to you. And then it's like, well, but they're minors. Okay, minors can sign a non-disclosure agreement. I've got a student who's just been hired by Orange County Department of Education in their technology department, and he signed an NDA, and mom and dad didn't co-sign it. And he's going to be putting together a phishing campaign for training for schools within Orange County. So, again, these kids have amazing abilities. We just have to find companies willing to take the risk. And Northrop Grumman is a huge supporter of high school students, because they know, hey, we're going to hire these folks.
Yeah. So my experience is very similar, and I remember there's a local hospital, and I was exploring, trying to find some internships at this hospital, and I was talking to their head of information technology, and she was really kind of against hiring high school students, and I was kind of telling them about the competition and so forth, and she just wasn't buying it. Then I happened to mention that one of my students had their Cisco Certified Network Associate certification, CCNA, and she was just blown away. She could not imagine that a high school student could get a CCNA, but yeah, we have a few of those. And so she went from not really being interested to being super interested.
Hey, Paul, let me ask you a question here. And you too, Alan, jump on this. We were just talking to Franz Payer about Cyber Skyline and a little bit of a strategy on how much scoring works and all that business. And some things you do can score more points than others. And I'll start with you on this, Paul. Do you go into a strategy of saying, hey, this is what you need to go after first, and just not pay attention to X? Is there a scoring strategy for you? And if you don't want to give away your secrets to Alan, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, so the answer is very similar to what I was saying before. So each team develops their own game plan. And, a game plan that works for one team doesn't necessarily work for any other team. So we do not have any kind of master game plan. Each team develops their own from scratch. And they fine-tune it to work best for them.
How about you, Alan?
What I did, so we had 2 of our teams that competed in nationals last month, and I didn't give them a plan. What I did was I required that they come up with plans, and then they presented their plans to me. And it was individual. Because I wanted them to be responsible for their own, and they weren't giving away secrets to their other teams from Troy. But as a coach, I want to see that they have a plan, that they've talked about it, that they can answer questions about why that strategy versus something else, so that in the heat of the moment, one of the peculiar things about coaching for cybersecurity competitions, Paul and I, during the competition, all we can do is watch a scoreboard and wave from pom-poms. We can't do anything. So, it's like calling a play for basketball or football or volleyball or whatever, but that play lasts for several hours, and you can't call the timeout in the middle. So, that's...
Yeah, you bring up one of the most important challenges. You brought up some of the biggest challenges in bringing this medium students, their age, the type of mindset that they have. Needless to say, for a lot of us here, but for the benefit of our listening audience at home, a lot of people get into computing for it literally is zeros and ones. The thing either works or it doesn't, but security is all about the gray area. Nothing is binary. Nothing is zeros or ones, and you have to teach the ability to assess risk and to think on your toes all of the time.
A few years ago, I had a team of sixth graders. They were in the first round of Cyber Patriots, so they'd only been to about 6 weeks worth of practice. So probably less than 10 hours. Well, that's not true. Probably 20 hours of practice time. And they were sitting on one row in our computer lab, and behind them was a row of eighth graders. The sixth graders were girls, eighth graders were boys. Which team did better?
The sixth grade girls.
The sixth grade girls. Why? Well, they had a plan. They talked together. And first of all, just hearing sixth graders using cybersecurity language properly and hearing terms, you're like, wow, they actually did pay attention, while we were teaching this stuff. And, they worked together. And then when they scored that, first 5 points, they all get excited and they high five and they're like, well, let's go find some more. In the meantime, the eighth grade boys were like, well, we're going to beat you guys. But, they were not as focused. They were easily distracted. But, they were still working too. They didn't give up. And that's a 6-hour-long competition. That's a huge mental endurance for anybody, let alone very young teenagers. So it's just cool to kind of see them start off on that.
I'll tell you why that doesn't surprise me, Alan. If you watch, I'll focus on basketball. So much of the Final Four in the women's tournament is so much more about passing and defense and all that. John Wooden, the venerable coach of UCLA, actually loved watching women's basketball much better than men because they actually play as a team and they think and all that business. Except for my Bruin basketball team that did very well this year in the NCAA, but that's for another topic on this. Paul, let me ask you this. When you're out there recruiting folks and all that business, do you mix and match the teams? Is there a certain, strategy you have for putting the teams together? How does that work?
Yeah, so there's a lot of strategy, and I do spend quite a bit of time on it. So first of all, I try and make it, I try and really appeal to the young women, to encourage young women as much as possible to join. I always have a young woman speaker at my recruiting events. And then the more experienced teams, I kind of let them, if I have a very successful team, they're national Cyber Patriot national finalist, or maybe placed top 20 in the country. I let them, do what they want for the team. They know what they want to do. Otherwise, I try and just build a balanced team for, Cyber Patriot, make sure it has a nice balance of Windows and Linux and networking. I think the students, the beginning students, they tend to simply want to be with their friends and they don't really look that far in advance. They really need a balanced team. So I pick the balanced teams for them.
Yeah, great question, Drew. Great question.
Drew, so I have a little bit bigger challenge with 300 kids. How do you manage 300? And so they pick their own teams. And like Paul said, they tend to want to play with their friends, and that's fine. And then if they say, well, we want to win, then I said, you need to make good friends. So because the teams that win have great chemistry. I would tell you that this year was a great example that my best two teams on paper did not make it to nationals. They were really close, but the teams that had better chemistry, that wanted it more, that studied harder, that spent more time trying to figure out how to do the best that they could, those were the two that qualified. So as a coach, it's really hard to figure out what that chemistry is going to be like. And this year with everything, we never met in person. So it was complete, there was no way that I was going to be able to, other than throwing darts to a dartboard, there was no way that I was going to be able to make those things. But, we have, we publish lists and say, hey, these are people, here's their experience level, here's their email address. But then we have a lot of people that aren't very socially active. And so I have what I call speed dating. And I'll get six kids in a room and okay, say hi to each other because you're on a team. And those are brand new teams, and they are happy with that. They're happy to be told, hey, this is who I'm competing with, and they eventually come out of their shells. But that's okay.
You hit something that just sort of been the theme of what we started talking about early on with Peter and Chris and Lillian, is that this competition is no different than athletics, and chemistry is you're so spot on this, Alan, and I know that's in your DNA as well, Paul, on this. And this is why, being a former sports writer as I am, I just want to do everything we can do to make this just as important, a CIF San Diego section sport. If you're in San Diego section, by the way,
we gave 214 varsity letters in cyber. We have students who have letter jackets in cyber. We've had a banquet, an annual end of season banquet for probably the past 7 years.
No, that's great. And we were chatting about that earlier, Alan, about, Liz Frauman was handing out some of these as well. Well, listen, we can continue this conversation for the next 3 hours, but I don't think that would be, good for the rest of the crew here. Alan, thank you so much for joining us. Coach Paul, I'm going to see you at SeaWorld at minimum, if not beforehand. Again, congratulations on this.
Thank you.
On this recognition, and wishing you too just nothing but great success, and for everything you are doing for our students in the region on this is just spectacular. And I know, Chris, you echo that, and Lillian, and you do as well, Peter.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, Coach. It's so good to hear your experiences and how it echoes all of ours, and how small the coach network is here in Southern California, hearing so many familiar names. Thank you again for joining us.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks, Peter. And thanks to the rest of the SEC organizers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good one, everyone.
And right here, before we meet with our red team, I'd like to give our next sponsor shout out to Deloitte. They're an infrastructure and services sponsor. Deloitte, the breadth and depth of the Deloitte team, their focus on forming stronger collaborative relationships, and their legacy of examining the finest details reveal new perspectives for their clients. Their ability to connect human insights, as we talk about communication and team chemistry, connects cutting edge technology and helps their clients realize the potential and infinite possibilities and make them a reality. And speaking of making infinite possibilities a reality, our next guest is Toby Lin, the co-founder and CTO of Cyber Skyline. And he's going to tell us about how the red team works and how they keep the competitors on their toes. Toby,
yeah, thanks Peter.
For joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, so the red team for this particular final round is kind of interesting. What we have is actually a scripted out and automated red team activity. Instead of having the red teamers dedicated to a individual team or to a group of teams, we actually just have the red team be an automated task that performs the exploits across every single host on all the competitor networks all at the same time. The reason why we do that is to sort of ensure fairness in terms of the scoring, such that in case one red teamer pays a little bit more attention to one particular team versus another one, that team doesn't get unfairly scored as a result, versus just having everybody get attacked all at the same time.
And you bring up an important challenge in running these competitions is how do you spread out the pain evenly on defense for all the teams? But for some of our viewers at home, may be new to CTFs or cyber competitions, can you tell them about what a red team is in case they don't know?
Yeah, absolutely. So a red team, the term comes from actually, I believe, the military exercises back then. You have like a blue team and a red team, in which the blue team plays the defensive role and the red team plays the offensive role right there. So that kind of morphed its way into cybersecurity as well, as obviously cybersecurity has large government and military implications there as well. So these exercises that are called red and blue team exercises are fundamentally designed for teams to practice defensive capabilities and also some offensive capabilities, right? So in this particular challenge to the SoCal Cyber Cup final round here, the students are participating in the blue team capacity. So they are participating in a defensive capacity here. The red team, which is folks from us, Cyber Skyline right here, we are participating in that offensive role. So we are attacking the students' machines and then potentially doing some service disruptions, including in some backdoors here and there, and just overall simulating some of the real life attacks that they might see if they were to defend a real network. So that's kind of what the red team is responsible for, is overall keeping the blue team on their toes.
And you totally set the play for my next question, which is what can the competitors expect to see? What does it look like to them?
Yeah, so to them, it's actually kind of difficult for them to identify what is what. So there, in a real world, when you have a open network, you're going to get lots of different connections coming in. Some of them may come from legitimate users of your service. So for example, if you're running an email server, right, you're going to have connections that are from your legitimate user base. And then you're also going to have some potentially malicious connections as well. So the students kind of have to discern whether or not this is a legitimate traffic that's coming from our legitimate scoring service there, or is it illegitimate traffic that's coming from our red team, and being able to identify those connections and or any backdoors or other forms of exploit that we are using so that they can actually get those particular exploits and backdoors removed from the system. Because as we're going to approach forward, right now, most of what we've done is gaining persistence, just basically meaning having a foothold on their systems right now. So on pretty much all the students' machines right now, we have some form of access going into it. And then as the game progresses going down the line, we will be starting to actually do a little bit more disruptions in terms of the actual red team activities here. So we're holding off on that for the time being, and then we're gonna slowly amp up the pressure there as the competition goes on.
And as your automated red team executes these attacks, how does that affect the score?
Yeah. So as we go in, there are a couple of different ways that the students are being scored right now. So on the leaderboard, there's a combination of service availability, and then we also have two what we call indicators of compromise. So those are for when the students identify if, say, a file, a user, a backdoor process that was installed onto their systems, if they identify and successfully remove it, then they'll be able to start gaining points on it. On the service availability side of things, if their service, such as their file servers or their web servers, are up and operational, then they will be receiving points as a result of it. But if their services are not up, either due to potentially some self-inflicted harm, which we do see every now and then, or it is from some of the red team activity there in disrupting their services. So right now, everything that is on the leaderboard that is currently down, those are actually all currently self-inflicted harm. So we haven't started doing anything that would fundamentally disrupt their services just yet. So we're like I said, we're waiting to amp up the pressure progressively as we go forward.
So you brought up indicators of compromise. Are these the red X's that we see in the IOC column on the scoreboard? And I don't know if our production crew could bring it up for our audience at home. It'd be really good to jump in and show the scoreboard. As I asked Toby, what can you say what might have happened here? I don't think any of our competitors will be spoiling the competition by telling them. I hope they have better things to do than watch us. But can you say what might have happened?
Yeah, so on some of those are user credentials that we have created. So those are some brand new user accounts that we have created on there that gives us additional access into their systems, so that even if they remove some of the prior ones, like some prior user accounts or backdoors on there already, these are some brand new ones that they'll need to take a look at and remove. It's going to be fairly obvious. We didn't want to make it too hard, so it's currently a fairly obvious indicator of compromise. And then we also have another one, which is a file that we have placed onto the competitor machines there. So they're going to need to identify if there was a file on here that doesn't belong. Again, we place it in a fairly conspicuous location. So hopefully most of the team members should be able to identify those.
Hey, Chris, go ahead with the question.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. So, and for Jeremy, if you could go back to the scoreboard and maybe scroll down to the status section too while we're talking about this. So I've been watching the score pretty closely. Still some jumping around in the top three now there. I've noticed Pacific Trails, they're still in the lead, but Uwu Bots, let me find out what school they are with. Sorry, I got to... oh, darn it, I'll have to check my list here. I'm missing that one off my list. But they've jumped up to second place, but it's still pretty tight, 851 to 825. And it's interesting, their completion rates are all pretty close, and their accuracy rates are pretty close too. And if you look on the graph, you can see it's all hanging pretty tight. So it's interesting to watch how these are all jumping back and forth.
Yeah. So yeah, they I believe the U-Bots ones is Pacific Trails. Yep, that's Pacific Trails Middle School. So they're doing fairly well along with the other team up there, which I can also.
Yeah, and we let the teams pick their own names, so that's why we have some kind of funny names on the scoreboard, and some are actually kind of hard to pronounce.
Yeah, the other one topping the leaderboard right now is Canyon Crest Academy. So lots of impressive work actually coming from some of the middle and high school students right now.
So Chris, let me ask you this, and certainly feel free to jump in, Lillian or someone on this. Is there an all-time record if someone reached 40,000 points or whatever the case may be? Is there something that people are aiming to break or hit, or the competition is so different each year and the questions that's just not fair to compare apples to oranges?
Yeah, it's probably not fair to compare the scoring from year to year because we've used different platforms.
Right.
I'll let Toby answer the one maybe what the max possible score might be for this year. But I've noticed every year, it's generally pretty tight. The teams are they stay pretty close throughout the competition, and it'll be interesting this year with the way they're doing the red team attacks, since it's all at the same time. Now I think that kind of levels the playing field a little bit more for the team. So that's a great way to do that. So over to you, Toby, on maybe what the might be.
The maximum number of points is just a little shy of 3,200 points in totality. So basically, they get 1 point every single minute for each one of the services that they have up and available. So if it's a check mark, they get 1 point every single minute. And then since this runs across the span of 4 hours, and we have about 10 or 12 different things that are checking here, it kind of adds up to about, I believe, somewhere around 2,800. And then they also have another set of system administration tasks. So those are some things such as going onto the system and doing some forensic analysis, identifying some forensic artifacts and trying to make sense of those things, or doing some kind of log analysis type of work as well. There's actually a fairly interesting challenge that's currently involved, which is a password cracking challenge in which we are actually asking them to crack their own machine's passwords, but that's a password that we have set before, so they don't actually know what it is. But that particular account can potentially come in handy in the future because what we're asking to do is basically gaining access to an account that they originally didn't have access to. And then that can actually come in handy for them in the future once we start doing a little bit more destructive action.
So let me ask you this, Toby, and then please feel free to jump in, Chris and Peter and Lillian as well on this. So you guys get together, the competition is over. Now, do you actually put your heads out and go, how we can make the red team more devious the next year? Is that part of the conversation? Toby, you go ahead and start with that one.
I want to say probably devious. That's probably not the best way to describe it, but rather looking at, doing standard postmortem things, looking at what went well, what didn't go as well from the red team side of the things. We already have a couple of these things noted in terms of what we could have potentially done a little bit better, or what we can modify and change a little bit. So we actually started some of the persistence like at the 5-minute mark. It seems like we actually could give the students a little bit more time in the beginning to do some additional work in securing it. So those are potentially some of the changes that we may make in an upcoming iteration of this. But for the most part, what we're looking at, again, isn't necessarily more devious, but looking at what are new and novel ways that we can infiltrate the system. Because at the end of the day, this should hopefully be a learning exercise for everybody. So if we can identify more relevant ways for folks to be able to learn about attack techniques, or maybe some of the different exploits that a attacker might use to get onto a system, I think those would be great learning opportunities.
No, that's so well stated. Well, listen, we couldn't thank you enough for coming on and sharing some great insights as well. And this is a terrific learning experience for me. As Peter well knows, I'm on the 1 yard line with 99 yards to go in this space over here. Actually, I think I'm in the end zone getting tackled for a safety or something like that. I hate to use the sports analogies, but I'm a former sports writer, so what the heck, right? On this, thank you so much, Toby, and I appreciate your great support of this competition.
Excellent. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. That was terrific. Also want to give another shout out to one of our sponsors, Amazon Web Services, a double sponsor, infrastructure and services, and scholarships grant sponsor, and Amazon Web Services, worldwide public sector, helps government, education, and non-profit customers deploy cloud services to reduce costs, drive efficiency, and increase innovation across the globe. Public sector organizations of all sizes use AWS to build applications, host websites, harness big data, store information, conduct research, and improve online access for citizens, and a lot more. AWS has dedicated teams focused on helping our customers pave the way for innovation and ultimately make the world a better place through technology. And, Peter, we just cannot thank the sponsors enough.
Yes, thank you, AWS, for helping make this happen, and for helping us bring in our next guest, if I may introduce.
Absolutely.
Noelle Nguyen is from the Pro Kids Academy, right?
Exactly.
Pro Teen Kids. And Noelle, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you loud and clear.
Are we pronouncing your first name correctly?
Yes, sir, Noelle Nguyen.
Oh, very, very good. Well, thanks for joining us. Peter, take it away.
Yeah, we've been waiting to hear. Like Drew keeps saying, both of us are sports fans, and this is an emerging sport. And as we were preparing the production here, I was really looking forward to hearing the answer to this question. How did a golf club, Pro T is a golf reference, how did a golf club get involved in a cyber competition, Noelle?
That's really a good and interesting questions. Golf Pro Kids University San Diego, we train the kids not only on golf skills. Look at how many golfers become a champion realities, right? So that's why we host a lot of hands-on experience like SoCal Cyber Cup, field trips. We do a lot of visit to different brand name make on the golf tours, and also we host like law tracks on different kind of activities to introduce to the kids, not only become a pro golfer. There's a lot of different programs that for the kid to participate. That's why how do we get into the SoCal Cyber Cup? I heard that at work. I heard SoCal Cyber Cup really good program at work from back in 2015, 2016. And to be honest, I don't have a background in programming, and try to match the facts. I don't have that, so kind of don't know where to start. And then at that time, I code for the first Lego League group at neighborhood Farnover, Sunset View School. So then the kids started growing up and then go to Dana School. And in 2018, we signed up for the Fleet Weeks that we support, like just display our model to the kids to show that their hard work. And where I met Lily, who hosts NDIA SoCal Cyber Cup at that time, and she introduced us to the SoCal Cyber Cup. So now we keep hanging and keep doing. We skipped last year because the challenge with the COVID and all that stuff, but this year we have a hang on how to overcome the pandemic situations. That's how our kids get into the SoCal Cyber Cups.
Lillian, why don't you add some comments to that?
Well, hi, Noli. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Great. Good to see you in this competition this year. And yes, so like Noli said, I was so impressed. Now this is going back to Fleet Week when she brought in her tiny kids, and they displayed their robots, and they talked to the people that came through the adults, and they were learning those skills. And so she had these small kids with their robotics explaining, and she took us up on joining the Cyber Cup. And how many years has it been now, Noli, that you've
that was back in 2018, Lily, and okay. Now, and really appreciate that, introduced us to SoCal Cyber Cup, and appreciate that, and the kids really enjoyed it and stay in there.
Well, and we enjoy you as well. And yeah, and those kids, I keep rooting for your team there, Noli. They're gonna get number one of these days. I feel it.
Luckily, this year we have got introduced to Coach Ken, to mentor Ken, and he just helped the group out. And again,
that's great.
And I'm watching the scorecard over here, Noelle, and they seem to be doing rather well. They're keeping all of their services up right now, it seems.
It's good to hear. I did not keep it.
With no indicators of compromise either. So the red team isn't doing so well against them for our audience at home. But Noelle, could you tell us a little bit about your team? Tell us about your players. What do they like the best? What are they the best at?
Definitely they really good with their academic, no question about it. And they are golfer. They're really good at golf. And I'm really proud of this kid. They really go together. When we introduce SoCal, we meet every Tuesday on the mark. We say 4 to 5:30. I'm afraid that the kid doesn't have the endurance. They go through. Sometimes Coach Kens went through 3 hours straight, and they just hang to it. And they quick learner and try their best. So for the coding, we still need to learn a lot because there's a lot of things out there. We try to nurture them, the key point, and then they go on and search on their own. They really, we have the really good team captain this year, and he gather. I like a hands off more than this year. I just hands off. They do whatever. They tell us what time to meet. They laid out the schedule and the plan for the group. I'm really proud of the kids.
Noelle, let me ask you this. Are you folks still play golf at Kalina Park? Is that where your home course is?
Yes, sir. We for the lesson, because they're level 4 right now, right. The lesson holds at Thursday and Friday from 3 to 5. But on the weekends, Saturday, we have volunteers to take them to Admiral Baker or other big courses.
Sure.
So, and they can extend their driver, their swing. So they do very good with level 4, and some of them keep upgrade like a 90s, 80s below 90s. That's very good, and very proud. I don't like ask me.
Well, listen, I've been honored to work with Pro Kids since it started, and Ernie Wright and I were friends.
What?
Yeah, I know, I'm old. I know. Listen, I was born 4 centuries ago. I get it. Bless Ernie's heart, former Charger, and he's just a heart of gold. And is Howard still involved as the chair, Howard Wright, at all?
I just a volunteer there. I don't involve in the
Okay, I got you.
But
Yeah.
so I think it's the junior now involved, but I'm not sure. I'm not the right person to ask on that.
Yeah, well, listen, when this thing popped up, I go, Peter and I are looking at this, and I go, yeah, I know these guys pretty well, and I think that is just absolutely terrific, meshing in, Pro Kids Golf and with, the cyber, just absolutely spectacular. And we were talking about this earlier, Chris, and maybe you can add to it, is that, you really have to have concentration and mental toughness to be a golfer, especially when you're standing over a 3-foot putt to win something and not get shaky legs and hit it off the doggone green on this. But the same thing with cyber competition, right, Chris?
Yeah, I think so. So concentration is critical. And like we talked about earlier, you can't get rattled if you see the red X, right? You've got to go and tackle that problem. I don't know. Peter, what do you think?
I think you gotta immediately figure out where it is. From our last interview, in case it wasn't perfectly clear for the audience at home, this is one of the challenges for the competitors is these systems that they have to keep up. They didn't get to see them beforehand. It's not like they're intimately familiar with these computers. They're walking in and taking them over like they're taking on a new job, and they have to learn all these new things as they come aboard. And the red team, the Cyber Skyline engine orchestrators, they've already put together back doors and tendrils and accounts into them that all of the competitors have to find. But wow, I'd love to thank Noelle for joining us. It's funny, my golf game is terrible. I've known for a long time that the remainder of my career depended upon me developing a golf game. And if I may, Noelle, I'd love to come out and trade a guest lecture for a couple of lessons on the greens.
Yeah, welcome. My kids level 4, so they can start be able to guide or support other people like at level 1, level 2. They'll be able to do that.
Wow, that's great. Thank you so much for joining us, Noelle. And we'll certainly be cheering on your team along with the rest of them. And I'd like to take us to our next sponsor shout out, if I may.
Absolutely.
The Meals and Awards dinner sponsor and scholarships and grant sponsor is San Diego Gas and Electric. SDG&E is a regulated public utility that provides energy service to 3.6 million through 1.4 million electric meters and 863,000 natural gas meters in San Diego and Southern Orange counties. Their service area spans 4,100 square miles. SDG&E's Inspiring Future Leaders Giving Initiatives supports local STEM, science, technology, and math programs of our nonprofit partners that are inspiring the next generation of diverse innovators and leaders in our communities and helping to create opportunities for rich and lifelong STEM learning experiences. They sure hire a bunch of my former students, Drew.
Well, I got to tell you something, and SDG&E, anybody knows, is just so knee deep in the community. They sponsor so many different activities. And Chris, if you don't mind, I want to shout them out. They work shoulder to shoulder with Classroom of the Future Foundation, which has a very, very strong relationship, of course, with a lot of the folks on this call right now. And really want to give them just all the credit. They always are there. They're always with their, not just checkbook philanthropy. If you work with SDG&E, you're going to get someone. They're going to be there with you, shoulder to shoulder, volunteering, and so forth. Chris, do you feel the same way with this great group?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're at our dinner every year, giving out the awards. Some of their staff have mentored teams in the past at different schools. So they've been not only, like you said, a sponsor with funds, but actually getting involved in the challenge to make our teams better.
Very good, Lillian. You ready to add something to that?
Yeah, and like Peter mentioned, a couple of our students that went through the challenge ended up at SDG&E as employees. So, I mean, there again, they've been with this challenge since day one, since the first year of the challenge, and have been a sponsor, and they've just been so supportive. And as you can see from the bio that Peter read, they are heavily into cybersecurity. So it's an awesome place for new workforce looking for an opportunity, a career opportunity.
Well, and on top of that, and you've mentioned it, Lillian, and certainly Peter has as well, and Chris, the beauty of working with SDG&E is they really also are laser beamed on the underserved. And, they really came to the dance in the pandemic. We worked closely with them at Classroom of the Future. If you don't mind, Chris, I'd like to just shout them out. They, provided us with a $100,000 grant to work with tribal communities who don't have necessarily, the infrastructure and the connectivity and all that business. And so we're working with that group here. So I'm glad you got to mention them, Peter. SDG&E just does an absolutely spectacular job on that.
Yes, indeed. And I just keep hearing from all of my former students what a great place it is to work.
Yeah, that's great. Peter, you want to take us home to the next video?
Yeah, I'd love to. In this next section, we're going to show some videos about some K-12 cyber education that is available to educators. This first video is about the RING project, a National Science Foundation funded project to produce a high school cybersecurity class and content and curriculum. With that, Jeremy, please roll that video, sir.
Hey, before we start, can I add something about this real quick? Just a little bit of background on it.
Please do.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting project, and I just learned about it myself. So it's a National Science Foundation funded. We kind of commented earlier when we were talking to Coach Paul and Alan about some of the challenges they face. And during the video, they'll be flashing up some links where teachers and students can sign up. So there'll be an opportunity for students to learn, take a class if they want it as part of their pilot project, and an opportunity for teachers to sign up and get learn about the curriculum and be able to actually download that curriculum.
All right, Jeremy, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the broadcast. We hope you're enjoying today's broadcast of the SoCal Cyber Cup. In the next portion, we have a recorded session where we're going to talk about a couple different projects that can help you as teachers or you as students learn more about cybersecurity. The first project is the RING project, and this is a NSF grant funded project that's going to provide curriculum, hands-on material for K-12 cybersecurity education. And as part of the video, we'll have some links where you can learn more and sign up to participate. And then we'll talk about the learning management system that we set up for the SoCal Cyber Cup, which was part of the grant we received for this event. And you'll be able to sign up and get access to the material. So we hope you enjoy the video. So good morning, everybody. We hope you're enjoying the SoCal Cyber Cup live broadcast. So as part of our broadcast today, we're bringing in different people with different projects that talk about learning cybersecurity. So with me now is John Sands. He's a professor of cybersecurity and the director of Center for System Security and Information Assurance. And he's going to talk to us about the RING project, which is a great resource for cybersecurity curriculum. And followed by him will be Jesse Hairston, Assistant Director, Center for Cybersecurity Research and Education at the University of Alabama in Huntsville. And followed by him will be Dr. Nancy Jones. She's at the National University, and she developed a great learning management system for the SoCal Cyber Cup. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to John. So John, tell us a little bit about the Ring Project and how teachers can use it.
Okay, so we'll give you some really detailed information about some of the curriculum and the background and so on. But in general, the Ring Project is a program that was funded through the National Security Agency. It consists of two groups of individuals working, or two teams that are working on this. So one team is working on a very formal curriculum, lesson plan, a really well packaged curriculum that will be available to K-12 faculty members and actually just students that are interested in cybersecurity. And then the second team is really, it's a team I'm leading from the Center for System Security and Information Assurance. And what we're doing is working with that team to backfill instructional materials, things that engage students in the area of cybersecurity. So we really, the program consists of 5 parts on our side. So the 5 parts are, we're working on an ebook. So this ebook will be available free to any student, whether they're in a class or available to faculty members and so on. And we're hosting it with the Cisco Networking Academy program. And it will be, again, free and available to any student that's interested in it. The title is Cybersecurity Essentials, and it will be ready this summer. So it'll be available this summer. The second part of what we're working on are interactive environment to allow students to explore careers in cybersecurity. And I thought I'd give you a little demo of what it's all about and how it's going to work and so on. But the idea behind it is that we'll allow students to go into this virtual environment. And the one that we'll have today is 3D. You can have goggles on, and you can basically, you go through this, this building that has 7 different work areas that sort of align to the NICE framework. And you can interface with the avatars and so on. So let me show it to you. So I'll share my screen here.
Great. And could you explain what the NICE framework is real quick?
What the NICE framework is?
Yeah.
So the NICE framework basically, it's a initiative that was initially started with NIST, and the idea was to define the cybersecurity workforce. So they broke it into 7 types of work and 52 different job roles, and they basically identify all the different knowledge and skills and what each one of those job roles look like, the pathway to those job roles, and so on. So it was a massive effort done by NIST, but it's a really great framework for schools to use when they're doing like aligning their curriculum programs to specific jobs in the field of cybersecurity.
Great, thanks for that. And NIST stands for the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and it's also a great resource for students that want to learn about the field, maybe what different job roles do. So great, thanks for sharing that, Chad.
Yes. So this is just sort of a demo of the environment. So, students will literally be able to go in and check into this facility. They get their badges and so on, and they go on a mission. And the mission is to learn about what people are doing in these different job roles. So what are their titles? What's the nature of work? Who do they work with? And the way we do that is we plant Easter eggs throughout this 3D environment. And they're given a mission, and they have like a bin, and they'll collect evidence and information as they're going through. So you can see it could be in the form of documents on a billboard. It could be a video that's playing. It could be a presentation that's going on. And you'll see there's avatars throughout here. So they can interface with those avatars and have dialogues. They can pull up their basic information. We also put just fun things in there that really shouldn't be in the environment. But you'll see there's embedded videos. And the deal is that they'll have information that they are asked to collect, and they'll collect it through these different types of Easter eggs. Now, this is the actual facility itself. And they're going to be able to navigate this either through staircases or elevators. There's multiple ways to get from one location to another. And then each one of these rooms within the facility will have very specific types of things that we're looking for students to learn about the jobs in that facility. So right now we have this in a full 3D version. We have 125 different Easter eggs planted in the environment. And we're working on now the 2D version. So anyone with just a Chromebook or a browser will be able to use them, or you can get the full environment if you had goggles and the whole thing for 3D version of it. But we thought it was just a more innovative way of exposing students to the types of careers that are out there, and then to learn about those careers rather than just showing a PowerPoint or things like that. They get to actually go in and interface with the people and discover what's going on. So that's the second part. So we have an ebook, we have this, and by the way, there'll be an instructor guide that goes with this, and then a whole challenge game that goes along with it, okay? And then the third part that we're providing are interactive exercises that will be embedded into the curriculum that Jesse's working on. What these are, they're ways to interact with students that allow students to sort of master different skills and topics. And I'll go in and show you a couple of these. So I'll show you the first one here. And these are available now. So we've got 52 of these available now in draft forms. We'll have the final version of these ready for the fall semester. But we're going to continue to build this library. So at some point, we'll probably have around 75 is what we're shooting for. But this one basically just exposes students to the whole idea of social engineering and the different types of methods that social engineers use. And the beauty of this, you could use this as a faculty member to show these, or you could just give this as an assignment to students, and they can go in and discover these themselves. So you can see we go in and they can now click on each one of these. They can see what baiting is all about. And the nice thing, the students have to actually do things in this to activate it and see what's going on. And they can replay them. They can do these until they've mastered, the skills of these. So they show what baiting, the whole idea about, planning something that people will use as beta. Now they've installed this in their system, but it goes through shoulder surfing. But it's just a nice, interactive, sort of fun way to expose students to different topics. And then there's pre-texting, and we go through all of these. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you get the idea. This is a good way to basically demonstrate the idea of social engineering.
Great, that's really good. And I saw your demonstration of this last week, and we're actually going to start putting some of these in some of our college classes too. Yeah, and that's the whole idea about it. The part I like about it is that students can do these over and over and over again until they actually get, like there's some that are, pretty complex topics like the Macumber cube. Most people, when you're teaching this, to try to teach this 3D model and how they intersect and so on, it's a tough task to do, but with a tool like this, it makes it much easier. So here we basically break them down, and students again can go at their own speed, or again, an instructor could use this in the demonstration. But the nice part of this is we built in challenges to go along with each one of these. So it reinforces and allows students really to measure their understanding of each of the topics and master these knowledge and skill units. And then my favorite part of this is that we bring the whole thing together now. So they can see all the way through here and all these intersections, and now they can get examples throughout here of how this cube is used in the information assurance management side to implement different countermeasures and manage their information systems. So they can sort of, put this to actual practical use. And then again, on a lot of these, what we've done is we'll have a challenge now. Yeah. So in this one, now a teacher could use this even to grade the competencies of the student's understanding of this. So at this point now, we give them examples, and they have to tell us, which of these. So, in this case, the code that replaces password characters with asterisks when using login characters. So we're basically protecting the confidentiality of the password. They can get immediate feedback if they got it right. And then this is a process. So again, they get immediate. If you answer something wrong, it tells you got it wrong and what the right answer is. Yeah. It keeps a cumulative score at the top.
So we're really excited about being able to get those things out. And the real beauty of these is that they're all in HTML5, so they can be run in any device that runs a browser. And the second thing is that they are adaptable to the platform that they're on. So if it's a smartphone, it will use different graphics and interfaces to match that smartphone. If it's on a large monitor, it has a different format. So it's adaptable to the interface that the students are using. Okay, and these were all written in a program called Hype. So we're excited about rolling these out. And again, we have over 50 of these available now. We have a couple other ones that I would show you, but we'll be rolling out in the next couple of weeks. But we have these rooms, escape rooms, that students can also use. They're written in the same platform. Okay. The next thing is our fourth deliverable was to expose students to extracurricular type of activities that are available for cybersecurity students. So what we started this year, we kicked off something called the K-12 Cyber Talk program. It's a program that's run by high school students for high school students. And basically the idea behind it is it's a podcast that students will be able to watch or teachers could use in the classroom that's going to expose students to all of the different types of activities that cybersecurity students can get involved in. So from competitions to associations to conferences to different resources that are out there and so on. But this show will run once a month. And again, we're going to have auditions this summer. So we'll have students from across the country that will host the show. We have 5 segments on each show. And there's a set of recordings from this year's shows. So that's the fourth. And then the last thing that we're doing is that we are putting together a national team of businesses as an advisory team that's going to help us invest in this space and in building a pathway for K-12 students to pursue careers in cybersecurity. So and we have organizations like Cisco and Google's committed to be on this. We've talked to Amazon, all the big tech companies we're trying to get as part of this. And then even smaller companies that are local and just interested in helping this initiative. So that's what we've been working on, and that's our aspect of what the framework is for the Ring project. And then we'll work directly with Jesse's team that's actually going to be doing faculty development this year, and I'll let him talk about some of the initiatives that they're doing. But that's our contribution to the Ring project.
Great, thanks a lot, John, for that really thorough demo, and we'll make sure the links for the project get shared out as part of this video and on the SoCal Cyber Cup website. So thanks for updating us this morning, John. It sounds like a really great project, and it'll provide a lot of value and resources for not only our K-12 students, but the K-12 teachers too.
All right, always excited to help the K-12 environment. I mean, that's really the future of our programs. So.
Great, thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. Great, we hope you enjoyed the first part of that video. Sometimes scheduling can be a bit challenging, so they weren't able to come on live. So we did a Zoom call with them earlier, and we kind of broke the video up. But the next part, so here in the first part, you learned about some of the tools that they have available, and we posted some of the links there. Now you're going to learn a little more about the curriculum side of it in this next short video, which runs about 10 minutes. And on the main page, you're going to see the links that we mentioned about signing up. We really encourage you to, if you're interested in these projects, to sign up. They want people to get involved. They're looking for feedback. And once again, it's an opportunity for students and teachers. So with that, Jeremy, let's go ahead and run the second part of the video. Thanks a lot. All right, so John gave us a great presentation on some of the tools that are available to faculty. Now Jesse, who is the Assistant Director of Center for Cybersecurity Research and Education at the University of Alabama in Huntsville, is going to talk about some of the faculty development opportunities that are part of the Ring project. Jesse, go ahead.
Hey everyone, so thanks for tuning in. So let me just give you a little bit of a background on what we're trying to accomplish with the Ring project, just to kind of refresh your memory a little bit. Really what we want to do is make sure that any student in high school, anywhere in the nation, will have access to a cybersecurity class. So we're creating this online Ring course for high school students, whether you live in a rural community or maybe your school doesn't have enough funding to, get a cybersecurity class or to purchase a lab to actually have a class. This would be a virtual way that you can connect in and learn about cybersecurity. So homeschool students or just any kind of student attending a school without a cyber program, then this is for you. So, really our target audience is to, again, meet that need where any student can take a cybersecurity class. So, we want to accomplish a few things with that. So first of all, we have to make sure that any student will be able to get high school credit out of this. That's a challenging task because we have to work with every state's Department of Education in order to align this curriculum to that state to make sure that student can get some kind of high school credit. So in order to accomplish that, we're aligning our curriculum to a couple different sets of standards. So first is the Cybersecurity Curriculum Guidelines, which was sponsored by the Cyber Center for Education and Innovation at the National Cryptologic Museum. And really the goal of this set of standards is to make sure that before a student enters college, this gives them all the prerequisite information they need to know about cybersecurity beforehand. So if you want to go off and pursue a cyber career, this Ring class will prepare you in high school to be able to do that. We're also looking at something called the CAE Foundational Knowledge Units. So CAE are schools that are actually designated by the National Security Agency in order to teach cyber proficiently. So we're just aligning these standards to make sure that you'll be able to go to one of those designated schools. And there's many, many of them across the nation. So that's what we're aligning to. For the teachers out there, what we're doing is we're creating a full curriculum package for you. So we have a curriculum development team. We have over a dozen institutions all across the nation, either involved in developing this or reviewing it. So, and those people is everything from like the K-12 cyber educators to higher education professors who teach cyber to industry professionals. So we're getting all kinds of different feedback and many different eyes on this to make sure it's going to be a top-notch curriculum for you. And for your teachers out there, what we're going to be bundling together is probably most importantly, lesson plans for the course. So Ring is going to be, we're designing it to be a 180-day curriculum, 1 hour a day. And every single day of that course will have a lesson plan for you, the teacher. So you're going to pull up that lesson plan. You're going to see what you need to teach that day, strategies for teaching those students, extracurricular resources that you can use to help supplement their learning. So we're going to give that to you. We're going to create instructor slides that we're bundling with this. We have a team, not only is John doing this, but we have an internal team creating different labs and games that you can interact with. So these are going to be web games that your students can play online to teach them concepts like cryptography. So we have a game where students control a little avatar that's looking around on these islands for buried treasure. And once they find it, they have to decode it. So it's very interactive. It's a lot of fun, a really cute game. But we're also giving you tests and assessments to make sure that you, the teacher, will be able to assess the knowledge of the students without having to create your own tests. We know cybersecurity is a tough subject to teach. And, there's a lot of conflicting information out there about, what do I teach? How do I make sure the students are getting the right knowledge? I don't want to teach something too advanced for them, or too beginner. So, this is designed to be introductory level. So if you're starting at square one, this is a great place to begin. So any student in high school would be great to take this. I will say that we're also creating a college level course that's going to be paired with the Ring project. And we're working with different schools to get that course over there once it's created. So the goal here is not only will your students be able to get high school credit, they can hopefully be able to dual enroll in this course and get college credit that they can transfer to one of these cybersecurity institutions if they want to pursue that as a career field. And one other thing I want to mention is we're also creating a student organization to go along with this so that when students enroll in a Ring course, wherever it is, they'll be automatically enrolled in that organization. It's gonna be able to provide them with different types of extracurricular activities. Some of those are tied to things like that K-12 Cyber Talk show that John just showed you a little bit ago. But we're also going to have opportunities for mentorship and ways that you can kind of just explore your interest in cybersecurity just a little bit further. So we're going to have that. We're going to have an honor society so you can complete certain objectives in that student organization to be elevated to the honor society. And that's going to look really great on your resume when you're applying to colleges or applying for jobs, whether it's in cybersecurity or other types of fields. Now, I will say that we're currently developing this curriculum for teachers. We plan to have it out and available for use in about a year. So we want to have this ready for teachers to start teaching in August of 2022. But what we're going to do in the meantime is, as we're developing this, we're actually starting a pilot course of this fall, so August of 2021 this year, and we're going to take in 100 students into the course. Now, most of those are going to be local to the Alabama, Tennessee area, but we are going to take in some students from out of state. So perhaps some students from California would be interested in attending. So what we're going to do is, alongside this video, we're going to post a couple different links. If you're a student, you can fill out that information form and tell us that you're interested in taking a Ring course so that we can potentially either put you in the pilot this year, or next year we can communicate to you if we open another online Ring course. We're also going to have one of those forms out for teachers. That's going to be really important to fill out because that's how you get access to Ring. So if you're a teacher, you fill out that form. What we're going to do is next year when we start rolling out the curriculum, we're going to contact all those teachers that gave us their information and provide you with a copy of this cybersecurity course. Now, we're also going to start doing some teacher training for the Ring program. So if you're a teacher and you're maybe not so comfortable teaching cybersecurity, or you just want a little bit of guidance along the way, then we'll have optional courses that you can sign up for where we can mentor you, give you the background knowledge, and just walk you through the Ring curriculum, just with an extra set of eyes, an extra set of hands to help you out through it. So that's kind of an overview of the curriculum side of Ring. So yeah, we'll be putting those links alongside the video, and we're also going to upload just a short demonstration, a short video showing you all the different pieces of the curriculum, just so that the teachers out there and maybe the parents can look at it and you can say, okay, well, I can see whether this would be a good fit for my child or for my students.
Great, thanks for sharing that, Jesse. And we'll make sure we get the links will be posted so teachers can sign up. I know a lot of them are going to be eager to sign up for this. It sounds really interesting. And so it sounds like this will be good for community college teachers too. Is that right?
Yeah, if a community college teacher wants to take it on and teach it, like I said, we're offering this as a high school class, but there will be a college level course that's paired with it. So a community college teacher could teach it. We think it's going to be either a freshman or sophomore level course. So that fits perfectly with a community college. So yeah, if you're a community college professor and you're kind of interested in bringing it to your school, then that teacher interest form might be something that you want to fill out as well.
Well, perfect. Thanks for sharing that, Jesse. And we'll add your video to this. So next, our audience will be able to see the demonstration of it. So we appreciate you taking the time to talk about the program. It sounds really interesting. I know I'm going to throw my name on your list because I think we'll probably want to implement some of the content into our program. So thanks for joining us today, Jesse.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Have a good.
Well, that was some pretty cool videos. What do you think about that, Chris?
Yeah, this is a really great project because it's hard to find good curriculum and labs and things like that. And this is all government funded and it's free to educators to use. So I really encourage for people to take advantage of the links that we have posted to learn more and keep in touch with that program. And they're always welcome to reach out to us at National University, and we'll help get them connected too.
No, that's great. And of course, as we've been saying, that you couldn't do this competition and have so much of the wonderful things happening without sponsors. And Qualcomm is another double sponsor, the Scholarship and Grants and Finals team sponsor. It's the world's leading wireless technology innovator. they're in our backyard, which makes it even more appealing, of course.
Yeah, Drew, an employer of many of my former students.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Terrific. And certainly they've had such a great footprint here. And they, the driving force behind the development and launch and expansion of 5G. And when we connected to the phone over the internet, the mobile revolution was born. Today are the foundational technologies enable the mobile ecosystems that are found in every 3G, 4G, and FG smartphone. They bring the benefits of mobile to new industries, and including automotive, the Internet of Things, and computing, and are leading the way to a world where everything and everyone can communicate and interact seamlessly. And if I could add this plug too, Chris, something you might want to take a look at for somewhere down the road, and you too, Lillian. The Classroom of the Future Foundation is involved with the Qualcomm Employees Grant. So the Qualcomm employees put together, this is what they want to support above and beyond what the foundation itself. So I think that's something to keep in mind. And I think, Chris, you're going to give us a scoreboard update?
Yeah, and one more shout out to Qualcomm. So they've really come to the table not only with the financial support, but several of their employees are mentors this year. So you'll be talking with Shirley in a little bit, and she'll probably tell you more about that. So that's a great lead in. So scoring, wow, we got a couple surprises now. So we had a couple teams that were pretty steady in the top three, but now in the number one spot we've got Henry is God, and once again the teams get to pick their team names. So Henry is God is Northwood High School. In second place, coming up, second place is a community college team now, and that's Dot Slash and Hyde, and that's a Saddleback team. And in third place, we've got a middle school team, Uwu Bots, and Uwu Bots are from Pacific Trails Middle School. So it's a nice mix here of the different levels, but it kind of highlights how things can turn. And on the screen there, I see a lot of red X's in the IOC's part, and I see Toby just joined too. Maybe we can get a couple quick color comments from him about maybe some of these red X's.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So on there, the red X's that you'll see, those are the indicators of compromises on the very far right column there, IOC1 and IOC2. So what we did was we actually went into most of the competitor machines and implemented a couple of backdoor accounts and dropped in some files that would indicate that red team has just swooped by real quick to just kind of leave a quick message there. So like I said in the earlier slot, these are fairly easy to identify. They're not super difficult to find them being present on the machine. So you'll see that some of the top teams there, they actually are now passing the IOC1 and IOC2 check, meaning that they have successfully identified them and removed them from the machine. So you can really tell the differences between some of the top performing teams and some of the lesser so performing teams, I guess. You'll see that across the board, folks are still doing fairly well in terms of maintaining their services. We've been getting some comments from the teams themselves. A lot of it has been some self-inflicted pain still, because we have actually just started about 2 minutes ago, starting to go in and establishing some ways to disrupt service availability and things like that. So we're going to start to potentially see some more X's coming up in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so here, as we're actually starting to now disrupt services. But so far, prior to this, a lot of misconfiguration. So lots of teams were going in and trying to configure in protections or mitigations against certain attacks, but in the process of doing so, inadvertently made a particular service inaccessible completely or inaccessible to the scoring engine in some capacity as well. So that's what we'll be seeing for the most part. There's a couple of teams that have completely destroyed the machine somehow, such that it's no longer starting back up. So we're actually trying to go in and take a look at it and see like what they might have done in there. we're not quite sure what's really happened either, but it seems like they have done quite a number on it, because we tried to go in and start it back up and it wouldn't start back up anymore either. So
lots of good stuff there, Toby. And note that while we were talking about it, that just as you described, with services going down right after we talked about it, you gotta be hitting the refresh button for those of you who are following in the audience, because Henry is God. Northwood High School was knocked out of the top spot by having their FTP, their file transfer service, become inaccessible. So / and hide. Some of these team names are great. It's not quite over the line, but they're clever. Saddleback College is now in the leader spot. And Henry is God has been knocked down into third place. But you bring up an interesting situation there, Toby. I mean, if they completely kill one of their systems, what sort of recourse do they have?
Pretty much none at that point. So out of fairness, we're actually not doing any complete image resets. So because then that would give one particular team a completely unfair advantage over some of the other ones, right? We are giving out a free power cycle once every hour. So if they believe that a machine, just by a simple power cycle, may resolve some of the issues, we are happy to do that once per hour, so that it doesn't get overwhelming to our team, nor do they take advantage of the fact that they can simply power cycle, right? Because if you have a production system, if you power cycle, you can no longer connect to it now for your legitimate users as well. So we want to limit the number of times that can take place as well. But yeah, we're probably going to start seeing a lot more red coming up very soon.
Hey, Toby, let me ask you a question. You were talking about the diversions that are starting to happen now, but you had mentioned earlier, this is all automated, right? This has all been plugged in beforehand. It's not like you guys are going, hey, these guys are too far ahead. Let's go give them a zap over here, right?
Nope. There is on this paper right here are the step-by-step playbook that we have identified, and those are going step-by-step down. We're not going in and doing any additional, based on what we are observing of a particular team and intentionally knocking them down. It is entirely pre-planned playbook. So
what's the next flea flicker play that they're going to see?
I believe so. So the two services coming up that may be impacted are going to be their SQL database and their Redis database. So their two database servers are going to start to see some potential impact soon.
So let me ask you this: and Lillian, you and Chris jump in, of course, Toby as well. Is this going pretty much as all these competitions go with the finals, or this looks a lot different because of X? I'll start with you on that, Lillian.
So, Toby brought up, a few have brought down their systems. Gosh, in the past, we've had the entire system go down.
Wow.
So, I mean, and couple of years, the entire system went down. Now, was it associated with a team or players that brought it down? Oh gosh, we scratched our head a long time to figure out what really caused that. But what we had to do is take a break. Had to stop, go away for, I think it was up to an hour, get the servers restarted, get the game back up. So yeah, in this case, it looks like it looks like it's a better approach when your system goes down there, Toby. And I did have a question. How's the trouble ticket process working?
Yeah. So the players, they would submit a support ticket if they have just general clarification stuff. Like we've been having some players submit questions on, can we delete this particular account or whatnot? And we've been telling everybody, as long as it is not a explicitly listed user account on that network diagram, you are welcome to do whatever you want to do with it. The scorebot user, do not change that, because if you change that, the scoring server will no longer be able to access it. And that means you will not be credited for the service availability on that. And I believe on the database servers, there is one required user as well. But outside of that, We don't have really any other required users. They're free to modify them however they like. However, my word of advice on that is still to be careful and make sure that you know exactly what it is that you're going to do, because we have had quite a few people delete system critical accounts. Those are some of the ones that are having trouble starting their service back up, is they've deleted some of the system critical user accounts on there. So they're not able to get their system up and running anymore. So those are the word of advice that I would personally give, at least.
Like you said, self-inflicted pain, right?
Yes, there's quite a few of that happening.
And I've got a hot update straight from the scoring engine, just sitting here hitting the refresh button over and over again like I was waiting for that email, and I got one because Saddleback has been kicked out of the top spot by Pacific Trails Middle School. The middle school is in the lead right now. And it's funny, looking across the scoreboard, all of them have green lights across the board. So Toby, it makes me wonder if it's all green lights for all of them, how is one? It's great to see them neck and neck and edging out each other for first place, but if they're all green across the board, how is one edging out ahead of another?
Yeah, so good question on that. So that's likely from the system administration tasks that they have to do. So if you recall from earlier, I mentioned there's about 300 points that are available out of the 3,000 and change points that come from just performing some of those basic system administration tasks. And that's what kind of the balances out some of the service availability loss that you might have. If you go and perform some of those system administration tasks, you are able to kind of like re-earn some of those points back, so to speak. And you can get basically about up to 10% of some of those points back if you go and do those. There are some teams that haven't done any of them yet. So if you look, on the leaderboard, some of the ones that say last correct submission, never. Those are teams that haven't actually done anything in terms of the system administration tasks. So FEK, that's one of the Saddlebacks, and the other team, which is Pro Kids. Neither of them have actually done any system administration tasks, so they're potentially going to be able to shoot up a few places on the leaderboard if they actually go in and do some of those.
And well, you said that Saddleback took the lead back.
Yeah.
So we have a neck and neck race here.
I think that's what's great about this challenge. And like Drew mentioned, what I've noticed in previous competitions, it does switch back and forth. And I don't really think anybody's out of it yet. Even some of the teams in the lower third, I think they if they can get some of those services up and get some of those questions answered, they'll pop right back up, because it's been a close race. And Saddleback was down pretty low when we first started out, so I think it's still anybody's game.
Absolutely.
And so let me ask you this, Toby. Again, the sports writer in me here, and again, you, Lillian, and Chris, jump in on this. I think we might have talked about this maybe yesterday, maybe earlier today. I can't remember. Everything is sort of meshing together. Is there a chance where when the competition ends with a minute to go, someone just throws in a half-court shot? I mean, does that ever happen where someone wins, like in the Indy 500, someone wins with right down the backstretch? Is that possible, Toby?
Yeah, that can absolutely be possible. So like I said, some of those teams that haven't done any of the system administration tasks, if they are able to close in the gap on the service availability points there, they could submit all their system administration task answers at the very end. So there is a technique or a strategy that we do see in some of the other competitions that we host, in which teams will go and solve the challenges that their task was solving, and then they intentionally do not submit it.
Right.
And then what they do is a couple of things. Some teams just intentionally don't submit it, and they kind of want to, come out with that surprise at the last 5-minute mark, and then, surprise everybody. There are some teams, however, that sort of take in all those things, and then they verify their work amongst the team members. So that's something that we've seen some of the more skilled teams use, is that verification technique. One person does it, have somebody else verify the work, and if they disagree, have another person verify the work. It comes to that, core cybersecurity principle of trust but verify, right? So you trust your teammates to do the work correctly, and then you verify that particular work. So some of the teams are employing those kinds of techniques. They do most of them end up submitting fairly near the end, because they are spending quite a lot of time doing that verification step. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be at play today or not, since the system administration tasks are fairly low in the number of points. Usually we see those happen when the entire game is like a capture the flag type of competition, rather than a red versus blue style that we're seeing today. So that's it's possible, but we won't know until we get a little bit further down the line here.
I mean, can people see, now you mentioned some of the larger points can do through some of the service modes, whatever you said, right? Those get bigger points, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
The service availability, there's 2,800 points available in total.
Right. So do the other teams know that, hey, Del Norte hasn't used their service availability points yet, or they're holding back? We need to get some, gap between them, because they can come into the last 5 minutes and use it. Is that possible?
Yes, I believe actually, yeah, the other teams will be able to see that as well on the non-public leaderboard. It does break down the point values between the different categories there, so the teams can actually leverage that to see sort of what kind of advantage they have or don't have. So but I wouldn't recommend any particular team feel comfortable in any given position, right? Because you want to make sure that you are well ahead with good margin instead of
right. Right. This is why Drew won't be like a Coach Paul. I'll tell you that right now. In about 5 seconds over here, Peter, I think you're ready to kick it off for a industry panel.
Yeah, I think it's about time to move to our next segment. Thank you for joining us, Toby.
Great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And give the competitors hell. The red team is always lurking around the corner. Beware the red team bearing gifts. And I'd like to start introducing our panelists from some of our sponsors, starting with Shirley Yeager. Shirley is Director of Product Management at Qualcomm and is focused on developing new licensing programs in new emerging areas. She serves as a board member for Q Women, an employee network group at Qualcomm that advocates for leadership, mentorship, and career development for all women at the Q, and partners with the community to foster the interests of women and girls in technology and computing. Our second panelist is Lance Mueller. Lance is the Director of Cybersecurity for Sempra Energy, SDG&E, and SoCal Gas. He leads a team of cybersecurity ninjas that perform enterprise-wide cybersecurity operations, incident response, forensics, threat and vulnerability management, insider threat, and cyber GRC functions. I'm going to be asking you, Lance, what you mean by GRC for our audience at home. And our final panelist is Mr. Eric Lester, President of the San Diego NDIA chapter. Mr. Lester has 25 years of extensive experience in the areas of program management, acquisition management, business financial PPBES management. Oh boy, am I going to grill you panelists on all of these alphabet soup acronyms. Oh, the terminology in our field. Strategic and tactical project management, process evaluation, and business process re-engineering. As a principal at Booz Allen Hamilton, where I also briefly worked, Mr. Lester has supported multidisciplinary assignments for a wide variety of flag SES and senior program office clients, inclusive of SPAWAR PEO C4I and Space NAVSEA and JPEO JTRS. Wow, all of that alphabet soup, Mr. Lester. how do you tell your family what you do? Let's start out with you. Tell us some more about what you do and what all those acronyms stood for.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Thank you all for doing this. I think it's fair to say cyber is a challenge that we're going to be facing today and long into the future. Really my focus is on supporting the Navy and the nation with decision support information. So I lead multidisciplinary teams. There's a lot of acronyms in the world we all live in. And really that is to try to advantage our warfighters and make sure there's never a fair fight.
Yeah, indeed. And one way of doing it is making sure that the terminology is impenetrable as well. And how about you, Lance? What's GRC for our audience at home?
Sure.
Tell us about what you do.
Thanks, Peter. Really appreciate the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. And, really exciting watching these scores and, the competition thus far. So to answer your question, Peter, GRC is governance, risk, and compliance within cybersecurity. It is often, not looked at as the appealing part of cybersecurity. The operations is usually the one that gets most of the attention. But it is absolutely crucial because the governance, risk, and compliance is really the framework that defines how your cybersecurity program is going to run, and then operations runs it.
Yeah. And as I'm sure all of our panelists know and will agree with, the field that we implement, we often say we only make the news when things are going poorly, right? You don't often hear good job from executive management when risk and compliance work is going well. And to Shirley from the Q, what can you tell us more about your role there?
Hello. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Well, my role at Qualcomm is to look at new potential business opportunities for the company. So I do a lot of evaluating and validating market opportunities and business opportunities so that Qualcomm has new markets to play in.
Very, very cool. And the next question I'd like to ask of all of you, I'm hoping you weren't tuned into our broadcast earlier as I've discussed it, and I know the answer, but hope I didn't frame your answer. I want to hear it in your words. So why are you here sponsoring the SoCal Cyber Cup? Let's start with you, Shirley.
Okay. Well, Qualcomm is a global company. We have offices all over the world. And we are also innovators when it comes to wireless and mobile technologies. So everything about your cell phone and everything about mobile technologies are the kinds of things that Qualcomm works on and develops. And so as a result of that, we file an awful lot of patents that protect our work. And then, we work and partner with a whole bunch of different companies around the world to implement and make our technology come to life in the form of mobile phones and a bunch of other types of products. And so as a result of that, we're prime targets for cyber attacks. And, those cyber attacks can come from all over the world. And so it's important for us to build our cyber capabilities, but also to train the next generation of students who hopefully will go to college and major in computer science or an engineering field that would help us, combat, intrusions into our network, foreign adversaries potentially stealing our technology, and protecting our own network so that our employees can do the work that they need to do for us to remain innovative.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Lance, what do you find most exciting about being involved with competitions like the SoCal Cyber Cup?
Yeah, Shirley did a very eloquent job in kind of explaining the reason, and ours is very similar, right? So first and foremost, SCG&E is a local, San Diego-based organization, and we're very invested in the community. And as Shirley pointed out, cybersecurity is extremely important across the board for many organizations, like Shirley, like Qualcomm, like many others. We operate part of the electric grid. And so the grid is part of critical infrastructure. And so cybersecurity is extremely important to us to ensure the safe delivery of energy services to our customers, as well as just the national grid system. But this is also about the community in the sense of giving back, supporting, and building and investing in our future leaders, and that starts with our leaders who are extreme supporters of this, and reaching out and fostering those coming up in the ranks of cybersecurity, providing opportunities across the board, across the whole STEM categories. But cybersecurity is an important issue to us from a risk perspective and an operations perspective. So I just really appreciate the opportunity for us to participate and help support these amazing kids and students that are just doing an amazing job.
Yeah, and let me reiterate again, thanks from all of the competitions organizers for helping us put this together. I was talking with Drew beforehand about the costs involved of running all of the systems on the back end. As you and our audience have heard, these are all systems that they walk in and take over. They're not physical computers in front of them. They're remotely hosted by the competition organizers. And the cost of putting on something like this is fairly tremendous, and we appreciate all your help. Before I move on to any more questions, I wanted to make sure I heard from Eric too. What brings NDIA and Booz Allen Hamilton to SoCal Cyber Cup?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And I did cheat and looked at LinkedIn, so I get to know you and Drew. And I did notice we shared a common company back in 2008 and have a lot of common contacts. One of my roles within the company is to lead our delivery support to this Navy's cybersecurity program office. So that I think SPAWAR, Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command, switched its name to Naval Information Warfare Systems Command, and it's in recognition that the cyber fight, whether that's defensive or offensive, maintaining control of our networks, the links that allow us to interconnect deployed battle groups and warfighters, is a paramount challenge. It's now equivalent to the other warfighting domains of sea, air, and space. And of course, NAVWAR is housed here in San Diego. There's over 5,000 civilian and military employees, and together, NDIA shares responsibility in helping the Navy get after this particular challenge. So, as Lillian mentioned earlier, we're finding it challenging to be able to staff the high-end positions that the Navy needs our support, our industrial basis support for. And I couldn't be prouder. I can't thank Lillian enough for leading this part of NDIA San Diego. We are an all voluntary, so this is all personal passion that really drives involvement and impact in areas that matter for our community and for our Navy customer out here.
Now, Eric, I got to ask you a question based on what you just said. You said that the cyber front is equivalent more or less to air or the naval front. In what sense do you mean that?
Meaning that the Department of Defense leadership believes that any sort of pure competition will start in the cyber domain before it moves into the kinetic domain. So the first line of defense really is integrity of information. And if you can't trust your data, if you believe that it's been compromised or manipulated, you could be led into poor decision making.
Yes, and our reliance on technology to plumb all of these things in the kinetic domain. We've talked about it repeatedly, how computing, if you were to draw a Venn diagram of all the disciplines in all of our various fields and sectors of the economy, computing, of course, has an overlap with all of them. And within computing, security against all of them. And I'm all the more glad that I asked you, Eric, because I was thinking you meant it more so from the personnel challenge that you also alluded to. And this is one of the reasons that, and needless to tell all of our panelists, why we have competitions like this is the tremendous number of jobs, the tremendous dearth of supply of good, fresh talent that we need. It makes me curious to ask each one of you, briefly or as much as you want to talk about it, how many people do you need? How many positions do you have currently that are staffed, and how many more do you have to fill that you're looking for talent like you might get out of a SoCal Cyber Cup? Let's start with you, Lance.
Sure. And, I'd like to point out that, throughout this, the start from noon on, you've interviewed several panelists, and, the technical side of these types of challenges are rewarding and very interesting to watch and do. But there's kind of the soft skills that are, a little unspoken. The coaches earlier touched on those, the leadership, the teamwork, the collaboration. And then Toby was just on talking about how some people accidentally, deleted or removed accounts that were critical for the operations. These are all really, really important lessons in growing up in cybersecurity, because it's the simple approach is, let me just protect everything, let me shut everything down. But that isn't the way it works in the business, right? And you have to keep that going. So competitions like this, groups like this are key in instilling those skills early on, and then allowing them to kind of progress into the corporate environment and find, skilled jobs in cybersecurity. So to answer your question directly, Peter, we're constantly looking for cybersecurity professionals. We're constantly growing our capability. And so we're always looking for people in traditional legacy operations as well as cloud, in blockchain, in all various areas. We're always looking for, skilled people, and it's groups like this, competitions like this, that help, set those students up and those competitors up to succeed as they move into, corporate and or, professional life.
Yeah, you could not be more right. I grew up, needless to say, in the days before having these competitions. I helped put together some of the first capture the flags that I ever actually witnessed in any sense. And to hear what you just said hit the nail on the head. In that, I've had a lot of typos on privileged command lines when I'm doing maintenance activities. I grew up in internet service provider land while I was completing my undergraduate studies, and I've had typos cost me a whole weekend. And these are precisely like you said, Lance, the sorts of things that you hope competitors learn in a competition, as opposed to learning as a rookie on the job. But let me continue with that same question, talking about the workforce, and take it to Shirley. How many people are you looking for? How many people do you need?
Shirley is dropped from the call by accident.
Okay, thank you for the heads up. Well, then we'll take it to Eric. Eric.
Yeah, it's a constant challenge. And honestly, the folks on this line, we trade employees back and forth fairly often. There's a great competition for talent. The explosion in data is driving the need for expertise in STEM more than ever, as you try to apply it to algorithm development for machine learning and potentially, AI-like capabilities. So helping the the Department of Navy sift through all that information, make sure it's trusted, requires a fairly robust workforce. So it is from the governance side, Lance talked about their version. We talk about risk management framework and authority to operate systems and connect. We talk about verification and validation. So going out to the sites and doing scans to make sure that, our systems are current and all the patches have been applied, the STIGs have been applied. And then we talk about the real world operational side and these IT systems that we're fielding for warfighters that are really in their teens and 20s. They're very complex and require a sophisticated workforce to make sure that we can trust that they are operating as they should and will be there when we need them.
Yeah.
So we don't see this letting up anytime soon. We're sourcing obviously from San Diego. That's an important aspect. And I know NDIA's 2,000 local members all feel this pressure as we try to meet the demand signal. And it's going to involve a long lineage of pipeline around science, engineering, math type of skill sets to be able to bring in and apply to our particular challenges. And they're very similar to Lance's and Shirley's as well. Hence why we trade our staff around.
Yep, indeed. It's a very competitive job market out there. And you also touched on a really good point there, Eric, in that I hear the statistic mentioned a lot that, an expert in any field requires tens of thousands of hours of devoted study to that area of expertise. And, for kids getting introduced to the field, do you have something to add here, Drew?
I do. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Shirley Yeager from Qualcomm and Lance Miller from SDG&E, and you, Eric, from Booz Allen, representing NDIA. I'll start with you on this one, Shirley. We talk about this quite a bit. I was fortunate enough to be a co-host of a cybersecurity show for 3 years with Liz Frauman of ESET. And the question we asked all the time, and that's how I first got to meet Ken Slatt, who was a former head of SPAWAR, and I think Ken just moved back east, and I'll start with you on this one, Shirley. Listen, we know there's going to be just a ton of jobs available in cybersecurity, but you do not need to be a STEM expert to be a salesperson or a marketing person or a graphic artist or human resources or a lawyer or whatever. And so there's many different opportunities without having that STEM background. So Shirley, talk about that.
Sure. So you're right. Certainly folks with an engineering degree are more than welcomed at Qualcomm, but we have, a whole host of other parts of our company where people, we need marketing help. We need help from people who are experts in legal matters. We have financial analysts and financial experts. And, a lot of those folks don't necessarily have technical backgrounds or engineering degrees. So, to be successful, to take a technology forward, you need really smart engineers, but you also need the entire ecosystem of a business to put all of that together, to come up with things like a marketing plan and how do you commercialize the technology? How do you simplify the technology in a way where people can understand and can actually use it to benefit their lives? And so, yeah, it takes a lot of people with, degrees in all different kinds of areas to make any kind of technology successful.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up, I worked for many years at the San Diego Union Tribune. At our heyday, we had 2,400 employees. Only 1/6 of them were journalists. The rest of us were working in marketing and delivery and graphics and finance and everything in between. And Lance, I'm sure that's the same thing with you folks at SDG&E.
Yeah, for sure. There's an entire support staff and structure that has to be there to help, run the operations and make sure that it's running the way it should, right? And cyber is a little bit that way, right? We're a little bit behind the scenes. we're there managing risk, but really, the business is out front, doing the day-to-day stuff. I'll just, highlight that something Shirley said, and that is, passion is super important, and finding candidates that have passion in cybersecurity or whatever role they're trying to get into. And there's really no better way to exemplify that passion than competitions like this, because it's voluntary. It's showing people that they're interested and they're digging into things on their own. And I have candidates come to me with degrees in various subjects, but I'm really trying to find those that are taking the initiative and have the passion and are playing with things at home and building Arduino, and doing systems at home and really playing with cybersecurity, not because they have to, because they want to. And that is super, super important in finding candidates for us, because that really shows that as we bring them in, they're likely to stay in that field.
Yeah, without question. Chris?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, so, Lance brought up a good point about volunteers. So my question for Shirley, she did a great job recruiting mentors for us this year. So how did you do it?
So within Qualcomm, Qualcomm as a company has traditionally supported the San Diego community in all aspects, right? The spirit of volunteering is within Qualcomm at a very high level. And so we have a number of what we call them as employee networks within Qualcomm. And I happen to belong to an employee network called Q Women. And so it's basically an affinity group that that helps to develop career opportunities for women. It helps to, provide them with leadership opportunities so that they can advance both in their career and personally as well. We have a number of those affinity groups within Qualcomm. And, it's part of our diversity and inclusion efforts to make sure that everyone at Qualcomm has a voice. And so because having, nurturing the next generation of folks to encourage them to go into STEM is really important to us, and really important from a diversity standpoint for us. We want to support organizations like the SoCal Cyber Cup Challenge. We really, someday I would love to sponsor an all-girls team. So, for all the schools out there, for all the women and girls that are out there, I would encourage you to get together and make a team. This is something Qualcomm will totally get behind and support. And so, we put out a call to action for people who have expertise in cyber and people who have expertise in computer science. And we had a number of people who were willing to stand up and make themselves available to serve as mentors and coaches for a number of teams.
Great, thanks, Shirley.
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'd like to mention too. So we mentioned NABWAR a couple times, and they helped us a lot with our mentors this year. And speaking of DoD, one last shout out for DoD. We had a capacity building grant, and we used some of that, some of those resources to help provide mentor stipends this year. So that was a really nice thing, and I think that helped us get mentors. So back over to you, Drew.
Yeah, very good. I went this with Eric. A little bit of a sidebar here. How long you been at Booz? Allen Hamilton.
So since 1996. So I'm a SDSU grad. Been in San Diego, and I worked for Titan, which is a predecessor to aspects of Qualcomm prior, old life, and then SPAWAR got through the BRAC process realigned out to San Diego, and I saw an opportunity to join in. I think one of the things I like most about serving this client base is that to drive the best solutions and the best recommendations, you have to start with a diverse, multidisciplinary team, and when I say diversity, it's ethnic background, all flavors, experiences, education, all those things in an open plane where you can smash your ideas together is really, I think, the raw ingredients, not only for a high performing team, but for the best recommendations to be developed.
Right. Well, I want to thank you for two things. One, what may surprise you, Booz Allen Hamilton was a major supporter of the Dr. Seuss Union Tribune Race for Literacy with the council. Thank you. You probably walked with us in Balboa Park. And thank you for your mention of BRAC. And because of work from all of you folks, and especially Booz Allen, the base realignment and closures, we actually had a net gain during BRAC. And just because of all the great stuff that we're doing in San Diego, and thank you for that too. Peter, do you have an update on a score?
I definitely do. And like we discussed earlier and kind of predicted, some of the teams are jumping out of the lower regions of the pack, and we have Terabyte Falcon, which I'm consulting my scorecard here to map them to school. This is Scripps Ranch High School, has jumped out of the pack to grab second place. And first place is now occupied again by Pacific Trails Middle School, but they have their Node JavaScript SSH server down and their FTP server down. So they're trying to plug leaks and staying in the lead, Drew.
Yeah, well, that's one cool thing about. Sorry to break in here, but we got to have a scoreboard update every once in a while on this as well, and it's fun just to see these things go back and forth. And we were talking to Toby earlier about, hey, there's some clouds on the horizon over here. Chris, let me toss it over to you for some other questions for our panel.
Yeah, thanks for asking. And one quick shout out. Terabyte Falcon Scripps Ranch was the first team I ever mentored a little over 10 years ago, so I got a little bit of affinity for them. I'm glad to see they're jumping up. So, I got a question for Lance and Eric. So, for students that compete in these competitions, should they go on to college, or should they try to get certifications first and go in the workforce? Any recommendations? And I'll go with you first, Lance.
Yeah, so certainly, certifications and college, degrees are all very helpful. However, as I mentioned earlier, it's more around the passion and the knowledge that, prospective candidates come forward with. So we've hired some with, no certifications, some with some certifications, with degree, without degree. We are very, supportive of education and getting degrees, but it's really based on the person's passion, knowledge, and skill sets. And every job within the cybersecurity realm, and there's quite a few different types of jobs and areas within cybersecurity, they all take different skills. And if a person has devoted in themselves and learned a lot about it, and can demonstrate that, we're very eager to talk to them and bring them on board and make them part of our team.
Great, thanks. How about you, Eric?
So I agree with Lance. we look for attitude, passion, fit, and obviously some of the harder skills. So certifications, they do matter. They are valued in our clients' eyes. They're part of the labor category qualifications. So, CISSP probably being, one of the top, Security Plus, and kind of the continuum they're in, that matters. The other thing that we're looking for, and if I had an opportunity to advise young kids, I would encourage them to be thoughtful about the experiences that they choose to participate in, because our clients do require security clearance. So just think about, personal choices and how you want to apply your passion to problem solving. In this space, we are very much looking to advocate for internship programs, and we'd like to look as early in the process as possible. And we're doing that in partnership with the NAVWAR clients that are also interested in exposing what they do, the cool problems that they have, that they're entrusted with, to the future prospective workforce. We want to hook them and convince them to work with us. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Eric, and I'll start with you and then toss to Shirley and then back to Lance on this. You mentioned internships. Does Booz Allen, do you work with high school interns or only college and above?
Right now, we're focused on college. We'd like to catch them early in their college journey. So we have a program called Summer Games, and it is a little bit competitive. You can apply, and it's basically a tour kind of throughout the company and the different challenges that we have, some of them internally facing, where the Summer Games is very similar to the competition you have today, where we form up teams and they focus on problem solving. They get FaceTime with senior leaders to present their recommendations. And of course, the trade there is we're helping build their resume, and we're also getting a chance to take a look at the future workforce and hopefully make the match.
No, that's great. Shirley, how about you? Any high school interns or just college and above?
So we have had high school interns before in the past, but I'm in agreement with what everyone else has said so far, is that passion does make a difference. We recently hired or extended offers to 550 interns, college interns. So between now and, approximately the first week of June, we're going to be onboarding about 550 college interns to come into Qualcomm to kind of show us, their talents. They'll have a chance to work on a number of different kinds of projects. And, we're really evaluating these college interns to see, which ones of them will end up getting full-time offers for jobs upon their graduation. So, although we do take into consideration folks with certifications and folks who may not have gone to college, being an intern at Qualcomm gives an individual a really good perspective of how the company runs. It provides you with insight onto our onboarding process and, some of the projects that you likely would be working on if you were to be hired. And so, a lot of times that's sort of the best way to get into the company. And I would also echo what my colleagues have said about having passion and being unique. As college students and as high school students, all of you have taken the same classes. The requirements for graduation are very, very similar. And so you've taken the same classes, you've taken the same exams, you've heard the same lectures. And so what we really look for is what makes you unique from every other college student or high school student that's out there. So participating in competitions like this one is a prime example of taking, an extracurricular activity and making it your own. You'll learn a lot regardless of whether or not you win or lose the competition. And it gives you an edge, between you and your colleagues who have, like I said, taken the same classes and taken the same exams and heard the same lectures. And so, we really look for what makes you unique, what makes you stand out, and it gives you something to talk about during your interview. And, you talk about your experience, whether it be positive or negative. I'm sure you've learned something from it, and that's what we're looking for, is people who have a desire to learn and be lifelong learners. You don't stop learning just because you graduate from high school or college. We want people to continue to learn throughout their careers, because as most people know, right, technology changes over time. And so, we need lifelong learners to do well. And then I had heard another statistic, and I'll just throw this out there. The Qualcomm workforce, I've heard 60% or better of the employees have master's degrees or better. So, you're competing with a lot of other folks. You're working with a lot of really smart people at Qualcomm. And so, I encourage everyone to do well in their classes and do these extracurricular kinds of things like this Cyber Cup challenge to really give you the insight and experience that other people may not have.
No, that sounds absolutely terrific on that. You're spot on about lifelong learning. You know, so not only does the technology changes, but so does our our human vibe. You know, what was interesting to us when we were 35 may not be the same at 55. How about you at SDG&E, Lance? What type of interns do you folks take?
Yeah, I just want to echo Shirley's, again, spot on as far as, the importance of standing out and kind of shining amongst, several other strong candidates, it definitely helps. So we have found that, our intern and associate program has been extremely valuable in finding candidates and converting them into full-time employees. So we operate two kind of different programs that they're actually under one umbrella. Our interns are those that are in college and universities, have not yet graduated, and come to us for a period of months during their breaks. And they get an opportunity to work in various areas like cybersecurity, engineering, grid ops, etc., to kind of get their foot in the door and learn a little bit about the business. Our associate program is very, very robust and structured. It is 27 months, and in those 27 months, it is 3 rotations of 9 months. And through those 3 rotations, they go to different parts of the business. And the idea here is if you come in as a cybersecurity, graduate, you might go right into a cybersecurity rotation, but the other 2 rotations, you're going to go to something else. And the idea there is to learn the business and start to collaborate, start to network, start to build trust and awareness about how cybersecurity is certainly important, but there are many other things within the organization that are just as critical and important. And so it's to give them that exposure and build that capability and awareness. And we have found that to be extremely valuable as we place out of the associate program. When they get placed, whether they come into cyber or in other groups, they have far more knowledge about the business and how it operates. And they also made a lot of networking or contacts through their 27-month program, and they can immediately kind of drop in and go. And it's been very successful. We do not currently have an intern program for high schoolers, although looking at the scoreboard, I think we should be just down to middle school and high school. It's amazing how they're all very competitive and right together. It's awesome.
No, that's terrific, Peter.
Yeah, and I want to thank all of our panelists for joining us today, and Shirley for coming back too. I still find myself floored now by that statistic. We lost you there briefly, Shirley, and thank you for coming back. I'd asked how many people are missing from all of your employee bases, and that's just staggering to hear. 550 interns. But Shirley, Eric, Lance, thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks to all of your companies for sponsoring the competition and helping us put this on for all of the students.
Yeah, and speaking about that, I want to give a shout out to NDIA, and that's great. We got Eric on right now, and of course Lillian, and you folks have just been so spot on in just working in this competition really from day one. You're America's leading defense industry association, promoting national security, and you're innovative, you're cool, you're friendly, you're community oriented, and everything above on that. So thank you so much on that for everybody. And I know you got another shout out to another sponsor.
I do, and thank you for letting me have this one because it's my first employer out of college.
Nice.
Before divestiture from SAIC is Leidos. So shout out to my former coworkers there in the pen testing and cyber consultancy that I helped to build there. But Leidos is our mentor training sponsor. Leidos is a Fortune 500 information technology engineering and science solutions and services leader, working to solve the world's toughest challenges in defense, intelligence, homeland security, civil and health markets. The company's 36,000 employees support vital missions for government and commercial customers. Leidos is pushing the boundaries of possible to help customers protect what's most important and working to make the world safer, healthier, and more efficient.
And I wanted to let Lance and Shirley know that we already had shouted out just SDG&E and Qualcomm earlier on the run for just your folks, again, over the top community support. And what's great about all of the organizations, NDIA and of course SDG&E and Qualcomm, you do it year in, year out. It's the right thing to do, and it's so greatly appreciated by everybody. So a huge thank you to all of you as well.
Yeah, we hear about you and all of your companies in the local cybersecurity community all the time. I know I have lots of students working for each of you, and thanks for supporting us. And I know thank you again to our panelists. I know we've got our good friend Toby from the Red Team right around the corner with another Red Team update.
I don't see Toby yet. Why don't we talk a little bit about the score, and I'll ping him and see if we can get him back in.
Checking out the scoreboard right now, and Terabyte Falcon has moved up into the second spot from Scripps Ranch High School. In first place is still Pacific Trails Middle School. Dot Slash and Hyde from Saddleback is still in third. Henry is God has dropped out of the leaderboard right now into sixth place and been replaced by the Cyber Comets from Palomar College and Coastline College. Our friend Dr. Brandon Brown, who will be joining us later, his team is moved up there into the front of the pack. And scrolling down to look at the rest of our scoreboard, we can see that Toby's Red Team is very active. And as he promised us, some database services were about to be dropped because it looks like every single team in the competition right now has the Redis database service down. Most of them looks like only the Cyber Comets from Palomar College have figured out whatever the Red Team has done to their Node JavaScript service. And I see scattered indicators of compromise and other services down for the Cyber Comets, for the Spartan Ninja Warriors of Miracosta College. And it looks like, indeed, Toby's team is spreading out the pain pretty evenly. And I can see Toby there in the corner of my feed. Toby, are you ready to tell us a little bit about the pain and suffering you're inflicting on the competitors?
So right now you'll see that every single one has their Redis service down. So that was the one of the attacks that we just ran against everybody. So every single one of them no longer has Redis running correctly on their servers anymore. So but it is not destructive. So that's one of the core principles that we make sure that we maintain throughout the competition, is that we don't destroy anything. So we don't remove something. We will disrupt. However, all these things are reversible, and they are fairly easy to reverse if you know what you're doing. So, and then that's a big caveat there, right? But if you don't know what you're doing, I would highly recommend for the folks to do some very quick research into how that particular service works. For example, if you're looking at Redis, right, looking a little bit into maybe Redis configuration on Google, doing some on-the-fly research there, you should be able to actually identify some resolution there fairly quickly as well. And then also same thing with Node.js, doing some very quick on-the-fly learning right there. The changes that we made in there were not substantial. However, they will cause a very large disruption, but at the same time, it means that it's fairly easy for folks to be able to go back in and then revert the changes that we had made in there so that they can get their service back and running and working once again.
Presuming they're able to find it, of course, right?
Correct.
How difficult I'm so tempted, but don't want to give any spoilers to the competitors to ask what you did that has every single one of them down at the same time. But how hard is it going to be for them to find this one without giving away any of the juicy details of what you did?
Yeah, like I said, it's the changes were fairly trivial. So we went in and to without giving anything too much away, we basically went in there and edited some configuration items, and then that caused the services to now no longer be reachable. So again, they can do the exact same things, go in and edit those same configuration items that we have changed. The fundamental, like the server, the code, and the binaries, and all those things that makes the server run, all of them are still on there. Like, we haven't deleted them. So, and again, that's sticking with our core principle here of not being destructive, but we will disrupt instead of just blatantly destroying things. So the server code and all those things are all still available on there. They can still go back and get it up and running again, assuming that they can figure out the configuration items that were changed there. So we're going to slowly start to see some additional services that are going to start to go down. You'll see that with the SQL service, most of the top teams have gotten their SQL service back online now after the disruption that we added into there earlier. So it is absolutely possible to do that. And we see some of the top teams here have actually been successful at doing that. So we're going to see which of the teams are going to be able to get their Redis service and Node.js service back online. The big thing right now is just being able to balance their attention across like these two different things. That's one of the things that I personally see in my past, having participated in some of these kinds of competitions before, is really that attention span. If you are just being dragged all over the place, like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on Node, oh my God, I don't know what's going on Redis, no one's going to win at that point in time. So you really have to just have some level of calm, even though you see all this red happening, right? But just maintaining some level of calm and then going through and just ensuring that you're focusing on one thing at a time rather than being pulled left and right. That's probably the best way towards success, because if you're splitting your attention, the context switching overhead is going to be large, and you're not going to have as good of a time at resolving that particular one issue. So, but it'll only get more distracting. So I believe we're going to start. You'll see that most folks have their Apache service still up and running right now. That's the next target to go. So we'll probably see some more red coming up as well.
Thanks for the tip on things about to come up. I'm glad you brought that up, because it was either you or Franz who brought up the point earlier there about context switching. For our audience at home, it's really important to realize as they talk about all the different ways that the teams score points with these injects and these exercises and puzzles. When the teams get thrown an inject, oftentimes you're pulling your expert on one area of the network off of what they're doing in order to address this reporting inject. And not only are you constantly juggling your attention and where it has to be, but you have to yank your expert off of keyboard or off of paying attention to the services in order to fulfill a reporting requirement. And lest we take our eyes too far off the scoreboard, audience, for those of you who've been hitting the refresh button like me, there's a rather exciting looking steep curve here in red, and UwuBots has jumped out of the pack literally from the very bottom. And Chris Simpson, did we figure out who UwuBots is? And my scorecard here,
I think it's Pacific Trails, isn't it?
Yeah, they're Pacific Trails. And when Toby was describing where we're at now, I was thinking about Drew's 3-foot putt analogy, right?
Right.
50 minutes left in the challenge, so now they got the pressure on to make that putt. So
that's exactly right. And that was my question to you, without trying to give away too many secrets here, Toby. I'll try to put my my journalism hat in the back burner, because it's not fair to do that, and all that. But when you did the automation there, and some of these disruptions, you have them at timed at certain parts in the competition, right? You're obviously not going to do one at 3:59, of course, a minute before, I'm assuming, or should I never make any assumptions?
No, so they might they come up at around that point in time.
Okay.
There is the same thing with the service checks. In order to prevent like any team from gaming the minute interval, there is some randomness that's actually added to it. So it is not always on the minute. It will be a minute and then plus or minus a little bit as well. So we do try to add some of that in so that people can't try to game the system that way.
Has anyone ever done that?
I don't think so. I've seen that happen in some other competitions. So there are lots of different ways that you can do to sort of like trick the scoring engine into thinking that you are something that you're not. So we try to make sure that we get ahead of that as well. But if you'll see right now, the Ubots team, they've actually restored their Redis service and also their Node.js service. So they
And
are
they've
definitely
taken the lead. They've come out of the bottom of the pack to take the lead, and it's worth noting that means that the top two teams in the competition both now come from Pacific Trails Middle School here in San Diego's Carmel Valley. Chris, I'll be racing you to poach their students.
I know. Yeah, we're gonna have to get the names and get them on our teams, and so it looks like Pacific Trails and Canyon Crest, huh? In the top two there.
Canyon Crest.
Yeah, there was I had a mix up in the sheet, the original sheet. So sorry for any.
So we got a number one victory. Those are Canyon Crest.
Uwubots is Pacific Trails, and then we got a number. The big title there is their Canyon Crest.
Is that junior varsity, Chris? Or never mind, that was Cambridge.
Yeah, I think they're. I'll have to double check that one.
Yeah, and this is what makes this competition so cool. So we are in real time right here, switching names, upside down, inside out, people getting disrupted, and who knows, sunspots are flying around, which I have no idea if they are or not. But
indeed, while you're throwing around astronomical analogies, the cyber comets have moved into podium space in the third, kicking Terabyte Falcon into fourth, and we have this going back and forth, Drew.
Very, very exciting, and so this is very, very cool on this. Chris, Lillian, other questions you got for Toby?
So, Toby, so right at the end, so right at 4 o'clock, everything just stops, right? So they can't get any more scores. Is that driven by a clock, or are you going to push a button?
That's driven by the clock. So at the time, we'll stop accepting any additional service checks and whatnot and things like that. So at that time, there will be no more additional checks that people can score points on. Any of the system administration tasks, they won't be able to score any additional points on at that time either as well. And then what we'll do is go through and do a quick check on things just to make sure that everything is properly scored throughout the event, and then go onwards, and we'll be ready to announce the winners.
And Chris, on that note, and now the sports writer is coming back on this. I mean, I think it would be great is that, and it's going to be as a write-up somewhere down the road, and I'm sure Toby could let us know. I'm sure it's possible to say, hey, listen, Ubots was in the lead with literally a minute to go or 13 seconds to go, and someone just went and took the lead over them. Is that possible to find that stuff out, Toby?
Yeah, we do have the ability to go back and look at that, so that's something that we can definitely do.
Because I think I've been pretty exciting, Chris, when we do a recap and say this thing was neck and neck for 4+ hours, and it literally came down to the backstretch
to a photo finish.
To a photo finish when Ubots did a wonderful job, or whoever it may be, to pull it out literally in the last 13 seconds. Anyway, something to think about.
No, that's a great point, and like Toby mentioned, once the clock stops, they're going to evaluate everything. They'll send those over to us, and then we'll at the award ceremony we'll announce the winners.
Yeah, I think that's great, but really a true competition and so forth on this. So, Toby, how many of these SoCal Cyber Cup finals have you been involved in?
This will be the first one.
Right, and so are you looking forward to more to come down the road? Has this been how you expected it to be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been a lot of fun from our side as well. For us, we're always trying to figure out new ways to expose like students to different ways that attacks are working out in the world, and to help students like gain more practical skills that way. And we think competitions are a great way to do that. So we're I mean, very happy to be involved here, and also just seeing some of the students perform here. It's been super impressive.
Well, we're so appreciative of your work on this as well, and
for joining us repeatedly throughout this telecast.
Oh.
Add your commentary to this.
It's been invaluable over here. So thank you so much for your support, obviously, for many different ways. And we're ready to shout out another sponsor, C3 Networks. With the next, they're a finals team sponsor. They're a service disabled veteran-owned small business, which focuses on delivering DevSecOps implementation and cloud migration services to the U.S. Navy. They've been involved with NIWC. We're going to that alphabet soup over here. PAC DevOps since 2007 through the HeartRight project. Their rapid integration test environment plank owners were closely involved with the transition to the collaborative software armory and the automation of cybersecurity throughout the software pipeline. So a big shout out to C3 Networks.
And I'd like to take the next one if you don't mind.
Please.
Because I was just completely floored when you said C3 Networks. These are the guys who pulled me out of internet service provider land and gave me my first job pen testing. C3 Networks is a couple of former Navy veterans, Edmund Hagee and Duke Ayers, who is also one of the founders at SAIC in a team that's now Leidos, one of our other sponsors, for the Cyber Patriot competition.
Right.
This is Duke's own business with Edmund, and those were two of my mentors right as I graduated from school. Let me move on to our next sponsor, Colsa Corporation. They're a finals team sponsor based in Huntsville, Vegas, as we like to call it.
Right.
For those of us who often visit Rocket City, is an engineering support services firm dedicated to providing our customers with innovative solutions for the past 40 years. Colsa is committed to giving our government and commercial customers the most sophisticated engineering, programmatic, and information technology products and services available from a team of knowledgeable and ethical professionals. Learn more about Colsa at colsa.com. And I'm happy to see that our next guest has joined us. He almost needs no introduction. He is the head coach for the team out of Coastline College there in Fountain Valley and Garden Grove. And he is the commissioner of sorts. I'll let him in. What is your title, Dr. Brown, for the for WRCCDC? And how about you start?
I'm the director of WRCCDC, Peter. Thanks for having me.
Tell us about WRCCDC. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. First off, thank you very much for having me today. And yeah, I guess I am the coach of the Coastline College team. We've been working on a lot of competitions here this semester through our cybersecurity club at Coastline College called Exploit. And I'll talk about that here in a second. But to go back to your question, the Western Regional Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition is one of 9, actually 10 regionals throughout the United States that is part of the National Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition organization. It's that organization has been around for, I believe, 19 years now, if I'm not mistaken. And WRCCDC has been around. I think we just did our 15th year this year. We're the second college to host that competition. We took it over from Cal Poly Pomona about 3 years ago. And we actually have more competitions, remote competitions than anybody else, but due to COVID, thank you. So that has been a really interesting factor in this genre of cyber competitions for the last 2 years, because we've had to do everything remotely. Back in the what I would call the good old days, the 2000s, when we do these competitions, we'd all get everybody in a room and they'd have 6 or 7 computers and they'd have to log into them and change passwords and everything would be networked together. And it literally took days, if not weeks, to clone everything and put it together. And now with the beauty of the cloud and with containers and Ansible playbooks and everything else, we can literally set these things up in days. It's amazing. Not to take anything away from Toby, I know he's been working extremely hard on this, and I want to pick his brain about how he did the red team. I think that is just absolutely fascinating hearing him talk about that today.
Yeah, it's funny. Speaking of, I made an allusion to your red team, Dr. Brown, from WRCCDC, although I didn't connect the dots for our audience in saying that that the red team was hopelessly outgunning the competitors and that they were holding back some of the knives so as not to make them cry. And for our audience, that was Dr. Brown's red team in WRCCDC. And speaking of you picking Toby's brain, how about we pick yours about your red team? Please tell us about who you get together.
Sure, absolutely. So for the last couple of years, we've had a challenge during COVID because I would say probably a good third of my volunteer staff at the entire regional, life happens. They've had to take care of parents and grandparents and family matters, and I've had several volunteers who have migrated to other parts of the country for work, and you name it, it's happened. So over the last 2 years, a lot of my red team I've had to reconstitute. We went with a large hacker collective, I guess you could say, that's spread across the country called Thug Crowd. And they also have their own kind of like DEF CON group, if you will. They do seminars and they have their own Twitch channel. And we were lucky enough that they streamed live the red team of the regional for the entire 2 days. And if you watch some of that stuff, it was really interesting to watch. If you're to watch a red team live is just, I think that's, to me, I'm a geek that way, but I think it's really exciting to do so.
Well, needless to say, I'm a geek too. And I loved watching that Twitch feed, and it was fun trying to put together who was who as much as possible, and hoping that some of the things that the Thug Crowd was doing wasn't to my team at San Diego State.
They shared the love equally. Trust me, Peter. They shared the love equally. So it's really been interesting to watch, especially these middle school and high school teams that they've competed. This I would like to call it like a mini regional almost here in Southern California with the 5 counties that are participating. This is wonderful, and I hope that the colleges, the big players that are out there, the UC Irvines, the San Diego States, the Cal Poly Pomonas, the Stanfords, et cetera, are watching this, because this is where they can pull a lot of their talent from for their teams.
Needless to say, I'm watching the leaderboard, and Chris Simpson and I have already engaged in some verbal arm wrestling about who's going to be getting whose students. I look forward.
Well, they can always come over to Coastline. They can always come over to Coastline College, because we have an articulation agreement with Chris. We'll just shape him a little bit more for him.
So, Chris, you got some questions for?
Shameless plug.
Yeah, exactly. Chris got some questions for Brandon.
Yeah, sure. So, one of the nice things you do at the WRCCDC is you get employers involved. And so could you talk about how employers like these competitors and how it gives them kind of an advantage in the job market?
Sure, absolutely. So that is kind of the crux of our sponsorship program. because since this is at the college level, these are mostly students who are either A, getting ready to graduate and they're actively looking for a job, or B, if they're underclassmen, they're looking for an internship for their sophomore or junior year. And the employers basically get a dump of all of their resumes in a huge, multi-megabyte package from me. And they can pick and choose and go through there. One of our sponsors that we got, literally, I call them a deathbed sponsor. We got them within the last week, was BlackBerry, and they had over 100 internships to fill, and I provided them with almost 200 resumes that they could pick and choose from U.S. and Canada. So they were very, very, very happy, and I think they're going to come back as a sponsor next year. And a lot of our sponsors, they keep coming back for more every year as well. So it's these relationships that you build, and it's very important. I saw your sponsorship list, and I was like, wow, that's impressive, especially for a competition that is just getting off of the ground. That's something that you should run with, Chris, because that is so important to you.
Well, yeah, thanks. And that's all thanks to Lillian's magic, because I don't know how she gets them in, but she gets us a ton of sponsors every year for this for the SoCal Cyber Cup. Do you want to share some tips with Brandon, Lillian?
Sure, Brandon. And most of these sponsors, or all of them, I believe, are repeat sponsors, and they've been with us. They've been with us since the first competition, which is back in 2008, and that's namely SDG&E. And
right.
So if you listen to the panel when we have the sponsors and the industry panel, you heard how important cyber is to their companies and how much they feel this competition is so valuable. So the interesting thing, so how do we keep our sponsors? Well, they automatically like this, and so they keep coming back because of that. One of the things we tried, which it seems like I need to get the secret from you, is we tried to have that an interview period at the end of the event where the sponsors would have first take at interviewing the kids that were participating, mainly that made it to the finals, so that we could create that relationship for possibly an internship. We didn't have much success with that. So I mean, and our sponsors, I just don't know where what we can do to improve that, because I think that is another important thing that we could offer as part of this. And I think it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the sponsors, and it's certainly a win for the kids. So,
sure. And the SoCal Cyber Cup is a really unique animal because you have that middle school and high school element to it. There's precedent there now with the Cyber Patriot competition, which is I don't know if that's a competitor, with the competition. I know it's after that season is over. But basically what we're doing in this community of cyber competitions is building a pipeline. We're building a pipeline from the middle school through the high school up through the community and four-year school level to get them to that job and into the industry where they can be a defender of the critical infrastructure. And if you just read any news article online at any point in the day, any given day, you hear about why we need folks like this.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think that's the crux. I think that's the hook, if you will, for sponsors. Get in early, get them, while they're developing these skills, and communicate with them. And it's a long-term investment. That's some of the hardest types, things to sell to these sponsors. It's a long-term investment. What I've seen come full circle in the collegiate cyber defense competition is, now that we've been around for so long, we're seeing the students that I was coaching back in, the late 2000s, they're now senior engineers, directors, VPs. They're coming back to us and going, hey, I need to hire people. Let me get your resumes. And I'm going, hey, I need sponsorships. Write me a check.
Yeah, Brandon, to your point, and Lillian as well. I think, and Lillian, I'm more than happy to, assist in this. Whether I can be of any help or not is another story. Sometimes we go after the same folks and think that they're only the ones in the space of cyber. The first person I would go to is my friend and CEO of Scripps Health. And I don't mean that necessarily negatively. I know him very well. And when I heard what happened out here in San Diego, that's big time. And so,
yeah.
I'm not sure if I know anybody in the pipeline back east, but the point being is you go to some of the folks you wouldn't think would want to give back to that. So anyway, just a thought,
No, and it's regionally, we're really fortunate here in Southern California. We have a strong pool of potential sponsors and really big organizations like across all different industries: healthcare, aerospace, finance, banking, you name it. The other regionals that I work with across the country, they get little to no sponsorship money at all. North Central, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Idaho, that region, they don't really get a lot of sponsorship money other than what they can pull from the national organization.
Yeah, right. Anyway, something to think about. Well, Dr. Brown, so cool that you joined us, and thank you for all the.
Well, thank you for having me.
Oh, of course, the great support, and I know we're going to be shouting out one more sponsor, and indeed, and that'll be Systems Technology Forum Limited. They're a finals team sponsor. It's an established defense contractor delivering information warfare and weapons systems research, acquisition, engineering, integration, testing, logistics, installation, and support. Their core competencies include program and financial management, systems engineering, cybersecurity, and installation management support. So we really shout them out. And I know, Peter, you want to give a shout out to Titanium.
You know it. I appreciate you, my fine Lightite co-hosts. Titanium Cobra Solutions is our finals team sponsor. They deliver leading-edge cybersecurity, cloud computing, and data migration engineering services. Their engineering staff leverages industry best practices and tools
to develop sound solutions toward extremely complete computer network. You want to continue?
You got it. DoD and C5 ISR systems and information assurance strategies by monitoring and defending their most critical information assets. Our organizational philosophy maximizes our clients' ability to readily scale their operations and reduces total cost of ownership for information technology systems and support required to execute their mission.
Great teamwork there. Hey,
Indeed. Thank you for picking it up.
Of course. Hey, before we go to the next video, Chris, did you want to introduce it like you did the last one?
Yeah, I sure do. Drew, thanks for.
I'd like to interrupt. Sorry, both of you. I apologize.
Scoreboard update?
Oh my God, the scoreboard. I'm pounding the refresh button here, and we had bots, and I was checking the scoreboard right before Dr. Brown came aboard, and bots was trying to open up a gap in between them and the second place team, but now we've got between themselves and bots.
And what I find interesting is that if you look at, they have a red, bots doesn't have any of the red crosses, but the first place has a red cross. We'll have to ask Toby.
Yeah, indeed. They'll probably be bouncing back and forth some more, but this is great that we see this continuing to happen back and forth all day today.
No, that's a lot of lead changes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And I got to apologize again and thank you, but
no.
We're here to talk the scoreboard. And Chris, take it away and introducing the next video.
Yeah, thanks. And that scoreboard is fascinating because I thought bots had a chunky lead, but now it didn't turn out to be quite what I thought. So that's great. So earlier we saw some videos about the Ring project, a grant project that's building education. That one is still a little bit in development, but something that teachers can use now was something that was part of our DoD capacity building grant to support the SoCal Cyber Cup. So one thing that Lynn and I learned as we've been working the challenge for a couple of years now is getting material for students to prepare for the challenge. So as part of the grant, we built in resources to build training material and house it in some type of learning management system. So in the next video, I'll be interviewing Dr. Nancy Jones from National University. She was our lead for this, and she put together, working with our mentors and our community college partners, put together some great content. And the nice thing is this content doesn't go away when the challenge is done. So it's fully available for teachers to use in the classroom. It's not copyrighted. It's free. And her email address will be in the video. So you can reach out to her. Any teachers or coaches in the area that want to get access to the material are welcome to do that. So with that being said, it's about a 13-minute video. Well, Jeremy, you and your team can go ahead and start the video.
Hi, everyone. I hope you are doing well and enjoying the 12th annual Southern California Cybersecurity Cup Challenge. You've all worked so hard to make it to the finals today, and I want to thank you for all of your hard work. The cyber threats facing our nation today are vast and ever-growing. The most recent attack on the Colonial Pipeline and on the water treatment plant back in Florida in February highlight the need for more students like you to enter cybersecurity and critical infrastructure workforce roles. My name is Anastasia Webster, and I am the Academic Programs Lead for the Office of the Chief Learning Officer within the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA. I wanted to spend a couple of minutes today talking with you guys about our organization and how you guys can start looking for careers within CISA. Okay, our work. First off, CISA is the nation's risk advisor. Through our efforts to understand and advise on cyber and physical threats to the nation's critical infrastructure, we help partners strengthen their own capabilities. We connect our stakeholders in industry and government to each other and to resources, analysis, and tools to help them build their own cyber, communications, physical security, and resilience, and in turn, strengthen the national resilience. Along the right, you're going to see several core competencies that we strive towards. Partnership development, it's huge. We work with a number of different partnerships across cybersecurity and critical infrastructure. Information and data sharing. Each and every day, we share information with our critical infrastructure partners, and we actually serve as a hub for cybersecurity communications, information, and data sharing. Capacity building. We provide capacity building, technical assistance tools, exercise, training programs, awareness efforts that focus on highlighting the understanding of common risks and possible mitigation strategies for the critical infrastructure community. Incident management and response. We serve as a lead for coordinating asset response activities within the private sector, states, and federal agencies. Risk assessment and analysis. We develop and enhance capabilities to support crisis action by identifying and prioritizing infrastructure through analysis and modeling capabilities. Network defense. We develop new processes, tools, and technologies to assess cyber and physical threats or vulnerabilities to people and property, as well as assess the consequences that might result. And last but not least, emergency communications. We enhance public safety, interoperable communications at all levels of government. And you're going to see these core competencies all throughout the different divisions that I'm going to be talking about. Real quick, I just wanted to highlight a few of CISA's operational priorities in addition to supporting the nation's coronavirus response. CISA's top five priorities include reducing the risk of foreign adversary supply chain compromise in 5Gs and other technologies. Election security, we enhance the security and resilience of election infrastructure. Soft target security, mitigating risk to soft targets in crowded places. Federal cybersecurity, we protect the federal networks, and this includes the .gov domain. And then industrial control systems. We want to strengthen critical infrastructure protection, and this includes industrial control systems and the processes that provide vital services in critical infrastructure. So on this slide, I just wanted to give you an overview of the internal organization of CISA. To the upper right, you will find the mission support offices, which is actually where I sit. I sit in the office of the Chief Learning Officer. And these officers serve at the behest of the director, and we coordinate across all of the different divisions within CISA. Below, towards the bottom of the screen, those are all of the divisions, 6 operational divisions within CISA. They do a bunch of really cool things we're going to get into here in a second. To the upper right, you're going to see the chief of staff, and they work very closely with the director, the mission support offices, and the divisions. And we're all really working together within CISA. Now, let's dive into the operational divisions a bit more. Okay, so the cybersecurity division. We lead a collaborative effort to assure the security, resilience, and reliability of the nation's cyber systems. We collaborate with the private sector, academia, government partners to build a diverse cyber workforce, foster development and the use of secure technologies, and promote best practices. And you can see the top mission priorities. There's a couple different things listed in here. We have cyber defense operations. We have some hunt capabilities. Federal network governance and capacity building. As I said, we manage the .gov. Critical infrastructure, state, local, tribal, territorial governments and capacity building. Have to be able to push things out to our partners there. And then long-term cybersecurity. We want to protect and defend against the threats of today and tomorrow, and hopefully lead to a more secure and resilient future. Infrastructure Security Division. We are responsible for helping safeguard the nation's critical infrastructure and public gatherings by enhancing stakeholder capacity to mitigate risks. So a lot of people don't think that when they go to the Beyonce concert that CISA is somewhere waiting in the wings, but we are. There has to be someone there to coordinate the protection of that infrastructure that's helping manage that. We also coordinate the national effort to manage physical risks to critical infrastructure, emphasizing cost-effective and easily implementable protective measures that mitigate a multitude of threats. Emergency Communications Division. Not a lot of people associate this with CISA, but like I said, it is a huge facet of what we do and who we are. We support and promote communications used by emergency responders and government officials to keep America safe, secure, and resilient. We lead the nation's operable and interoperable public safety and national security and emergency preparedness communication efforts. National Risk Management Center. We conduct planning, analysis, and collaboration to identify and address the most significant risks to the nation's critical infrastructure. There's a couple of high priority initiatives that we've had come out of the National Risk Management Center, including election security and resilience, information and communication technologies, supply chain risk management, 5G of mobile networks, a bunch of things that the Risk Management Center is taking a look at. And again, partnership is just woven through each one of these divisions. Integrated Operations Division. So we plan and execute wide regional activities to mitigate risk, enable rapid and comprehensive response to critical infrastructure incidents, and deliver the maximum value to our partners. We have a huge lift in Integrated Operations Division. Again, regional service delivery, different operations that we coordinate among our partners, provide a level of situational awareness and mission assurance. Stakeholder engagement. So as I said, partnerships are so key to CISA and who we are, building partnerships with our federal partners, state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, industry, private industry, academia. And we have to have a key central place to do that, and that is stakeholder engagement. They are the folks that are out there fostering these synergies between all of our different partners. So for this slide, I really wanted to show you the 16 critical infrastructures that are considered so vital to the United States that if anything happens in any one of these, it's considered to have a debilitating effect on national security. Now, we work with our partners across federal government, state, local, tribal, and territorial, academia, and industry on all of these. You'll notice in a few of these, we are not the lead. We are either co-lead or support. But again, we work across all 16 critical infrastructures with our partners. I also wanted to show you guys, this is the regions. Some of you guys actually might recognize this map. It's based upon the FEMA regions, Department of Homeland Security FEMA regions. And we have facilities located across the nation in each one of the regions that are listed here. This organization also enables us to reach more of our partners within state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, as well as academic and industry partners that reside within each of these regions. If you're considering employment in cybersecurity or critical infrastructure, I highly recommend that you check out CISA Careers, because there might be a job in the CISA region near you. So real quick, let me go ahead and switch screens here because I did have a couple more resources that I wanted to share with you guys. Okay, so first, I want you guys to know where you guys can come to for anything CISA Careers related. We actually have a whole page on CISA.gov/careers where you guys can go and find everything that you need to become what we call a citizen. You can learn what it takes to become a citizen. You can learn about the core values and missions, or the core values and morals that citizens have. You can ask us questions if you guys have questions that aren't already answered in the FAQs. And then you guys have just so much information, whether it's tips on resume and application advice. You can check out student and recent graduate programs, including our internship programs. You can check out benefits and perks to working for CISA, different hiring events that we have going on. We'll actually stick a lot of our current postings that are on USA Jobs on this website as well. And then my favorite is actually Work at CISA. You could actually come in here, choose along kind of which area you have an interest in, and I'll just do cyber jobs. And then you can see all the different cyber jobs that are available here within CISA, all the different workforce roles. So let's just go with data analyst for right now. And you can see all of the different knowledge, skills, and abilities that are associated with this job and the core tasks that you're going to be doing in this job and the core competencies you need to have this job. This is great when it comes to you guys going in and structuring out your academic plans along what a job is requiring of you. The next resource that I wanted to talk to you guys about is the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Careers and Studies. There's a bunch of really good resources on this page. We have free courses on FedBTE. I think there's about 10 public courses that are available to you guys. Some of them are a little introductory, so some of you guys might be way beyond it. But there's still some good courses that are available for free on FedBTE. We also have our cybersecurity, oops, I hit with the survey. We also have our student resources page. This is a really great page. We broke down a couple of different workforce roles, and we all went through, the reasons why you should kind of pick cyber, and especially these careers that are listed here. So I highly recommend coming to nix.cisa.gov and taking a look at all of these different career options here. And the last tool that's pretty popular on this website is the Cyber Career Pathways tool. It's not new, it's almost turning one, but this is such a great tool for you guys to visualize the knowledge, skills, and abilities that you guys are going to need to perform cybersecurity workforce roles. It's based off of the NIST-NICE Cybersecurity Workforce Framework, and again, it allows you to kind of visualize the connections between the KSAs and how it relates to tasks. So we've split all of the workforce roles into a couple key different segments here. For those of you guys that are interested in cybersecurity, you guys can go ahead and hit cybersecurity. And you guys can see it gives you a whole bunch of workforce roles that are just within cybersecurity. Then what you can do is you can click on this workforce role, cyber defense forensic analyst, and you guys can see the knowledge, skills, and abilities that you guys would need to perform the job. The tasks that you need to perform the job, or that you're going to be performing on the job, any details that are associated with the job, and the real part that I like is you can see capability indicators. So as you can see, there's an 87.78% correlation among knowledge, skills, and abilities, and even tasks that will translate to another job. In this case, law enforcement, counterintelligence, forensic analyst. This means if you ever get tired of being a cyber defense forensic analyst, you already have 87% of the knowledge, skills, abilities that are needed to perform the tasks of the job. So it's a very, very cool tool. It allows you guys to know what flexibility you have with the careers that you guys are entering. And the last resource that I want to talk to you guys about is our CISA events page. We are all over social media, all the popular social media. We are and I highly recommend that you guys follow us because we post different updates, whether it's jobs or alerts, things that we're watching in the news. I highly, highly recommend campaigns that we got going on, following us on any one of the social media platforms. And then we also have CISA events. I recommend taking a peek at this page every now and then because we have tons of events that we have that go on all year round. Probably the most notable being Cybersecurity Awareness Month. We have the National Cyber Summit that happens in October as well. So there's a bunch of really cool things that we have going on all the time. And if you guys want to be the first to know, come to the CISA events page. Okay. So in conclusion, I want to thank you guys for listening to my somewhat short presentation. And I also want to thank the event organizers, Chris Simpson from National University, specifically for inviting CISA to speak with all of you today. I hope that you guys found the information useful, and I hope that it inspired some of you guys to consider joining the CISA workforce. Good luck to all of you, and I wish you all of the best.
Enjoyed that video. That wasn't the video that I pre-briefed. We had a little mix-up here. So that was actually our video about Department of Homeland Security and careers with them. We hope you enjoy that video. They're big supporters of this challenge via the DoD cybersecurity grant, capacity building grant that we had. So now in the next video, you're gonna learn about how to get access to the different content we use to prepare the teams for the SoCal Cyber Cup challenge. And I'll just reiterate, the content is free to use. You can, if you use Canvas at your school as a learning management system, you're welcome to use that. So without further ado, Jeremy, go ahead and roll that LMS video. That we've heard about the Ring project, we're going to talk a little more about a learning management system and some curriculum that we developed at National University to support cybersecurity education. So as we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, National University received a capacity building grant from the Department of Defense via the National Security Agency to help support the SoCal Cyber Cup this year. So that had a couple different components, but one of the critical components of that grant was actually putting together curriculum to help train both the teachers and the mentors so that they could help prepare their teams for the competition. But the nice thing about the content that we developed is it can really translate into the classroom. So it's a great resource, not just for any competition, but for use in the classroom. So with me now is Dr. Nancy Jones with National University, and she headed up the development of developing the content and putting it all into a learning management system. And it's in she'll tell you more, but it's in a learning management system that you can actually download as a teacher if you're familiar with Canvas. So with that being said, so good morning, Nancy. And so tell us a little bit about this project.
So cybersecurity competitions is one of the key elements that has been missing in a lot of the curriculum that has been developed in the past. And so that's what this grant is about, is to be able to meet the needs of what students need to get jobs and keep them in the future. One of our advisory groups has been saying that, you know, some of the things that we need is to be able to teach students how to work under pressure and to be able to think out of the box and to be able to work as a team. And unfortunately, cyber geeks sometimes don't know how to do that. And so what we've tried to do in this curriculum is to develop not only content, but content for discipline areas, but also to teach mentors and kind of remind faculty members about how to work with the students and make sure you stay legal and the do's and don'ts of, working with people. When you have people coming from industry, mentors that are working with high school students, sometimes they are not, it's not a work environment, and there's certain rules that you have to kind of follow. So we have a little section on that. We have areas for teaching team building, and we have some videos that are involved with this curriculum so that you could use those as a teaching moment for your students. So they need to learn to have those team building skills. They need to know how to work with leadership and change management, because all of those aspects of business are taking place while they're competing. They just don't know about it. So anyway, we're trying to provide all those skills so that you as a faculty member or a mentor can take the information and build on your skills to be able to deliver that for the students. And then again, you can turn around and use it for the students in your classroom as well. So we're really excited about this. And besides the teaching components of this, we have an area. There's actually 4 different areas that we deal with. One is, teaching the skills of how to work as a team and leadership and those kinds of things. There's another one that's dealing with the competition environment itself, and trying to understand, if you've never competed before, what to expect. And so we have some actual coaches, very successful coaches, who have come in, and we've interviewed them, so you can get a feel from talking to someone who's been doing this for a while. And then we also have the elements of, as I mentioned, working with the students and being legal. And then the majority of the curriculum is based off of different discipline areas. So for example, we have cryptology, or we have forensics, we have Windows. One of our advisory boards members had said, why don't we do something on Wireshark? So we've added that in as well. So I want to tell you that, cybersecurity changes constantly. And this curriculum is not just a one-shot deal. It's an ongoing living document. And when you, as a faculty member or a mentor, come across something that, boy, I wish, I had some tools to be able to share with my students, that's what this is all about. So hopefully you'll let us know, and we can develop more areas that we can do with this. And I want to tell you that I didn't develop all of this. We had some great partners and great faculty from institutions across the state, not only K-12, but also the community college. We've also had some businesses from some, high-tech areas that you can't talk about, but they've been able to contribute to the curriculum as well. So, we have a great resource that's here, and we want it to be available to everyone. So it is in Canvas, and I'm going to move to it in just a second, but we have uploaded it into the Information Commons. So in Canvas, there's an area where you can put curriculum, and it's free for everybody to use and share. And it's, if you're teaching at a class, an institution, that course is protected by the institution. But this is information where you can share it and, do what you want with it, because we want to really help faculty members and mentors be able to utilize this material to help our students learn and be successful in business, but also to help them with the competition as well. So it's kind of a two-edged sword. So I'm going to share my screen and take you over to this is the student view. And so I wanted to show you what it looks like. So on the side, there are different modules, and this is where you'll see the listing. If it will. It's working, sorry. Okay, so here we go. So you can see, we have, I forgot to mention about the mentor recording. So we have had some disciplined mentors who, not only are working with high school and community college teams, but also are, leaders in their area, in their field of expertise. And so we've had different training events where people have gone through and we've recorded those as they're presenting. We've also done some information about the competition, the SoCal Cyber Cup, excuse me, competition itself, and some of the things to prepare for, some of the experiences, how to register, and all those kinds of things. So keep in mind that this was developed to support SoCal Cyber Cup, but everything that is in here would help teams be successful in the National Cyber League, Cyber Patriot, different competitions that are being developed. There's a CAE institution competition that's also being developed. But so everything that's here would help you in whatever competition that you're doing and be able to prepare your students to, have those great jobs and be successful when they're in the workforce. So you can see, we have the training events on top. Then we have, different what to expect as a mentor, what working with K through 12 students, leadership and management, project management. And the reason that that's in there, if you're new to competitions, it's like, why do they need that? So, you have a group of 5 students who are competing and the coach isn't allowed to help them at all. You need to have a student who is the designated leader, who's going to be able to, guide and direct those students who are competing to solve these problems. And so they need to learn about how not to tick everybody off while they're in that competition. They have 6 hours, and so they need to work very closely. And so, understanding those leadership styles and, change management and all that kind of stuff. We also have an area on ethics, which is really important, and things for you as a coach or a mentor to, keep in mind. And then we talk about different competitions that you might want to take a look at and participate in, what the competition environment's like. And then we start off with the network fundamentals. That's a course that is easily done at the high school level. Even junior high students are doing the network fundamentals. And so from there, we branch off IP subnetting, ports. We do Security Plus, we do Windows, we do forensics, we do cryptology, Wireshark, and so on. And so each one of these have, they have videos, they have lectures, they have materials for you to be able to utilize, hopefully to take and use as part of your training meetings that you have. So we're just trying to give you the skills and the resources that you need. And these build with many of the things that Ring is already doing. But a lot of time competitions are not a class. It's like a club. And so this way you have materials that you can put together that will best meet your needs as an educator. So, Chris, do you have any questions?
No, that looks really good, and I think it's nice that you put in about project management and being part of a team. So a lot of the employers that we talk to, it's really important. They look for employees that can be a good team member, that can manage projects and work well together. And I think competitions really help students learn that skill. So they may have to work together in a challenging environment. There's a little bit of stress. For them, they've got to get things done, like you mentioned, in specific time limits. So I think that's really good. And I think this really meshes together with like the interactives we saw from the Ring project today, and I think some of the curriculum that they're developing too. So I think this will be a great resource for coaches, teachers, and mentors.
And I'll actually the Ring project's not up for public review right yet, but it will be shortly. And I'll be making links and adding those links to this curriculum so that you could be able to utilize those for your team meetings.
Great, thanks. And we'll post a link on, if people want to get access to this, we'll post the information on how they can request access. All of our coaches and mentors that participated in the SoCal Cyber Cup this year already have access. But anybody watching the broadcast that's interested, we'll make sure you get access to this content if you would like.
Great.
So, anything else you want to add, Nancy?
You know, cyber competitions are really the key to bringing together the knowledge and experience that students have. And so I'm just so excited about the SoCal Cyber Cup and being a part of being able to prepare these students and their teams. So it's a great aspect and something that everyone should add to their curriculum if they don't already have competitions.
Yeah, that's a great point. Competitions are a lot of fun and a great way to learn. So thanks for showing us this the learning management system, and we appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Chris, another two great videos. My goodness, something to be very proud of.
Yeah, so there's some great career advice, and also once again that curriculum is free for any students or teachers that want to use it. So please feel free to reach out to us. So back over to you, Drew.
Yeah, very good. And then as always, as we've been saying throughout the whole show, just cannot do this without the phenomenal sponsors. And another one is June Chochelis. He was a vice president for science and technology strategy for science applications at International Corporation, better known as SAIC, and chief operating officer of Connect. She has been a member of the Athena San Diego, supporting STEM education, women in defense, and with the NDIA, working with Lillian, I imagine, Armed Forces Communications and Electronics Association. And you've got one to shout out too, don't you?
I do. I actually have several shout outs, if y'all don't mind.
Please.
First to you, my fine Luddite friend, for teaching me the ropes here. And to our production crew headed by Jeremy Addis Mills from Digital Impact. And thank you very much, Jeremy, for manning the controls back there. And again, to our sponsors. Again, my fine Luddite friend here was utterly blown away by the cost that is involved with putting on one of these competitions and the information systems that are required to run a competition like this. And to our final sponsor, shout out, I believe, of the day to La Jolla Logic, their finals team sponsor, and they do cybersecurity and information assurance specialization with expertise to identify and manage risk, addressing and challenging technical issues, and strengthening defenses to protect the critical data and infrastructure for the United States Department of Defense, academic institutions, and the private sector. This brings us to the wrap of the game. As any of you who are following the scoreboard from home like us notice, they've taken it down to validate the scores. But I noticed before they pulled it offline that the team with one of my favorite names among the funny ones here in the competition, the reverse shells. For those of you in the audience who are familiar with what a reverse shell is, and for my friend Drew here, when you trick a computer into running code of your choosing, when you inject code into it to overwrite a program, the way you get back a remote control channel over that computer is by having it send a command program, a shell, back to you. So a reverse shell is having that computer send you, hey, command me. So they are reverse shells by the seashore. They're from right here at Grossmont College, right here in the La Mesa area of San Diego, and they were in last place for the better part of the competition, but they zoomed out from the very bottom of the pack, like I believe we predicted might happen earlier on in the telecast, and they had zoomed up into third place when I saw them last, and were closing up the gap really rapidly on the second place team. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how everything landed after they validate the scores.
Well, without question. And, and Chris, this was a lot of fun. We can't wait to find out who the winners are. And I know you want to make an introduction and bring back one of our good friends, Lillian Maestas.
Yeah, so we kind of played a trick on Lillian. We told her this was going to be an interview, but this is actually going to be a thank you for her. So Lillian's been working with this project since 2011, and for those of you that maybe haven't been involved in a challenge like this, there's so much work that goes on behind the scenes. I mean, hundreds of hours of work, and Lillian is a volunteer. It's all volunteer work. And she has done such a tremendous job. I mean, our sponsors are begging us to come back and support the challenge. She gets the T-shirts, she gets your food cards, she arranges the dinners. I can't tell you how much work goes into it, and how much not only myself, National University, the San Diego community appreciates all the hard work. And so this is going to be her last year supporting the challenge. So we did want to give her a big thank you and really thank her for all of the support that she's done for the challenge. So thank you so much, Lillian.
Oh, Chris, that was very special. Thank you. This is actually a labor of love. It's really a fun program. I've enjoyed it from the very beginning. It's not only fun, it's educational. It's part of what I do. So it's just really fit well with what I've done. And, volunteering and the joy I get out of the kids learning and advancing with their cyber skills is just wonderful. And if I didn't have other commitments that were overtaking my life, I'd stay with it. But I do have Kevin Bowen, who is the NDIA STEM chair, who is he is the STEM chair, and he was with us this year. So he will be filling the shoes. So again, thank you. I'll probably be around on the periphery. It's just one of these things that's I feel it's going to be hard for me to withdraw myself from. So.
Well, let's just say you might be taking a hiatus, all right? We're not going to say goodbye. So we're not going to let you off that easy over here. And then Lillian, you know how much I've enjoyed having you on, my radio shows, whether it was the eCity cybersecurity show or it was our Spotlight on the Community. You've been just an absolute delight in so many different ways. And literally, to Chris's point, but you are the poster child for what is all good about community leaders and volunteers. You always do this with a smile, no matter how many times you want to grit your teeth on certain things. We all find ourselves doing that. And listen, I think we all love working with Chris. Chris does such a terrific job. It makes it easier. So on behalf of me personally and all the radio shows I've done, thank you, Lillian. What a delight. And I know our paths were going to be crossing somewhere down the road sooner than later.
Thank you, Drew, very much. Yeah, look forward to it.
Very good. So, on that note, I'm going to say goodbye and just really want to echo what Peter had said. Jeremy, just a spectacular job on the production crew. And, Chris, what can I say? You were just wonderful to work with, always have been wonderful to work with. We're looking forward. I think we're sort of counting the days. Jeremy's going, Drew, can we get done with 2021 before we go to 2022? But we'll start on day 364 on this, and what a delight, of course, and working with all the other folks involved. And my new best friend, Peter Bartoli, I cannot even tell you how much I've enjoyed this with you. You are on your way to be a master of ceremonies stardom and so forth. And if you'll have me, I'll come back again next year, and Chris, the same as well.
Thank you very much, sir. And likewise, I couldn't have a better Luddite sidekick for this child hacker. And I can't wait. I hope, Chris, that you'll have both of us back. I can't wait to do this in 2022 with right in front of competitors so that we can actually see them as they're doing stuff and see what's going on as they change places on the scorecard.
Well, I want to make sure not everyone don't get off the line, and just me getting off the line over here. There's a lot more to cover over that. Chris, take it away.
Great. Thanks, Drew, and thanks for all your support. It was a pleasure working with you today. So as Peter mentioned, the scoreboard's down. They're compiling the scores. They're going to send those to us. So while we're waiting, we're going to do some post-game interviews with the different teams. So the first one that's going to be up is Landmark Middle School. But before we bring them on, they've got about 2 minutes of promotional videos that they made. We kind of saved, I won't say we saved the best for last, but their video is really good. They've got their principal cheering them on. So Jeremy, if you could run the Landmark videos.
My name is Mr. Garcia, and I'm the proud principal here at Landmark Middle School. With so much to choose from programs and electives, Landmark is more than just a place, it's an experience. Our programs are well developed, and our students are connected to their learning. We pride ourselves in our code of honor, which stands for honest, organized, noble, outstanding, and respectful. We have an array of electives, exploratories, and interactive programs for our students to stay connected. At Landmark Middle School, we have a popular saying, there is something for everyone. We have over 20 electives and programs that our students can choose from so that they can stay connected to our school and to each other. Join us as we review our elective and program experience with you here at Landmark Middle School. On behalf of Landmark Middle School, we want to wish our Cyber Knights the best experience possible. Ladies and gentlemen, you've overcome so much this past school year. Through thick and thin, you've stuck through it all, and you've overcome so much adversity. You've shown your resilience. We are proud of you. Go get them. Go defend the realm. No matter what happens, you will come back champions of Landmark Middle School.
Hello, Cyber Knights. This is Ms. Smith, your assistant principal. I am super excited about your upcoming event. Do what you do best. Defend the realm. Go Cyber Knights, you rock.
Landmark Knights, we are so proud of you, and we know that you're gonna do great. No matter what happens, we're still proud of you guys and how far you've come. Go Knights!
What a cool video.
Yeah, that was really good. And so now that we have went through the video, we now have the Landmark coach, Becky Baez, on along with her team captain. And I don't want to say his name because I might say it incorrectly. So Becky, if you could introduce your team captain.
Yeah, go ahead and unmute. It's Eder. That's Eder Aguilar. Can you unmute?
Sorry. Hello.
I think you're listening to the podcast in the background.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to turn the mic off. Renee?
So if they could turn their volume off, I think that would probably help.
Yeah, we'll have to turn the volume off. Okay, sorry.
That's the joy of doing this live. That's something we didn't think about. So
yeah, go ahead.
Welcome, Becky. So tell us a little about Landmark Middle School and how you got involved in the competition.
Well, interestingly, this is our second year having a cyber security class, and I'm also the STEAM teacher here. But we ended up starting from scratch last year. I'm actually by trade a history and English teacher, and I fell into it by being recruited by Donna Woods, the one of our department heads here at Moreno Valley Unified District. And they roped me into doing it because I always was interested in tech and I was a STEAM and project-based learning teacher. And they thought, well, you might as well add coding. Okay, so I added coding. I added a little bit of web design. Then they said, well, why don't you do this? So I am learning, honestly, along with the kids. This is our first year of getting this far. Last year we competed a little bit in Cyber Patriots. And then the day the world shut down, we were actually competing in the qualifiers for SoCal Cyber Cup. And we had all new kids last year, and this year, every single one of these kids started from scratch. They have never been in a coding class. They've never been in a cybersecurity class or a computer science class ever in their lives, and they learned from the start the best they could with so much adversity. And the district is now working with us to develop our pathway, which is it's an outstanding pathway we have here in Moreno Valley. Lots of great opportunities, but this is a team that came from nothing. They had no experience at all. And in fact, up until 2 weeks ago, our district had even blocked us being able to access the Linux. We couldn't even access a terminal. And so we've been doing everything theoretically. And
Yeah, it was quite difficult.
To learn a command line, I imagine, without a actual command line.
Yes, just about.
Question right out of my mind too. I was going to ask you. So, what challenges have you faced in picking this up? As I see you with your mask and it looks like plastic shields around you, Eder. But
yes, so we're all being very COVID safe here, trying to make sure it doesn't spread anymore.
Good. I was about to hit up your coach with another question, but she's back. I'm still.
So here's what's exciting for us and been very challenging. They have never met each other. Our school has been closed down. We had to get special permission to be on campus today in my computer lab.
Yes, this is the first time I've met many of these people. I have met a few before, but that was before COVID.
Wow.
Well, that's amazing. Thanks to you and your staff, Becky, for doing that. So, Eder, what was the funnest part of the challenge today?
Oh, really? The funnest part was just learning new stuff and discovering with others.
Okay, and what was the worst part about it?
Linux, the entire Linux thing.
Oh no, you'll get past that in good time and you'll be loving it all the way to the bank, I promise you. Which doesn't kill you, makes you worth more after graduation, sir. Coach Becky, what's it like for doing all this prep? I'm San Diego State's coach, so I kind of know the answer, but I want to hear it from your point of view. You grow them, you get them ready, you're picking this up after being on the opposite side of campus. And then when the competition starts, you don't get to talk to them. What's that like?
Well, it's been a real challenge, but what's been amazing is the perseverance of these kids, the teamwork that they showed, even when they had never met each other, and we're doing everything through Zoom and all the fails that Zoom has. I think we're all familiar. Again, this is the first time they're meeting in person. First time I've met many of these students in person ever. And the big challenge is, like, again, we've been teaching kind of theoretically, doing what we can, kind of doing some backdoor things when we can. And what really was a huge help to us was we had an excellent mentor, Chris McGuire. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but just a fantastic help to us. And in fact, we were so surprised he drove all the way up from San Diego to root for them today and stop by and say hello. And we're up by Riverside, we're a little out of the way. But the challenge has really been trying to teach remotely without all the tools. And I think what it's done, I think it's made them a stronger team. I think they've learned to persevere. And that is not something to be taken lightly. It really can transfer into all of their classes. When they're able to overcome an obstacle that's been given to them and they don't give up. It's a big growth thing for them. It's been amazing.
Very cool. So speaking of obstacles and not giving up, back to you, Mr. Aguilar. You said all the Linux was the pain. What was the painful thing you had to deal with there that the red team was giving you?
Not to be insulting, but that we don't know much. We had to go off of things we remembered and things we had to pick up very quickly.
Yeah, no, that's not insulting. It's humility, and your humility is refreshing. We all have lots to learn, and it's just in a career in this field, it moves so fast that you're never ever going to be done learning. To be in this field is to constantly be a student, even as a teacher. And so finding your way around everything you say. No, there was no particular challenge or attack that the red team brought against you that was harder to get around than the others?
Honestly, I can't say. Yeah, just all of them. We all had to work together in order to solve a few of them.
And how much do you know about the red team? How much were you told about the red team?
It's just that it was AI planning attacks.
It was utterly automated. You were in your computers the whole time.
Yeah. I also kind of expected that at least one or two real people would be also attacking us. Just to give it a bit of diversity and a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. Although, needless to say, these were real humans attacking you. They were just using code to do it and to make sure that they spread the pain out evenly across all of the teams. If you get to go back and watch this telecast, a really neat guy participated in a couple of our interviews. The guy behind the red team engine, Toby Lynn, talked about it a bunch. And I hope you weren't watching and we didn't give you too many tips along the way.
No, you didn't.
Chris or Lillian, do you have any questions of Coach Becky or Eder?
No questions. I'm really impressed some of the challenges that they overcame and all the participants with this COVID year. And I'm glad the mentor worked out for you. That was one of our goals this year, is to get mentors to teams, because that's been an obstacle for teams. So I'm glad that worked out, and glad you were able to work with your campus to overcome some of the technical challenges. And your videos were awesome too. It's good to see that that your school leadership supports you. So that's really good too. So. Yeah, so maybe Peter, we can bring on the Pro T kids now. Thank Becky and Eder for their for being the first ones, the guinea pig, so to speak, for our first post game interview ever at the SoCal Cyber Cup Challenge.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Thank you for having us. It's been fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for playing. And does this mean we get Noelle back now?
Yep, this is Noelle's group, and this is the golf team that's in a cyber competition.
I can't wait to meet these kids. And while we're transitioning, it's funny. That's such a neat story to hear how Coach Becky is transitioning from being a history and English teacher to picking up computer science, because it's just kind of not in the curriculum there.
Yeah, that's great. And that's not the first time we've heard that either, right? The band coach and we've seen art coaches do it too. So yeah, that's really, really good.
No, this echoes my same story. We talked about Coach Geringer earlier and how one of the most successful coaches in Cyber Patriot history is a former band teacher at my former high school, where when I took AP Computer Science as a student, they didn't have anybody really to teach it. They had a math teacher. And I, as a high school student, ended up lecturing a couple of times. I was so far ahead of the class and the material, and they found that you'll not be surprised, Chris, to know that if they didn't, the teacher thought that putting me in front of the class was better because I was going to be a class clown if I wasn't doing something like that. But we've got Leela, Danya, and Alvin. How do you do? Welcome. Please unmute. It looks like you're all muted, and we want to hear what you've got to say. Let's start out with you, Leela. What was the most fun thing that you went through today?
It was really stressful, really stressful. But I think one thing that was fun was talking with everybody and getting to see how much, like, we started in like 5th place and we went up a lot.
Yes, We're watching you on the scorecard all day. How about Danya? What about you? What was the most fun thing that you went through today?
Generally just interacting with my peers and watching us all complete questions and challenges.
And it looks like I see you all, the last team that we interviewed, it looked like they were actually allowed on campus. And it looks like you all are in your homes. I see lots of different bedrooms in your background. Alvin, how is it to compete with your teammates when you're separated from them by webcams?
Honestly, it's like not that bad because in fact I'm kind of used to it because school nowadays is all online.
Yeah, but usually you have one guy or one gal at the front of the room who's doing a lot of the teaching. You didn't find it challenging to have to do a lot of cross communication in between all of your teammates?
Not really.
Cool. So what was the most fun thing that you went through today, Alvin?
Mainly just like being with my team and talking and having fun, finding answers to questions and stuff.
And solving Leela's stress. Anna, how about you? I'm going to change up the question just a little bit and ask along the lines of Leela's feedback. What was the most stressful thing that the red team gave you today to deal with?
Well, we didn't even, at first, we didn't know we were gonna like fight the AI and stuff. So like the last few weeks, we were just trying to learn Linux commands. Like it was hard. But eventually, in the tournament, we were Googling things and trying to figure stuff out, and it was honestly pretty fun.
Yes, that's the best thing about this job and this profession is we put the totality of human knowledge accessible at the stroke of a keyboard and the click of a web search. You can literally find the answer to everything, and it's very empowering. So I'm going to go back to you now, Leela, because you said stress. And oh my God, how I hear you. Because when the red team's hitting you with one thing after another, and it was tough for us. We're trying to call it like it's a live cast here. You can imagine we're just watching a scoreboard. And when we see things going down, we just see red X's. We don't see your reactions. But tell us what it was like with solving some of those challenges.
I didn't really solve many challenges, and so I feel like for me it was more like trying to solve them and not being able to solve them. So that was really hard to process.
Don't be daunted by it. Some people learn it quicker than others. Keep swinging at it. You will get it. As I told the last team, as I tell my students at San Diego State, that which doesn't kill you, as they say, makes you worth more after graduation, especially in this field.
Hey, Peter, I got a question for the team. So we interviewed your coach earlier. So you're from a golf organization. So which is more stressful, making that 3-foot putt to win the game or participating in a cyber competition? And we'll let Layla go first.
I think the cyber competition is harder because we've been golfing for a long time. So it's like it's different. Sometimes it can be more stressful, while other times it's a lot easier.
Great. What do you think, Danya?
Well, yeah, we've definitely been playing golfing for more than like 2 years already. So yeah, golfing just comes easier to us, rather than like Cyber Cup and stuff like that.
Great. And Alvin, how about you?
Honestly, I disagree with both of them. The 3-foot putt is much more scary and like frightening and stressful. Because like here online, like majority of the time when we were attacked by the red team, we first didn't even notice. And then even though there's like, we saw a red X, we didn't know what happened. So we were kind of like clueless entirely.
Great. Thanks, Alvin. And last but not least, you, Anna.
Yeah, I agree with Alvin. The 3-foot putt is it's much scarier. Like we can Google how to do this thing or that stuff, and we can all talk with our like teammates to solve it. But then when you're putting, you can't tell someone to step in and putt it for you.
Well, that's awesome, and I think Peter, you might agree. So one of the great things about a cybersecurity career is the pay's so good they can afford to go golf wherever they want, and once they're deep into this field.
Yes, indeed. Golf is an expensive habit. I just started picking it up myself and I like it a lot, but a good career like cybersecurity definitely helps pay for all of the rounds at the links. And we've got a question from the crowd too. How did you communicate and coordinate with each other as challenges surfaced? Was there a leader? Would somebody rise up and help direct traffic? Alvin, let's start with you.
Yeah, so like I mean, I'm the team leader, so I'm like, I guess like kind of answer the question. I don't know, but I'm honestly like really, I'm not sure like who did it because we all kind of just like thought who like, do you guys want this? Kind of voted.
Mm-hmm. So you're a benevolent democratic dictator of sorts. Outstanding.
All right, Peter, that was a great group, and I think you're our first ever golf club to participate in the SoCal Cyber Cup Challenge. So I'm glad you get the physical activity and the brain activity to become for a great career. So Peter, next I think we're going to move on to the varsity schools, and I think we're going to bring in Northwood High School next to interview their team.
Thank you, Pro T, for joining us very much. And we're on to Northwood High School. Coach David Yu. And we've got Brian, Pranav, Henry, and Ellie coming on board. Where's Coach David?
He's there. I see him on the.
There we go. Pan your camera up. There you go, sir. So, how did it go? How was the lead up to this competition with all of the logistical challenges?
Well, I think it was for us, and at least for my part, a little bit nervous. This team and is sort of based out of the cybersecurity club at Northwood High School, and they participated in a number of CTFs before, but nothing like the attack defend model that they went through today. So it was a little nervous trying to prepare them, determine what would be the most helpful for them. So I guess they're the ones who can address I think overall they did quite well considering, but so I'm really proud of their performance today.
Well, before we move on to them, tell us a little bit about the cybersecurity club there at Northwood.
Sure. Actually, Brian he is one of the co-presidents of the club, and he can kind of give you the rundown. It's a pretty young club, and he was one of the founders of it. So, he can give you the rundown there.
Please, Brian, take it away. Tell us about your club.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, yeah. Cybersecurity Club at Northwood is, as David said, is really young. We started last school year actually, so we've basically been in operation for about 2 years. Before then, we didn't really have any cybersecurity on campus. The closest equivalent was probably like the computer science club, but they didn't really do any cybersecurity oriented activities. So we basically started. We're sort of decentralized, so everything is more student run, especially since it's a club, so we don't really have more of any teachers participating in it other than advisor who just handles administration and liaison between the school and us. So each year we participate in Cyber Patriot and NCL. So this is our first year actually doing SoCal Cyber Cup, but we've had experience in Jeopardy style CTF, so it wasn't anything new for the qualifying rounds. However, the blue team, red team stuff, that was entirely new for all of us.
Very, very cool. We're going to come back to you, Brian, and ask you how you like it after I start off with Ellie and and get her into the mix here. What was the most fun thing that you went through today, and what was the least fun thing that you went through today?
Well, I think the most fun thing was getting to experience the kind of red team, blue team, offensive, defensive kind of competition style. It's the first time I've had to do that. And I think overall it was a really great experience. The least fun thing was probably sitting there not knowing how to fix the problems, because you're just sitting there like, why is it still an X? And it was altogether frustrating at the time.
So what did you do there when you saw it was a red X and one solution didn't work?
Well, if one solution didn't work, we would just, first of all, there's a lot of Google searching, and we just keep trying, seeing where we could find issues, brainstorming if where the issue would be, and trying to see if we could solve it that way.
Very cool. How about you, Brian? What was the most fun thing and the least fun thing amongst all the challenges you had to deal with today?
Yeah, so I think most for like, well, basically all CTFs we do, one of the most fun things like really learning things new. I see like these competitions a lot like of an education mode in it, especially since like I never really took a cybersecurity class, so everything I learned was basically the process of solving problems during CTFs. Also working with my team, so like to be honest, I didn't really do much this time since blue team, red team wasn't really like my sort of expertise. I do a lot better with the Jeopardy style stuff. So I essentially got carried by Pranav, who's on this call right now, along with Henry, who is basically our mascot, and Bian. I guess like one of the least fun scenes is just like that frustration. After like, especially when like our problems with FTP, like we couldn't spend like 2 hours just trying to like do random things on it, but we couldn't really figure out how it went. But like, I feel that frustration, like even though maybe like I guess sort of like stressful at that moment, it's like a really important driving force for like improvement afterwards. And I find that like a very rewarding experience.
Very cool. And you said, I'm sorry, you said Henry was kind of like the mascot of the team. Did I hear you correctly there?
Yeah, so it's sort of interesting, but like the first year we did this as a team, he sort of like carried us really, really hard through NCL. So since then we started calling our team Henry's God, just to like, you know, to basically sort of like praise him and worship him.
We were watching you all there at the head of the pack there at the beginning of the competition. That's good to put the names together. Again, that you are Henry as God. And I see Pranav has joined us now. Can we do an audio check, Pranav? Because I'd love to hear from you what the most fun and the least fun thing that you went through today was as well.
The most fun thing, I guess, was just the least fun thing, I think, like Ellie said, just wondering what was going wrong every time everything started dying. The most fun thing, just the joy of seeing stuff actually working after you spend a couple hours, or I guess like a long time on something.
Yeah, for sure. And all of that grinding, all the grinding and web searching like Ellie talked about. So I got a good question here from the crowd. How do you delegate tasks? How do you figure out who does what there in the heat of the moment? I mean, I kind of heard that you kind of, it seems like amongst the cyber team, you kind of had positions picked out in that Brian was handling sort of the challenges while the blue team stuff was being handled, if I got it correct, by you, Pranav. But when Red X's popped up, who did you pick? How did you pick who got to do it?
I think we sort of like agreed on what we were going to start off with at the beginning, but after that it was just like whoever wanted to do something just said they were going to work on it.
Pretty democratic. This is going around. Very cool.
I got a question for the team, Peter, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Hey, so are any of you seniors now and getting ready to go to college?
Yeah, so most of our team is actually seniors. I think we only have like 2 non-seniors. Oh, wait, no, 3 non-seniors, so like 5 seniors. Pranav is senior, I'm a senior, Henry, Mason, and Luke. Um, I feel like I'm missing someone, but yeah. So yeah, and then our club is actually kind of heavy senior, so yeah.
Great. The reason I say that is Peter and I were talking during the challenge that colleges, we want to recruit sharp students like your team for our schools. So Peter's at San Diego State, I'm at National University, and some of our community college partners here. They may hit you up and try to recruit you for their schools. You guys did so well.
Thanks.
Yeah, again, congratulations. Thanks for competing. Thanks for agreeing to come on and be part of our first round of post-game interviews here ever in a competition. And we'll look forward to seeing you again and to seeing you in a classroom, maybe even Chris's or mine.
Thanks, team. Thanks for joining the challenge. I think, Peter, Troy High School is up next.
Yes, indeed. Troy High School is helmed by Coach David Kim. And I see here we've got some notes from them saying Runtime Alpha is a team consisting of 8 students from Troy High School, from computer networking to device hardening. Each student has a passion and a curiosity for cybersecurity. The students enjoy competing in various competitions to learn and apply their knowledge in cyber, and several members on the team are Cyber Patriot National Champions and NYU CSAW finalists. Do you know what CSAW is, Chris?
Yeah, that's a cyber competition out of New York University.
Very cool. So the team, again, is led by Coach Kim, who teaches computer science and business at Troy High. And he's also been one of the assistant coaches for Troy's cyber defense program for the last 2 years. And is Coach Kim with us? I don't see a Coach Kim. I see lots of students. This is outstanding. Thank you again for joining us. I want to hear from each of you in a row. Starting with you up there in the upper right-hand corner. There we go. We've got Coach Kim. I'll come back to you in a moment. I'm still picking on you first, Ryan. And I want to hear, what was the most fun and the least fun thing that you went through today?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank you to Mr. Bartoli and Mr. Simpson for having us on. I'd say the most fun thing I had done today was, I guess, just getting to meet up with all these great competitors that have worked alongside me during these 4 hours, and just getting through things and just learning a little bit more about cybersecurity through these sort of challenges. I guess the worst part, I think most of the other competitors have said it, but it was just struggling through the red team itself. I mean, for us, it's since we've been Cyber Patriot competitors and we've been to nationals, we've seen this before, but still the experience is the same. It's still kind of nerve-wracking to be up against the attack and try to defend against that.
And what was the hardest thing they threw at you?
I guess it was just struggling just to also kind of figure out like what went right, what went wrong. Just being observant. From our experience, we've had to like pay attention to certain things. I'm not going to try to talk in specifically about these certain vulnerabilities, but there's like certain things you need to pay attention to in the system, and just being watchful that just takes I guess for me, it just takes puts a lot of stress on me. So just trying to go through that was the entire challenge throughout these past 4 hours.
You bet, indeed. And thanks for competing. You're very welcome. Please come back again. And I want to hear from Aiden next. Aiden, what was the most fun thing you went through and the least fun thing that you went through here today?
Honestly, the most fun part about competing today was honestly the injects. The injects were fun and good to go through. We were able to get a lot of them out in the beginning, and we were like that because that is probably what our team is most trained to do. A lot of our team consists of players who usually use Windows instead of Linux. I believe only 3 of us have really got hands-on and dirty with Linux, and the rest of us have some experience or little to no experience with it at all.
It's funny as you bring that up, you're echoing a lot of the feedback from the other teams, and I can see all of your teammates around you smiling and nodding as they echo about Linux. And like I've been telling the other teams, don't worry, it'll make you worth more after graduation, I promise. Johnny, how about you? What was the most fun and the least fun?
I think the most enjoyable overall is just being able to work as a team. I know, with that time pressure, it's obviously it really gets on your nerve. But I realize that what's really interesting is, when you're tackling these injects one at a time, but simultaneously you have to, I guess, keep these services up and all that. It really combines and gives it the team atmosphere. You have to work together, or you'll fall apart. So that's something that I really enjoy.
Very cool. I'm very glad to hear that, the teamwork. I know it's so important. I work a lot on that with my team at San Diego State, the communication and how you figure out who's going to handle what. Brian, how about you next? Most fun and least fun thing of the day.
So I think the best part about this competition was really just being able to compete with my friends in something that we're all passionate about. And then honorable mention, it was quite fun trying to cram all that Linux knowledge in a few days. And then my least favorite part about the competition today was probably realizing that there were a lot of things we did that had self-inflicted damage. There were things we did that were not what Red Team had caused, and then that it really dragged us down. So we need to work on that a little bit. But yeah, that's what I think would be the least favorite part of today.
But those are the things you learn most from, and we were talking about it with our panelists and with the red team and the scoring engine, and asking them to help us analyze the scoring system, and those words were used regularly during our scoring breaks during this telecast. The self-inflicted damage.
No, but it's a great learning experience nonetheless. So.
Yes, indeed. Some of those, when you have a typo on a command line after you type sudo, it can be really, really painful. I've had some of those professionally cost me entire weekends of free time where I thought I was going to be doing something fun, and oops, no, I'm not so much. Anna, I want to hear from you before I move on to your coach. What did you like the best? What did you like the least?
This might be a little bit of an unconventional answer, but I actually like the virtual platform this year where multiple people could work on one workstation at a time, and then you could see the other person typing out commands and, navigating through the file system. I'm one of the aforementioned people who doesn't have that much experience with Linux. So I thought it was very educational looking at the teammates who did have more experience with Linux, working in the terminal. And then we could also fluidly move between workstations and assign workstations to different tasks. Like while this workstation was running some command, then we can all go on another one to work with the server, with another server. And I just thought that I really liked that format. It was very efficient and organized from my opinion. And I guess the thing that I dislike the most is, as a previous interviewee already said, it's just Linux. How much more does need to be elaborated on? I don't have that much experience with Linux, so I was just when we see an X go on, and I'm like, is this a self-inflicted problem, or is it a red team problem, or why is this file missing, or was it a script that went wrong? And it was just kind of chaos because of the lack of prior experience, but it was chaos in a good way because I could also learn from others solving the problem with me.
Yes, indeed. And needless to say, I'm not here fishing for conventional answers. I very much appreciate the unconventional, although you'll be surprised to learn a little bit that sort of virtual environment, needless to say, is far more conventional these days, even when we're able to do the competitions in person. Oftentimes the consoles are virtual, and you will see your teammates type. But good to hear about how you all gelled as a team. And I want to hear from your coach now and tell us a little bit about the program, Mr. Kim, that you got there at Troy.
Yeah, so you had Mr. Stullfield earlier, and I think he also mentioned a lot about our program, but we've had our cyber program since 2010, and we've been growing it ever since. And this past school year, despite COVID, we still had over 300 students who were part of our program at our school, and along with 100 other students as well from nearby middle schools to do so. And I want to say really proud of our teams. Some of our members here are actually student instructors for the program. And so not only were they students that learned from the previous generation students, but they also have picked up those teaching roles as well, and also teaching the ones that are coming in as well.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. This is one of the things I've been teaching, even at the collegiate level. It's ongoing. It's cyclical. Once you pick something up, once you learn something, then you have to learn how to talk about it. And the best way to do it is to be able to teach what you have learned. So that's really refreshing to hear that it's being implemented at your school, and really refreshing to hear too, Aiden, like you said, that injects. We don't usually hear injects as a team's comfort zone. Yeah, quite the contrary. Here at SDSU on my team, it's one of our weak spots. So Troy team, please apply to SDSU. And Chris, do you have any questions for the Troy team? Lillian?
I would say don't just consider SDSU, but National University. We got a good cyber team, and I'll plug our community college partners here in Southern California: Coastline, Palomar, Riverside, Saddleback too. They're all eager to recruit. Maybe you can convince them to give you some scholarships and free education.
Great. Thank you very much again for joining us, Troy, and for competing. And
so next we're moving to community colleges, Peter. So the first one for community colleges is going to be Riverside City College.
Can you introduce them, please?
So we got their coach is Skip Berry. They should be entering the room now.
I see team captain is Sean Collins. I see Jimmy coming into the room. There we go. There's Coach Skip. While the rest of your team is joining us, tell us about the program that you've got set up there and what it's like, what it's been like competing through webcams.
Are you asking me, the coach, or the players?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So Riverside City College, we've had our program officially since about 2016, when I became lead for the program. We've taught security courses before that, and I taught those as well. But we've grown quite a bit. We've got some amazing stuff going on. NSF grants. One of the things that we've got going on is on Monday, Governor Newsom's going to be announcing our new cybersecurity apprenticeship program that is going into effect for employers that are going to take our students and put them into paid apprenticeships while they're learning and get tuition free at RCC. So pretty excited about that.
Very cool.
So I'll say this about my team. I'm excited about them. They are hardworking and excited about being involved in cybersecurity. And so I'll let you talk to them at this point.
Great. We'll start with Haley. I've been asking everybody, what's the most fun thing that you went through today, and what is the least fun thing that you went through today?
So it's really fun to explore Linux. Getting the opportunity to work on multiple servers and find solutions to problems and working together. The least fun would be trying out every avenue you can think of, researching for the longest time and still not finding the answer, I guess.
Web searching can be fun. Keep grinding at it. How about you, Jimmy? What was the most and least fun thing that you went through today?
I think the most fun was learning about all the different machines. So when we found out what servers were running, we took the time to learn about those servers, and I think that was the most fun. The least fun was trying to figure out what happened to the Redis server.
That's a common theme, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We were watching the scoreboard as Toby, the guy behind the AI of the red team, told us that all of your databases were about to drop, and it seemed like they all stayed down across all teams for quite a while. So your pain was shared there, Jimmy. You, sir, there in the lower right-hand corner, I can't make out the text of your name, but what was the most fun and least fun thing that you went through today?
I think that's you, Selim.
Oh, hi. The most fun, I really like the Jeopardy style questions, the ones with more direction. And like conversely, there's when you don't have a direction, when you don't really know what you're doing, that can seem frustrating, and that was kind of my least favorite part about it.
And how is it competing via webcam with one another, Selim?
We stayed mostly in voice. We didn't really use webcam.
Neat. How did you figure out who was going to do what when things started going down?
It was just mainly self-delegation. People chose what they wanted to do.
People volunteering, saying, I'll get that. I've got this one.
Yeah.
Very cool. Chris, do you have any questions?
So yeah, so as community college students, how does a challenge like this help or detract from your college education? And I'll start off with Jimmy.
I think this helps out a lot with like finding jobs, something set up on your resume, especially with the blue team, red team deal. I think that would help out a great deal.
Yeah, that's great. And we hear that from a lot of employers too. How about you, Haley?
This is a good way for me to find out what I need to improve on. It's also a good direction in what I like to do as far as cybersecurity goes.
Great. And how about you, Salam?
It definitely supplements, Python is used a lot for these type of competitions, and that's been something I've been learning this semester. So it definitely supplements it in like a different use case, to where you'd learn in a classroom as opposed to like real world situations.
Great. And I'm going to do a shameless plug for my school because we have a nice transfer program from Riverside College. We give you credit and we give you a discount, but I'll give Peter a chance to plug San Diego Estates too. We'd welcome many of you. We've got a cyber team at our school. So over to you, Peter, to plug your school real quick.
We have a great cyber program too. We have over 100 students that get together every Friday night before adjourning to do more strictly extracurricular activities. They all get together with their friends in a networking group where they figure out what they're going to do next and keep teaching each other tips and tricks. And from that competition, from that club on Friday nights, we cherry pick the competition team that trains on Saturdays and participates in competitions like the ones that you just went through while they figure out what they're going to do next in their careers. And you really hit the nail on the head there, Jimmy, in that this really does prep you for jobs. It really does give you something to talk about in interviews. And Dr. Barnett in our crowd here just threw a really good question that I'd like to toss at the all of you. starting with you, Jimmy, what's next for you? Are you gonna be job hunting? The way you described that made me kind of think that you are already ready to start looking for jobs.
Actually, I'm actually in a pivot. I just started doing the cyber defense program, but eventually I'll try to pivot and get to a different career.
To a different career besides cyber?
No. Right now I'm HVAC.
Oh, interesting. Very cool. How about you, Haley? What's next for you after this?
I want to go to a 4-year university. I still have some classes to finish at community college, but I want to move on to a 4-year university and get my degree in cybersecurity.
Very, very cool. Slim?
For me, I definitely like to get a job. There's still some certs and some courses I still want to take, but yeah, I'm definitely looking towards a job.
Very, very cool. And in cyber as well? Yeah. Very, very cool. Very happy to have you all compete today, and thank you for participating here in our first round of post-game interviews and our first live cast of the whole competition. We hope that some of you come back next year and that we get to meet you all in person with microphones. And you too, Coach Skip.
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
I want to recognize Haley. She's president of our cybersecurity club. Oh, nice. And we also have a women in cybersecurity club that we founded this last year on campus as well. And so we're doing all kinds of activities like that and got a pretty good program. So thank you, Chris. Brandon got to plug his articulation agreements earlier in the broadcast to National University. And so I was going to do that anyway. So thank you for plugging that.
Yeah, and just a shout. So Haley, just so you know, one of our sponsors, Qualcomm, Shirley Yeager was on her. She said they want to sponsor a women team. So you may want to reach out. We can get you connected. And Skip, thanks for your support with the grant this year and helping organize the challenge.
My pleasure.
So next, we're going to bring on our last but not least, Saddleback College. And Peter, just the scores are in. So we're going to interview this team. We'll take a little break just so we can get organized because we don't want the scores to leak out by accident. So we'll bring in Saddleback. We'll talk to them for a couple minutes, and then we'll bring in our award ceremony MC, Rick McElroy, and we'll take a break first. Then we'll bring him in, and we'll announce the winner, the top 3 places in each division, along with the prizes.
Outstanding. Very much looking forward to finding out who ended up on top.
So, good.
No, you first, sir.
I was just going to say, Dr. Burnett is the coach for Saddleback. So maybe if you want to start with him, it looks like he's in the room now.
Great. Dr. Barnett's been funneling all these good questions too. And appreciation for Jimmy from Riverside's Beard as well. Do we have Dr. Barnett yet on the audio feed? That sounds like a no.
The whole team's in the meeting.
Yeah, I see him. Well, how about the captain? He didn't. Why don't we start off with the captain? I don't see your name. I just see the team name. So introduce yourself and tell us about your team.
Yeah,
my name's George Good. Saddleback team we were started as a cybersecurity club, and we've started joining competitions, and we're having a lot of fun with it.
So how long ago did your club start?
2019.
Just before the world shut down. How is it like to keep a club alive and ticking and training for competitions via webcam?
It's a little more challenging, but we have a lot of students who are really interested and really, really passionate about the subject. So it's not. We're keeping it going.
Very cool. And as the rest of the team files into the virtual room here.
I think we got Dr. Barnett now.
Yes, thank you for all the good questions there, Dr. Barnett. Well, you were in the holding area. Do you have an audio issue still? I don't hear you.
Oh.
You're doing pantomime, right?
Uh-oh.
Well, let's start with Ernie. Ernie, you a member of the team?
I am.
And what was the most fun and the least fun thing that you went through today?
Most fun was definitely working together as a team. Least fun is trying to figure out what's going on.
And you're echoing a lot of what we've heard from a lot of the other competitors as well. And George, back to you next. Most fun and least fun.
Oh, most fun was finally doing something you've tried before in an actual competition under pressure. For me, that was cracking a password. That was pretty great. Least fun is fixing a service that's gone down that you're not familiar with. For me, that was Redis.
Learning on the fly.
Can you hear me? Am I live yet?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Loud and clear.
That's what you get for having 2 monitors and 4 different input audio sources.
Indeed.
So before what I do want to do though is I want to brag on George and Robert. George and Robert just received, or they will next week, our very first cyber defense associate of science degree in computer science. And that's a 100% transferable degree to Cal States and UCs. And to my knowledge, I think we're the only community college that has that 100% transferable degree to the Cal States and UCs. I hope that's not true. I'm hoping that the other community colleges have that. But I wanted to brag on George and Robert for being our first graduates.
Very, very cool.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you two. And Dr. Barnett, I want to come back to you in a minute to tell us about that program since it's amongst the first of its kind. But Noor, I want to bring you into the fold here and tell me what you like the best and what you like the least of what you went through today.
That's a tough question. There's a lot of stuff that I really enjoyed. I'd say my favorite thing was the inject. The challenge of like the puzzle of where's the hints, gotta find them, gotta find the, crack the password, as George said. Least fun to me, that's, when I have the least control over the situation, and that'd be, when red team's taking you down pretty much. So.
What's going on?
Figuring out how they did what they did, right?
Yeah. You want to learn from it too. So. And time's cracking at the same time.
Yeah. Well, you said there were lots of things. Does anything else come to mind, Noor?
I mean, it's like the little things, you gotta identify the systems you're on, and then you gotta set passwords and everything, and then you get the inject, and you gotta find the files. I mean, it's just like, it's just little challenges all the way through,
And when those challenges came up, how did you figure out who was going to take them? How did you divide up the workload and the pain there in the
Well, we coordinated, and we'd announce to each other, okay, here's what I'm going to do, here's what machine I'm going to be on, and then we'll switch places and stuff if we have issues.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah, spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet. We had a lot of democratic systems come forward. We had some all take it's, volunteering based systems. Yours was the first spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's a shared, was it a Google slide, or Google Sheets, sorry. Just a spreadsheet we shared each other, and then we just like write in the machine names, and then you put your name on if you want to work on the system. Kind of gives us an overview of the whole team.
And it keeps us from all working on the same thing at once.
Yes, that's cool. But you all were able to converse during the whole thing, of course, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're also collaborating over Discord.
Still very helpful to write down who's working on what, to have a virtual whiteboard of sorts going.
Basically.
Plan? Did you have a game plan going in? Any of you?
Mine was to learn as much as I could from, George, from Noor, like the rest of my teammates. I too was carried because this is my first sort of competition or exposure to this. So I'm really grateful for them, their patience,
George,
Dr. Barnett's support too.
yeah, and actually, didn't we have an assigned oracle to identify when systems were down, guys? Did I thought we had a? Did we, or was anybody serving as the oracle?
We were planning on that, but the whole each of the windows had its own tracker of all the services that were running at the same time, so it ended up already being tracked for us, kind of.
Very cool. And I'm glad we got Robert in here. I was about to ask if you were on audio, man. Great shades. You remind of raving in the year 2000. What was your the most fun thing that you went through today?
I don't know. The entire thing was pretty good. I think identifying like potentially DDoS and trying to figure out how to amend it. That was for the redistribution service. The max file was set too high, so more open files were causing it to shut down. But we couldn't figure out how to remediate.
That's interesting to hear what was actually done to Redis there. That was the most I heard out of any of the teams in talking about that problem, because you're one of 3 or 4 that brought up the red team's attack on Redis. Were you able to snuff it out?
George.
No,
not in the end. No, we were still working on exactly how to get it back up and running. So we identified the problem, but hadn't quite crossed the finish line on that one.
Neat, though. Well, thank you for telling us about it. Now, Dr. Barnett, I saw you posted a link for those here in the audience, and looks like it was a pointer to information about your program there.
Yes.
I want to hear about it.
Sure, absolutely. Well, basically, it's a transferable degree, and if you click on the link, you can read the details. But I can give you the idea behind it. It was born out of my retirement from the Department of Defense, being an operations officer. I wanted to try to find a sweet spot for a degree that was transferable for a lot of our vets, that would meet the Department of Defense baseline standards, called the 8510, that would allow people, graduates with the cyber degree, to be able to roll straight into either a GS position and work for the Department of Defense. And so there, if you see the description, is that the courses that we teach that are cyber are aimed at, aligned with a approved DoD basically, cert. That's a baseline cert, like Certified Ethical Hacker or CompTIA, certain, System Plus, those types of certs. So, and it's done well. We actually are getting ready to break ground on the new building. If you look behind me, you should see a. Actually, I don't have the right virtual background up. We're breaking ground here soon for our new Cyber Operations Center. It's the Math and Science building, but the gem, the jewel of the building, 3-story building, is going to be our Cyber Operations Center with state-of-the-art video wall, physical lab, as well as its own cloud services and whatnot. So we are extremely excited with our program. And I can't wait to get these guys into the 4-year schools, George, Noor, Ernie, Robert, which I was speaking to all of these guys in the last few days. National and San Diego, plug for these guys. These, the individuals that you see here, folks, these are my gems. And I would love to see them continue their education. And I'm hoping that Chris, you and Peter can take liberty to talk with these students if they desire for transfer, because they're ready. They're ready.
What's next for all of you? George, what are you going to do next? Where do you want to go?
There's all kinds of options for my next step in education, but I am excited. I did actually get a job recently using this kind of cybersecurity stuff as as qualifications, which is more of an IT role, which is kind of where I'm going anyways. But it's I'm having a lot of fun with it.
It's very applicable. And who's the lucky employer, if I may ask?
Well, it's a contract position for an R&D company. They're not so much a cybersec company as they need someone who can do cybersec. Wise Pry.
How about
Sorry
you?
is the name.
Ernie, what's up for you next?
Definitely continue my education. I'm a little bit of ambitious where I'd actually like to work for Starlink, Elon Musk's satellite company, and maybe get into crypto as well too, stuff like that.
Very cool. Nor, what's next for you?
Well, I'd say kind of like George's, there's a lot of options out there. Primarily for me, I want to get my my degree in computer science, bachelor's degree at least, and then, get as much experience and certifications, and set myself up for hopefully a nice job in cybersecurity, cyber defense, and all that. But yeah, the road's open. So
Indeed it is. What you're doing here opens it up.
yeah.
How about you, Robert?
Oh, I don't know.
Don't worry, you don't have to figure it out right now. This isn't an exam.
I mean, I need to look at transferring. So I need to see counselors and stuff. I haven't started that process. I'm about to finish the Associates of Computer Science, and another certificate for risk information analyst. And then the cyber degree, as Burnett was mentioning.
And Chris and Peter, if I may ask, to tag on with what Robert just said, remind me, what's the Department of Defense scholarship that pays for their bachelor's and master's degree that you guys, Chris, I know that national, you guys advocate that. Peter, do you advocate, are you guys, I forget the name of it, Chris, can you help me out?
Yeah, so it's the DoD Cyber Scholarship, and basically any school that's an NSA Center of Academic Excellence their students can apply for that. It comes out in November, December as the applications start. And basically the DoD, it's like a draft. All the applications go in and the different agencies draft people, and then they pay for the rest of your education. And you have to be a junior above or graduate student. They pay for your education. They give you a nice like $25K a year stipend, books, and then you get an internship. And the nice thing is you're guaranteed, you know where you're going to work. So you know what department you're going to when you graduate. So that transfer students into our program are eligible for that. We've had, in our school, we've had 4 students get selected over a 2-year period. And that grant was actually part of the grant that paid for the SoCal Cyber Cup challenge this year, helped support it. So, Peter, we should probably wrap this up because I know folks are eager to find out who the winner was. So thanks, Saddleback. And we welcome transfer students at our university. I know Peter does at San Diego State. So I think for the audience, we're going to do a slideshow for about 10 minutes while we just get everything organized for the while we get things organized for the finals announcement. And I already for those in first place, they'll be asked to come back in, and we'll do an interview with the coach and the team captain for those top for the top team in each division, and we'll also announce the prizes. But thanks for joining, and if you're not part of our main group here, the organizers, please leave, and you'll have to come back in if you're happen to be one of the winners.
Yes. Thank you, Chris. And very cool. Thank you, Saddleback. Very cool to see that they've already got a program put together at the community college level that includes a class in ethical hacking.
Nice. So we have to wait for them.
We came to fight. rising as we could be legends, etched in the stone, forever on thrones. Histories made in the moments. Heroes collide. I was always inclined to make history, but I never really had the time. Spent my life living dangerously, never worried how I'm getting by. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. I know my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. I know my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Well, I won't be trouble, trouble comes for me. It was always gonna find me out. I'm gonna keep on walking, taking what I need. Ain't nothing gonna touch me now. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Oh, I'm doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Money, 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 money. I know my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. I know my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Let me see you clap your hands. Now we're swaying to the beat. Let me see you clap your hands. Now we're swaying to the beat. Doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Money, 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 money. I was always inclined to make history, but I never really had the time. Spent my life living dangerously, never worried how I'm getting by. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. I know my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. I know my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Well, I won't be trouble, trouble comes for me. It was always gonna find me out. I'm gonna keep on walking, taking what I need. Ain't nothing gonna touch me now. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Oh, I'm doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Money, 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 gonna have a good time. Let me see you clap your hands. Now we're swaying to the beat. Let me see you clap your hands. Now we're swaying to the beat. Doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Money, 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 money. I was always inclined to make history, but I never really had the time. Spent my life living dangerously, never worried how I'm getting by. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Mind on my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Mind on my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Well, I won't be trouble, trouble comes for me. It was always gonna find me out. I'm gonna keep on walking, taking what I need. Ain't nothing gonna touch me now. I'm out here working, trying to do what I can. I'm out here sweating, dripping blood from my hands. Oh, I'm doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Money, 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 money. Mind on my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Mind on my money, money on my mind. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna have a good time. Let me see you clap your hands. Now we're swaying to the beat. Let me see you clap your hands. Now we're swaying to the beat. Doing what I'm good at. Just doing what I'm made for. Just doing what I'm good at. Just
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining me for the 12th annual Cyber SoCal Award Ceremony. I'm super excited to be here. As always, Rick McElroy, your friendly neighborhood InfoSec professional. And it's my pleasure to be here today to talk about all of our winners from today's competition. But before we started that, I did want to take a second to thank all of our parents, all of the schools, all of the coaches, all of the sponsors, all of the volunteers that make this event happen. I have to tell you, I get to travel the world for cybersecurity, and it's one of my favorite brags about San Diego is this particular program, this particular community. And what we happen to be up to is changing the world through education and through better cyber safety. But before I get to the awards, I wanted to talk very briefly about the why behind cybersecurity. I think a lot of you experienced the how and the what today, but a lot of times I like to cover the why. And I'm going to start by giving you some statistics. The first, 150 million lines of code. That's the amount of software that actually sits inside of a Tesla, an automated robot that is now on the road driving us around. 155 million people this year had their personal data breached. There's 2.7 million factory robots deployed on factory floors inside of the United States. By 2025, there will be 30 billion IoT devices plugged into the internet. By 2025, it is estimated that the cyber criminal market will be a $10.5 trillion market. It'll actually be the third largest economy in the globe behind the US and China. The average ransomware attack is $300K for each incident. Oh, by the way, a ransomware attack occurs every 14 seconds across the globe. By 2030 and the 2030s, humans will have achieved interplanetary status, meaning there will be humans on Mars. This is an exciting time. And I only tell you all of this stuff to say that the world is code. Our physical worlds and our digital worlds are now interlinked, and there is no separating the two. And so I'm here to recruit each and every one of you who has spent some time on cyber to help us make the world safe from cyber attack. So today, we're going to be giving out a total of $36,000 in scholarships and grants and awards. And if you would have told me 12 years ago that a bunch of cyber teams that put in a bunch of work would be able to get this amount of checks from our sponsors, I would have told you it wasn't possible. And finally possible to people like Peter and Chris and Lillian and NDIA and all of the hard working folks behind the scenes. And so I did again want to thank our generous and supportive sponsors for giving us the money to continue to be able to do fun challenges like this and actually have a bunch of very young leaders that are going to represent the next generation of defenders that are out there helping us make the world safe from cyber attack. Our first place winners today will receive $5,500. Second place, $4,000. Third place, $2,500. And that's awesome. Now, this is the portion where we're going to move into the awards ceremony. And we're going to start by announcing the awards for our junior varsity winners. All right, Jeremy, you ready? Here we go. With no further ado, our third place winning junior varsity team is Team Agam from San Joaquin Middle Irvine Virtual Academy with 2,168 points. Congratulations, $2,500 will go to your school to help you continue to build that program. Now we're going to move on to second place. Second place winner at the junior varsity level, Pro Kids, the first tee, San Diego, with 2,177 points. Congratulations to you and your school. $4,000. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Let's move on to first place. And our first place winner is, I'm always so excited to talk about first place, the UWU bots from Pacific Trails Middle with 3,095 points. Huge congratulations to that team. Thank you for participating. Man, what an effort there. And we're actually going to speak to some of our coaches and some of the team captains for those teams here in a little bit. All right, now we're going to move on to the varsity level. I love some of these team names. This is one of the team names that I happen to like. I'm going to give it a third place team name along with the third place victory. The varsity level, let's all congratulate Henry is God from Northwood High, 2,348 points. Congratulations to all of our winners. All right, now we're going to take on second place. Our second place winner today is Team Terabyte Falcon, Scripps Ranch High School, 2,511 points. Congratulations, Scripps Ranch, right down the street from where I live. My son's a Sun Devil, so yeah, great job, Scripps Ranch. All right, first place. I'm going to give them second place team name now. This is first place in the competition, but second place team name of my favorite that I have to read today. I actually used to mentor this school very early on during some of these challenges. We got a #1 victory royale, yeah, Fortnite, about to get down from Canyon Crest with 3,237 points. Congratulations, Canyon Crest. It's a heck of a team over there, and I know a bunch of their alma mater have gone on to graduate from those big schools and are now actively working in cyber. So apologies to some of the other schools if I don't keep up, but I got a soft spot in my heart for Canyon Crest. And with that, we're actually going to bring in the JV winning coach and team captain from the first place UWU Bots Pacific Trails Middle.
Hey, Rick, it doesn't look like they joined yet, so we'll give them a second to join. And same for the varsity team. If you heard the first place team, I sent your coach a link, so you should be able to join. And they're popping in now, it looks like.
Awesome. In the meantime, I've prepared, I have about a 40-minute speech on cyber, if everybody's ready. I have about 110 slides that we can start now if we can't do the interviews. It'll be great. Should we announce the community college ones while we're waiting, Chris?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We'll go ahead and get the announcement out, and then if the coaches that are listening, the first place ones, should share the link with their team member, their team captain, and have them join. That would be great.
Awesome. All right, Jeremy, we're going to move on to the community college winners. Third place, the Spartan Ninja Warriors from Miracosta College, 2,360 points. Congratulations. I like ninjas. I like pirates. If you work in InfoSec, that's an inside joke. You'll get it once you start to work in this field. They often say we're either ninjas or pirates, and so I really like the team name there. Congratulations to our bronze winners out of our community colleges. All right, second place, the team Cyber Comets from Palomar College with 2,891 points. Congratulations, again, right down the road from where I'm at in Penasquitos, Palomar College. Love to see that holding down. Now, our first place winners, and this is by far first place, congratulations, but also I think I'm just going to vote that your team name is number one because it's probably the most challenging for me to say and also the most punny, and I really like dad puns. With that, our first place community college winners are Reverse Shells by the Seashore, Grossmont College, 2,944 points. Congratulations on not only having the funniest name and the easiest to say, but also for all the hard work that all of our teams put in today. I can't speak enough. And the last thing I'll say to any other teams who weren't recognized as first, second, or third, there are no losers that participate. I can guarantee you, whether you decide to go into information security, cybersecurity, information technology, or into the workforce in a different field, these skills are going to pay off for the rest of your career. You'll find that if you do go into information technology, if you do start writing applications, you're probably going to get paid a little more than your peers for knowing some of this stuff. I think is helpful personally, but also you're going to be more marketable as an employee. You're going to be able to bring these skills into the workforce. You're going to know not to click on things, which leads to the 14 seconds, every 14 seconds ransomware. And so there are no losers. There are only people who participated and people who didn't. And we're the very lucky few who get to participate in something like this. So congratulations to everyone who participated. And with that, I think we're going to bring on our JV captain.
Rick, we've got Raymond Pegg from Pacific Trails Middle School.
Raymond, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. I got a couple of questions for you.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind. The first one is there anyone you would like to thank or on behalf of your team that were helpful to you guys winning today?
Yeah, I would like to thank our coaches. They worked very hard trying to teach us everything we should have known for the competition.
Awesome. And then did you have what was your approach this year? You know, as a team captain, like how did you decide to divvy up tasks and keep everybody focused?
So I tried to research a lot before the competition. I did some research last night and did some research this morning, but it didn't really come in use right during the competition. We just went back to the cleanup after the attacker's approach instead. It It was really nice to have my team. Uh, it was really helpful for them to check the machines in parallel. I could just say, check for this sort of vulnerability, and we would get things done really fast.
Well, I have to tell you, I relate a lot to what you said there, Raymond, which is I prepared last night, and then something happened in the competition, and that preparation didn't actually prepare me. I would say that's by and large, in a nutshell, what we say in InfoSec all the time, right, as professionals, is you can be prepared, but somebody's going to throw you a curveball, and it's more about how you handle and adapt to those curveballs. And so that shows fantastic leadership on your part to say, look, we can adjust. We're going to adjust our tactics, and we're still going to go out there and win. Any lessons learned from the other teams out there, or for other team captains about how they can be better prepared next year?
Yeah. So going against live defense, you don't know what they're probably going to do, is a lot different than doing like something Cyber Patriot where you're getting points for vulnerabilities you find that are already in there.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit more realistic, which I like. That definitely sounds like what happens with attackers all the time. Is they don't have rules, right? They can do whatever they want, and we have some rules there. Awesome. Well, Raymond, I wanted to say congratulations. It's a big deal, and I would just encourage you to continue to spread the word about cybersecurity to your friends and encourage them to get into the field and really help us grow our Army and achieve our outcomes and make the world safe from cyber attacks. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Rick, next we've got Jason Liu from Canyon Crest Academy.
All right, Canyon Crest. You guys are like 10 minutes from my house. You're so close. It's awesome.
Oh, you should come visit one day.
I know. I've been slacking, and to be fair, the pandemic kind of. But definitely hit me up on Twitter, and I will definitely roll by. And yeah, we can do some cool Linux stuff because I heard that was a big part of the challenge this year. So, did you find anything more challenging than you thought going into the competition?
Yeah, we've never actually done any of this red team, blue team stuff before. So initially, we actually thought that we were going to be extremely outclassed by some of our rival teams in the area, like Del Norte. So we're extremely excited that we were actually able to pull off this victory.
I am too. I mean, you guys have continued to build upon a good program on there. Anyone you'd like to thank that helped the team succeed this year?
I think I just like to thank the whole team. It was really a team effort. All the research, it's just everyone working together and just trying to make the team as best as we could be.
What did you find personally from a leadership perspective where did you find an opportunity to grow and maybe some skills that you didn't have prior to the competition?
I mean, really, I don't really I was actually assigned to be the team captain a couple of minutes before this interview. It's the way that we kind of did it before was just everyone contributing their part. So it was really just a team effort.
I love that. There's a lot of companies that have refactored their workforce to look like that, where teams hold each other to account, right? And elect their own leadership, which, I don't think it could get more democratic than that.
I think our winning strategy today was just, it was all about team spirit. We were having fun the entire time. We were just going at the competition as a team and just having fun. That was pretty much our entire plan. We honestly didn't really know what we were doing half the time, but it ended up working out very well for us.
I say that about my own career, Jason, all the time. You figure it out, you roll, you adapt, and then you have that good foundation of knowledge to build on, right? Because
most of us have been competing in Cyber Patriot for a couple of years, and pretty much all of our team have had a lot of experience working with Linux, which really came to our advantage today because a lot of the competition was Linux based.
Yeah, and I can assure you that particular skill. So if you wanted to boil down all the skills in my career, I actually started off at Unix, right? So I was a big Sun Solaris guy, which ultimately turned into all of the things that we see from a Linux perspective today. But here's what we know: everyone's using the cloud. The underlying operating system of the cloud is ding, 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 Linux. All of those skills. Again, how do you break it? How do you fix it? How do you tell that something bad happened? That encourages me because it's my favorite operating system. So, all right, Jason, thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone. Yes, I'm going to commit that I will get over there now that vaccines are done. and I have my shots, I'll pay a visit and we'll spend some time geeking out.
Great. Thanks, Rick. And so last but not least is the community college winner. So we've got Grossmont College, and we've got their coach, Hao Nguyen, is here. And I'm not sure if any of his team members will be joining or not. We can ask him when he gets in the room.
Hi, everyone. Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Yeah, so they should be joining soon. They got the link there. They're excited there. So yeah.
Well, that's all right. I got some questions for you too, since you're the first coach that I've spoken to. I think a lot of times people, especially our audience members, maybe parents, can you just talk a little bit about like what does that look like from a volunteer perspective? Being a coach, I know it's some extra time, right? That you're taking out with the students, but what does that look like and why do you do it?
Yeah, so definitely just seeing these students all excited about cybersecurity, and especially our group, it stemmed from our computer science organization club, and we started off a few years ago with this computer science organization, but in the past few years recently, it's actually melded into like a cyber club, which is really great. A lot of the students come in as like, oh, I want to do cyber, I want to learn cyber. So a lot of the members, they really enjoy the cyber area. So definitely it's a great volunteer opportunity, and just to help the students and kind of nudge them in the right area. So it's pretty exciting. Yeah.
And so from your perspective, like where did you put an emphasis from a coaching perspective, right? Was it communications? Was it some of the baseline skills and knowledge? Like where did you seem to spend some time as a coach with the students?
Right. Yeah. So definitely, communications, working not only solo, but with other people as well. Right. So it's a collaborative environment as a team. And then, and also just the hands-on technical skills, just to, kind of understand, what they've done in the past, and then keep a record of, how they've, solved these problems. Right. And then they'll come across similar problems in the future. So having this like, skill set, and having this kind of like reference, like, oh, okay, I did this before, or something similar, let's try it again, or it's a little bit different, but let's apply a little bit what we've learned each time and get better and better. So yeah.
Yeah, I can, again, I'll speak to myself in my own career. The number of times where it's like, I vaguely remember that I did something similar to that before, and then you change it a little bit, and that actually gets the outcome that you want to drive is numerous. Or, hey, I remember reading someone's blog, and then in that blog, they referenced a thing that's similar, but not quite the same. And that maybe is the breadcrumb you need to find the adversary and kick them out. Yeah. So on behalf of myself, I did want to thank, again, all of the coaches, all of the educators. I just can't express enough what it's been like over 24 years in a career to see where we were from a university perspective, where we are today from a university perspective, and then what that's actually doing for people coming into the workforce. And it's changed my life, and I know it's changed a lot of the lives of my friends, and hopefully, again, we can recruit some more people, get them into seats, and cause some better outcomes when it comes to these breaches. So thank you, Coach.
Hey, Rick, thanks for doing this. I think that wraps us up.
Almost. I have one other announcement, Chris.
Great.
I wanted to talk about the awards as well, right? So the first placing team in all three divisions will receive an engraved trophy. And I love trophies. You got to find a big trophy stand for them, right? The first place varsity team gets the school name engraved on the giant SoCal Cyber Cup trophy as the 2020-2021 top team. And this is then presented to the San Diego Mayor, Todd Gloria, who will keep it displayed in the office for a year. Also, the mayor will meet with the team in his office to receive the trophy and discuss topics on cybersecurity. That's awesome. Whenever you can get time with politicians and discuss things like privacy and cybersecurity, always take those opportunities, regardless of how old you are. It does not matter. If you have some wisdom to share, please share that. Share your point of view. The first place varsity team will get their school name engraved on the Mayor's Cyber Cup, and this gets presented to the mayor of the county in which the team resides. In this case, it's Canyon Crest, and it'll be going to Todd Gloria, our mayor here in San Diego. On behalf of myself and everyone else, I wanted to again thank all the participants and say that it's an amazing the amount of work that you do and put into this, and I'm privileged and honored to be asked to be a part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rick, for your time. And once again, thanks to all of our sponsors who supported the challenge, and a big thanks to DoD for the capacity building grant that helped us run the challenge this year. And most importantly, thanks for all the students and their families that participated. We know it was a tough year, and I'm sure you heard some of the stories from schools like Landmark, some of the obstacles they overcame just to compete. So it's great. So thanks everybody for watching the challenge this year. Hopefully next year we're going to be in some venue all together, and we'll do this live, and we'll have just like this year, but we'll be in the same room together. So thanks everybody, and have a good night.
I'm not here sweating.